Chapter 121. Exalted Arcanist. We have enough. Sophia spoke as another droplet was created. Dream, who had lost quite a bit of energy, stopped condensing mana. Nice. Let's see. The meeting is in a day. Can I advance by then? Depends on what the system wants. If it's just making the pathways the way I think it does, then this'll only take a few hours. Maybe we should pre-make the pathways. I don't want to be on the system's schedule. That could have possible problems. Worst case, the system says I don't have proper pathways and I move on. I don't need the system to determine what pathways are best for me. If it thinks liquid mana enchantments are crap, then so be it. Good point. Then let's start now. No time to waste. Sophia agreed and began the process of creating Dream's mana pathways. When Dream spoke about doing a full body pathway, he wasn't joking. The plans Sophia had were to infuse his entire body with liquid mana. This included his blood, muscles, brain, bones, and everything in between. And while one would think that you couldn't combine solid muscle with liquid mana, there was a peculiarity about liquid mana that you had to note. Liquid mana, while it indeed had its three-dimensional form, was still primarily four-dimensional. This meant that as long as you controlled the liquid in a certain way, it wouldn't appear in the third dimension. This was why they could integrate liquid mana with Aegis solid steel particles. And this was what they planned to do with the big tub of transparent liquid man. They would allocate different volumes to different parts of his body and enchant it appropriately. They would then tie all these enchantments to his skills and nucleus, effectively wiring a direct connection from his body to soul. So they began. For this, Dream stripped nude and levitated in the middle of the room. After that, the globe network moved and surrounded him while Aegis also turned into a cloud and encompassed him. With the bright globes of light surrounding him, the tub of liquid mana also opened and flowed out towards his body. As it got close, the liquid suddenly disappeared and moved inside his body. First, the bones. When she said that, mana became conglomerating in Dream's bones. The existing enchantment was agitated and wiped before the globe network activated, writing a totally new and improved enchantment into his bones. This enchantment had two primary functions. One was sturdiness. Since his bones were made of the same steel particles as Aegis, they needed to be able to bond and resist deformation. And should they be deformed, they needed to quickly recover and reform. The second function of the bones were much more complex though. Basically, the bones acted as the anchor for all the other enchantments around his body. They would be the central core of everything that went on. This included the dense mana environment that was always active, stealth abilities, mana movement, and more. In fact, Sophia even created a mini globe system and integrated it with his bone particles. This was the simplest way to get the best functionality. After this was finished, they moved on to the rest of his body. They enchanted the muscles and skin for strength and flexibility as well as impact dissipation. They enchanted his blood for mana circulation and recovery as well as giving it the ability to regenerate his body. They then enchanted his heart for mana concentration. His brain and nervous system were improved and given quicker signal speeds and finer control. His lungs were enchanted to bring in, filter, and pass mana to the rest of the body, being the main recovery mechanism he had. And his other sensory organs, along with miscellaneous parts of his body, were also enhanced. But while different systems in his body were given different primary functions, they were all tied together and functioned as one harmonized system. So while the muscles and brain were very different from each other, the enchantments could be passed between them. And if he were to ever lose all his blood, which functioned as a recovery mechanism, he would still be able to regenerate. His functions would not be limited or centralized by any single piece. As for his DNA and other originally biological functions, those were kept and given enhanced functionality. While they were part of his old human self, they actually had a great role in maintaining the systems of his body. They were originally a set of instructions anyway, and despite practically all of his body being synthetic, his DNA was still able to fully construct and maintain his body. An example of his DNA taking action was during his recovery. Although Aegis had helped with piecing his body back together, it still took his DNA and natural regeneration to repair things on a microscopic level. Aegis wasn't capable of doing that. So at a certain point, he just stepped back and let the natural systems of Dream's body operate. This was the part of Dream's body that was still considered biological. Other than that, everything else was made synthetic. After a few hours, The entire tub of liquid mana was emptied and integrated with his body. Every enchantment was made using this liquid mana, and they were the most powerful enchantments he had ever made up until that point. Now we just need to tie everything to your soul. This should only take a minute. Dream nodded as Sophia began to create strings of mana from every point in his body. Thousands of strings were created and brought to his soul hovering in the fourth dimension. They then began to assimilate with the mana around and within the soul, attaching to it directly. Dream took deep breaths as he processed the connection being made. Dense mana flowed in and out along with each breath he took, and soon after, the connections were finished. Data immediately began flowing to and from his soul and body, as well as super dense streams of mana. As his body was now connected with his soul, just like with his skills, he was given ultimate control over himself. If before, the connection between his soul and body was wireless, it was now a fiber connection. He became aware of each cell, each muscle fiber, each neural synapse. There was nothing hidden about his body anymore, and its functions could be manipulated as he wished. So everything is connected to my soul now. This feels interesting. Although only some mages use liquid mana for their pathways, they would still have this kind of awareness and control after they made their own. No wonder it took being a class 3 to manipulate mana. They would find it incredibly difficult otherwise without having this kind of soul-body connection. Indeed, but for me who could already manipulate, this only magnifies the ability. I recover mana even quicker, I'm stronger, I'm faster, and I can take harder hits. I don't think that Demon would be able to do the same thing again. I could give him a run for his money, but we still aren't done yet. The pathways are done, and it's time to choose our class. When she said that, Dream was prompted yet again with the class selection. You cannot level up before choosing a class. Your selection of classes will be based on your profile and experience thus far. The choice you make cannot be taken back. Excess experience will be accumulated and gained after the class selection has been made. Select a class: Mechanical Genius, Exalted Arcanist, Thaumaturgic Machiavelli. Same selection, and I'm thinking the same thing. Number 2. Am I ready to select it? I think you are. Then here we go. Class Exalted Arcanist has been chosen. Experience will be compiled and reformed. Warning: the individual has undergone a change in species. Reclassified. The individual is now a magnesynthetic human male. Alert: advancement prerequisite met. Mana pathways non-essential. Experience will be compiled and reformed. Ernest Sophia will evolve. Warning: evolutionary occurrence detected. Rerouting. Dream let out a confused sound as Sophia spoke in an odd manner. Pre-designated connection alternative found. Attempting to connect through the title. Origin seeker. Connection established. HM? Oh my. Who's there? Dream panicked at all the sudden happenings and the weird voice that echoed through the room. And since someone was apparently there, he put on clothes. Do you think clothes can block my vision? I mean, seriously, now I'm watching you from another realm, and that should prove just how ineffective they are. It's for my sake, not yours. Fair point. Now I guess I should introduce myself since the last time I descended you were asleep. I am the very powerful dude as written on the letter inside your inventory. When he said that, a paper came and flew out of Dream's inventory without his permission. It landed in front of him, highlighting the signature at the bottom. You're him. That is so, and speaking of last time, where are those pretty little girlfriends of yours? And please don't tell me they were snatched by another man, cause I mean if they were then either that man must have been beyond exceptional, or they weren't as smart as I thought they were. They were taken. I have yet to take them back. Oh my, that's quite a shame. It is. So, I know you must have many questions and I know what you want to ask, but I'm afraid that my time is limited. And if you want your precious Sophia to be evolved, then I'll need to focus on that, although I guess I do have the time to congratulate you on such amazing progress, because those skills you have and are going to receive are truly rare. Maybe I should integrate one with your skill, and not to mention your species, and how even I've never seen it before. Thanks. Of course now, because of the way that your skill evolved, I'm going to have to bring it down quite the unique path, and that requires certain consents from you, but since I already know the answers you will give, I'll just say yes to them all. Okay. Great, now I'll begin your skills evolution, and then I'll have to send you on your way because like I said earlier, my time is limited. However, you shouldn't fret about a missed opportunity for information because as long as you survive and gain more strength, you will be able to find the answers for yourself and possibly even have the opportunity to contact me. So go out and keep doing what you're doing, and you may be the one to forge your own path. Though I must say that it's a shame the record was able to find your homeworld. I guess I should have expected that considering the skills I gave you, but I also gave them to the others as well. Wait, what? You'll find out later. So now, I must bid you adieu. Have fun with your new and improved girlfriend. Dream went quiet. What the hell was that? Skill evolution complete? Sophia is level 1 dash. Ugh, yes. I know I'm level 1. With a shout, Sophia interrupted the update. Sophia? Sorry about that. I guess the evolution triggers a mechanism to automatically contact that dude. I guess his evolution is better than one from the system though, so I'm not that displeased. Neither am I. You're still my Sophia. I'm glad. Hee hee, yes I am. But before we check things out, you need to finish your advancement. When she said that, the notifications continued. Magic will be evolved. Material magic will be evolved. You have gained the active skill. Particle manipulation. You have gained the passive skill. Arcana. Arg. After the notifications ended, Dream suddenly started feeling immense growing pains. When he looked inwardly at his soul, he saw that all of his skill signatures were being changed and whipped around everywhere. Even his nucleus was somehow growing. I thought I would have to do this again. Dream went to the floor and rolled around, yelling at the ceiling and walls. Mana was sucked towards him excessively as if he had become a black hole, and the once dense mana fog had disappeared in only minutes. Though this was only the beginning, and over time, the pain only increased. Although Dream thought this would end quickly, the pain only died down after 10 hours. The amount of mana that had circulated in and out of him would be considered absurd by all sense of the word, but Dream, who had been watching his soul the entire time, knew exactly why so much mana was used. His soul had gone through extensive upgrades. Not only was his nucleus bigger and stronger, but his skills were on a whole other realm compared to before. They were almost entirely different, and Dream wondered whether or not they actually did anything similar to before. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Ah yeah. Huh. Dream started laughing and cheering while on the floor as if he were riding a roller coaster. Are you good? I'm amazing. I feel so powerful. I can totally understand the phrase drunk on power. It truly is an amazing feeling. Dream stood up with a wide grin. Status. Profile. Name. Dream. Species. Magdasynthetic human male. Class. Exalted Arcanist. Titles. Origin Seeker. Level. 213. Stats. Strength A, Agility A+. Stamina A+, Magic A+. Passive skills. Sophia, LVL 1. Arcana, LVL 1. Active skills. Summons from another world. Particle manipulation, LVL 1. Dream looked through everything, though his eyes quickly darted to his stats. A+. Not quite in the S range, but that honestly doesn't feel right. I went through ridiculous amounts of mana. I feel like I should be S tier. I agree, but maybe you're right on that cusp. Either way, you can most definitely manipulate S amounts of mana. You've always been able to move much more mana than you stored. True, I guess I shouldn't be greedy either. Other than that, my other stats also went up. What's with my strength and constantly being the lowest though? I mean, I know I'm not a fighter, but still. And level 213, huh? Not bad. Now, what's up with my species? Dream looked at the new species that the system classified him as. Magdasynthetic human male. What the hell is magdasynthetic? Well, synthetic is synthetic, and Magdi is relating to magic. So a magical synthetic human? It's rather fitting actually. I guess. Either way, I'm kind of glad human is still in there. Nice to see that I haven't taken myself totally off that evolutionary path. Sentimental? More of a matter of perspective. I don't know if I would handle being an artificial robot all that well. I mean, although I'm synthetic, my systems are still biologically based, like a bionic, and I still plan to procreate. So that's not something I want to take away from myself. I can still do that, right? Very much so. More so than any regular human actually. Noise. Though I wonder how that would work for Luna and Iris. It would be weird, but maybe I'll have to inquire with the old man. Actually, forget I ever said that. You gross. Chapter 122, Class 4. Now, what are these skills exactly? As Dream looked at his new skills, he felt a rush of excitement. Particle manipulation is the evolved material magic and arcana is the evolved magic. Actually, let's go over your own upgrades first. Okay, well, I really only gained one ability called Construct. You were originally supposed to get it, but it was integrated with me by that dude. Other than that, my original abilities like Emulator, Perception, Mind Space, and Cognitive Manipulation were evolved, though they didn't really change names. Here's what it looks like. Sophia. In Mind Space, a space created from the cognitive ability of the soul, similar to a virtual space. Informations can be stored and processed here. A parallel processing allows user to separate their thought process and analysis of phenomena. A thought acceleration multiplies thought speed according to level and agility. A emulator, the ability to analyze, copy, and modify skills, requires understanding of the involved skill signatures. A dimensional analysis, the ability to perceive the world by analysis from a higher dimension, currently limited to the fourth dimension. Perception of the fourth dimension dependent on the involved phenomena and perceptive medium. A influence, the ability to influence perception. The only ones that really changed were perception, which is now dimensional analysis, and cognitive manipulation, which is now influence. Ooh, cool skills. I know, I'm already able to notice the difference from before. And just because the others are named the same, doesn't mean they aren't much better than before. My processing ability has jumped leaps and bounds. I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to show you. Now as for my two new skills, are there any large differences? Major differences. They really can be considered completely different skills, but they both still work towards the same purpose, which is material and magical manipulation. Try creating the globe network. Okay. Dream nodded and moved his mana according to the template they made before. Super dense mana gushed out of his body and went to form their globes. When they did, the connections were made all at once and thus created the network. It only took a few seconds. Ho, this is nice. And damn, my mana is super dense. Like, I'm pretty sure it's a fog. Dream ejected a bit of mana above his palm, and sure enough, he could see transparent fog. I guess in exchange for a smaller pool, you got denser mana. Definitely a win. Definitely. Now, although I'm analyzing these skills, I can fully feel their effects. Like, I'm picking up on another energy floating around. It's very faint, but I can sense it, and if I concentrate, I can see the particles of Aegis over my skin. Like, I could before, but this time it's in more detail. I'm pretty sure we could upgrade him again. We easily could. But until we understand a bit more about the skills practically, we should wait. And that energy you're sensing may actually be flux. So I can sense flux now? I think so. I can also barely pick up on the energy, and it's much more concentrated around you, in Aegis than other objects. Hee, I can see flux now. That definitely means I will be able to control it, someday at least. Oh, and another thing I'm noticing is my range of influence. It's much larger than before. Dream felt around using his senses and could actually sense outside the tower. And this wasn't using mana sense, but his soul's will. As he got more powerful, his will would expand bit by bit. It first started inside his body and gradually expanded out a few feet. Anything within this range would allow him to analyze it on a much deeper level than anything outside it. But since it had been such a short range, he had only ever slightly noticed its effects when crafting or looking at his body. But now, that range seemed to explode. He could sense everything in every direction, and it wasn't hindered by walls nor enchantments. He could just see it all with crystal clear clarity. In fact, when he first noticed this range, other people were alerted, and he had to rein in this will of his. This must be that aura from the class force. I knew it wasn't just mana. Turns out it was their soul's will. Adona's will could reach down over 400 meters when we had gone to the mercenary empire. I guess there's a reason why they're class force. How far can mine reach? This tower is around 150 meters wide, so I'd say around 100 if you really let it go. 100 meters of perfect senses. Though I actually have to extend it to use it. Like everything else though, we can use the new influence skill to mask it. Nobody at or below your level will be able to sense you. Plus, we can sense things using mana and through the fourth dimension. If we look from there, nothing in the third dimension can hide from you. And I'm pretty sure even fourth classes would fail to pick up on you that way. Even better, although it was kind of already like that, I have still noticed the improvement. I think we can agree that overall, I've received a huge jump in power, and things are only going to take off from here as I use the skills. We'll be able to understand them just like before and create better gear. We'll be able to do so much more. As Dream fantasized about all the new possibilities, his satisfaction grew. This is exactly what he was doing all of this for. He had discovered so much, but another door was just opened and led to a much wider world. It gave him a great sense of fulfillment. By the way, Riddick has reached his class advancement as well. Already? From how excited he is right now to all the things he was yelling out, yes, I'm pretty sure he has. Has he done the advancement? Not sure. He's recovering while listening to Adona on what to expect. At least, that's what I think is going on. Adona put up a barrier around them, and I'm not receiving any more signals. He actually might be going through the advancement right now. I hope he is. He's been working a long time to get to that level. Hopefully things go well, and maybe we'll be able to snatch the girls back. Given enough preparation, we might be able to do that ourselves. But with Riddick's help, yes, it would be very possible. Good. Very good. Dream became expectant. Both of them were finally at that level where they could recapture the girls as well as keep those foxes off their asses. So as long as they got them out of the United Empire, they would be safe. Now for the last order of business. The meeting. When is it? Tomorrow afternoon. In about 16 hours. All right. Prepare the intelligence we have and make sure we're totally prepared. Already done. Oh, okay. Then I guess we should see if there's anything we can do to help the old man prepare a plane so I can head over there. Dream began walking out of the room. Though as he did, Sophia spoke. You're actually faster than the plane. On God. Yup. Whether it's traveling through orbit or just straight to a location, you can move faster. You can be at Riddick's location in around 30 minutes by straight flying. Heck cool. Then let's do that. Now, how the hell do I get out of this labyrinth? As Dream left Adona's chambers, he only saw a bunch of hallways and doors. He had no idea the layout of this place. Just follow the path. Sophia blipped his vision, which he quickly followed. Soon, he was flying out of the city and into the air. In merely half an hour, Dream arrived on the third continent. Though it could be considered the demon continent now, this was where Riddick had been going to train, and now it was where he was advancing. Dream floated down towards Adona, who was maintaining a dense mana bubble around Riddick. Dream? Adona noticed his arrival and turned to him. She frowned after she sensed his aura, though. You advanced? Yup. Is that bad? No. I just wish you would have told me, especially considering you attempted a full-body pathway. But since you're already done, I guess there's nothing I can do now. So how did it go? Amazing. Actually, I've had a huge jump in power. Check out my mana. Dream raised his hand and created some fog above it. Adona saw it and widened her eyes. Fog? But you've only just advanced. I know, right? It's pretty awesome, but less about me. How's he doing? Dream changed the subject and turned to Riddick. He began his advancement about 4 hours ago. How long will it take? Mine took 10 hours. And while humans go through a different process than elves, for him I'm gonna guess around 12 hours. So 8 to go. I see. Is there anything we can do to help? Other than providing a dense mana environment? Not really. It's all up to him. Wouldn't it be best to bring him back to your chamber then? Actually no. Class 4 advancements can get rather violent, so it's best to do it outside. Especially for someone like him who has such destructive mana. His advancement will be very unique. Alright, then allow me to assist. Saying so, Dream began bringing out his remaining materials. Very quickly he crafted large particles of metal, much larger than Aegis particles, but much smaller than anything you could grab. After he made a mixture of steel and mithril particles, he enchanted them all with only one function: condense mana. Since it was simple, the crafting was done quickly. Dream deployed the particles, which flew over to Adona's existing dome, surrounding it and going to work. Soon, a dense fog was condensed around the dome. Adona was surprised and dissipated her own dome, letting the fog in. Wow, impressive. It saves me a lot of energy. Enchanting is pretty great. That'll give him plenty of mana. though even then he might need much more. I mean, look at that vortex. Dream watched Riddick as he sat there. All around him mana was swirling and being sucked into his body like a hurricane. It looked very similar to Dream's recent advancement, just on a much larger scale. He's been like that and will remain like that for a while. In the meantime, all we can do is guard him. Dream nodded, but he wasn't about to stand there watching that hurricane for 10 hours, so he hailed his luxurious ship from who knows where. When it landed near them, Dream and Adona relaxed and lounged around in it, talking about all sorts of things and enjoying each other. Ha 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 ha. A low, satisfied laugh could be heard inside a dense maelstrom of black, viscous mana. After it sounded, the maelstrom began calming and the mana was fully absorbed by the man in the center. Finally, the man stood up. His eyes were entirely black as he felt the changes in his body. As everything calmed, the black cracks all over his body gradually receded and disappeared. His eyes also returned to normal. Dream, who was laying on the ceiling in this ship, turned his head and noticed the changes. Adona, who was laying upside down on a couch, also noticed the changes. Looks like the old man finished. Indeed. Both of them adjusted themselves and exited the ship, going to greet a newly advanced Riddick. Hey old man, still more powerful than me? Think fast. As he approached, Dream suddenly disappeared and reappeared next to Riddick. He threw a powerful mana-loaded punch towards his ribs. Humph. Boom. Riddick snorted and moved his arm, grabbing Dream's fist. The resulting impact released a shockwave as the fist was kept from moving any farther. My strength is my lowest stat. Whatever. As Riddick had only barely stopped the fist the way he did, he wasn't happy when he heard that statement. They both pulled away from each other, dusting themselves off. So, what's your mana at now? What's yours at? A+. Pooh, how could this be any more unfair? I had only barely gotten above that stat before I advanced. I know, Adona told me, but hey, now you're 2 whole levels above me. But the big question is this, how dense is your mana? Heh, behold. Riddick smiled before lifting his palm. Out of it came a stream of black liquid as dark as the void. It also emitted gray smoke around it, as if the liquid couldn't contain the mana. Liquid mana. Impressive. I was only able to get a fog. Dream lifted his palm and let out a transparent fog. Riddick looked at it curiously. Why is it clear? Honestly, not sure. It was just like that. Why is yours black? Because mine is destructive, a result of my blessing. If you saw, Adona's is green, a result of her nature-oriented mana and her elf species. I wonder about mine then. But now's not the time for that. Adona came walking up, interrupting their conversation. Riddick, your advancement took 18 hours total, which is fine, but the meeting is 4 hours from now. Oh, right. Are we prepared? For the most part. Dream and I had discussed it while waiting. It's being held at the Enchanted Mountain, and that isn't exactly close. In fact, we were supposed to leave with our colleagues from the Spire 4 hours ago. Since we missed it, we'll need to take ourselves. Luckily, Dream has prepared for that. Yup, the ship is ready, so we can leave whenever. I'm good now. Then let's board. The 3 turned to the ship, quickly boarding it and taking a seat. After they sat down, the hatch closed and the engines began to roar with power. Mana also began to circulate in huge amounts, assisting with the liftoff. By the way, old man, Dream spoke before they blasted off. They turned to each other. Congrats. We'll be able to get them soon. Riddick nodded with conviction. That's what it was all for. After that, the ship's nose pointed to the sky and the engines went full power. All 3 of them were anchored down by the enchantments, making it so they didn't fly around. Under the improved systems of the ship, they quickly flew through the atmosphere and into orbit along the pre-designated path. Riddick and Adona looked out the windows, getting a full view of the planet. Oh my! Both of them were speechless as they took in the miraculous sight. They didn't even have the care to ask any questions. But the view didn't last forever. When the ship hit a certain point on the path, it tilted and began re-entry. In only several minutes, they were back under the sky. And sure enough, they could both see the Enchanted Mountain in the distance. The plane headed straight for their destination. Chapter 123, Gathering. As they approached the mountain, the 3 could see huge crowds of people attempting to go through the gates. The biggest meeting anyone has ever seen. I guess it would be rather popular, Riddick spoke as he overlooked the city. They had been here only 4 or 5 months ago. Oh, that reminds me. I'm 21 now. Dream suddenly thought of his birthday. He had been asleep for it. Well, suffering through hell was more like it. He had also missed Christmas, his favorite holiday. It's almost Valentine's Day. I guess you're right. Hearing that, Dream wasn't so downtrodden, though the other two were surprised to hear that Dream's birthday was recently. You recently had your birthday? You guys have that here? We do. Then yes. Mine was about a month ago, when I was recovering. Oh, well, happy birthday. Thanks. Dream smiled to Adona. It was always nice hearing it. Anyway, where am I supposed to land? Go straight to the castle. That's where the meeting is being held. Will they let us fly straight there? Can they stop us anyway? Today's special. They'll let us through. All right. Dream steered the ship over to the floating castle. He was actually really excited. It was a place he hadn't been yet, and a cool one at that. Halt. Identify yourselves. As they approached the airspace, they were stopped by a Class 3. My name is Magus Adona. I'm here with the Spire. Why aren't you with your group? Because we had matters to attend to and couldn't come until now. In fact, you can take us to them right now. When she said that, the black plane opened its hatch and out walked the three. Dream sent the plane on its way as they approached the Class 3. Is my face enough for you? Adona spoke with the aura of a Class 4. The guard was visibly shaken a bit. My apologies. I'll guide you to them. Thank you. Turning, the Class 3 began flying. The three followed as they approached the castle. Oh, this is cool. As they got closer, Dream put on a wide, excited smile. The castle was huge, and its design was exquisite. He had never been anywhere like this before. They flew through a huge set of gates and entered a plaza. In it were hundreds of people, all conversing and networking. The floors were marble, the ceilings were gold, paintings hung on the walls and statues filled the gaps between them. Everything here was expensive and majestic without being overly extravagant. The guide led them out of the plaza and they entered another large hallway. Even the hallways had fancy doors and high ceilings, and they walked through it towards a large set of doors that stood out from the others. The Magi are in here. The meeting begins in 3 hours, and someone will stop by and want to guide everyone to the main hall. Thanks. Adona nodded and pushed open the doors. The guide left and the three walked in. Adona? Magus Adona. Inside the room were a few dozen Class 2s, over 100 Class 3s, and 4 Class 4s. Everyone here wore robes, capes, or other magician outfits. They were all mages from the Spire, and they sat in seats around a large table. Hello, everyone. Sorry I'm late. And actually, I have an important announcement to make to everyone. If I could get your attention. Adona walked over to the table, as did Riddick and Dream. Both knew what she was going to announce. Everyone quieted down and faced them. The reason I'm late is actually because of Riddick here. And while it would be better to have the official ceremony back at the Spire, we'll have to settle for here. Everyone, I present to you, Magus Riddick, the 8th Class 4 of the Spire. Riddick walked up and released his Class 4 aura. Everyone had wide eyes as they felt it. A new Class 4. The 8th. Magus Riddick, congratulations. Everyone got excited at the birth of a new Class 4. It was an incredibly rare occasion, and most people would never experience it in their lives. So for it to happen today, right as a grand meeting was taking place, it could only be described as a miraculous coincidence. Today was truly a day for the books in the Spire. Congratulations, Magus Riddick. This is a very pleasant surprise. The 4 Class 4s who had come walked over to them. Dream looked at each one. That big dude is Kiba, but I don't recognize the other 3. Dream watched as each Magus came and shook Riddick's hand. All of them were friendly to this new member of their circle. Adona walked over to him as he was standing outside the group. I think you know Kiba. He was at that meeting. The other 3 are Asden, the man with the goggles, Fane, the woman with the tattoos, and Jaleel, the pale one with the hood over his head. So them plus you make 5. Not counting the old man, weren't there 7? 2 of them have stayed back. Those 2 are the old monsters that I spoke of. Both of them are old men who are over 1,000 years old and have been at the Spire longer than anyone. They don't concern themselves with this kind of stuff that can end the world. If those demons do eventually march on the Spire, they'll come out. But only if that happens. They're the guardians. But that means they don't leave either. I see. Plus there needs to be someone protecting the place. Can't leave it undefended. Although the empires are in an alliance, there's still a bit of infighting that can't be avoided. Of course. Dream nodded. There's always going to be infighting among humans. It was almost part of their nature. The Class 4s and Riddick spoke merrily for the next hour until they were interrupted. It was time to head over to the meeting. All 200 mages stood from their seats and began walking over to the main hall. It wasn't long before they all walked through two massive doors. Holy crap! A voice of astonishment came from Dream as they walked into the hall. To say it was big was an understatement. The area had a similar design to a theater. Chairs and platforms lined the walls and rose into the air. This place could fit thousands just in those chairs, and in the very center of it all was a massive table, or tables. The table that would seat all the diplomats looked like its own mini-theater. There was one big table in the center and strips of table outside of it. The most important people, or the Class 4s, would sit in the center while the Class 3s would sit outside them. Everything could be seen from the rows of seating around them, and everyone in the center would be under many eyes. Am I okay to be here? Dream spoke in a low voice to Adona. He felt so out of place as he had never been anywhere like this before. The closest he came was when he toured a Congress building in junior high. It wouldn't be okay if you weren't. You're going to be up with me. Like, all the way up?
Yes.
Oh God, don't worry. You're only going to have the most powerful eyes in the world on you all at once. Not helping. Idona chuckled at his nervousness. Maybe if you hadn't played such a big role, you wouldn't be in the center of attention, but I've been asleep all this time. My intelligence was passed around without my consent. I apologize, my lord. It's fine, Aegis. I was mostly joking. Sigh, let's just get this over with. Dream sighed as everyone was led to their seats. Each person found the seat with their name on it, and sure enough, Dream found a seat with his name on it up with all the other Class 4s. The people next to him were Idona and surprisingly Sirach. An extra seat was also grabbed for the newly ascended Riddick, and he was placed next to them as well. They couldn't have a Class 4 sit in the back. After all the mages were seated, another group walked into hall. Their number was lesser than the mages, and they looked very different. Idona and Dream? At the forefront of this group was Sirach, who came and took his seat beside Dream. Turns out this group was from the Mercenary Empire. Hello, Sirach. Hello. I'm surprised you're actually here. I thought you had died. Nope. I almost did, though. He was asleep for 2 months. 2 months? That's actually impressive. To be blasted into pieces and still come back perfectly healthy. Though it seems you've done more than just recover. Sirach scanned Dream, who seemed much more powerful than before. This was a far cry from the dead man he saw 2 months ago. I actually had my class advancement. Advancement? To Class 4? No, Class 3. Wait, only 3? Sirach couldn't help but shout, though he quickly caught himself and settled down. That means all that time you were only Class 2? Kind of, yeah. You're a monster. I feel like you fit that description more. Dream laughed as he looked at Sirach's shocked face. As they spoke, more people entered the hall. One group of 200 that were sharply dressed took their seats, while another group of 400 came in who were dressed in varied clothes. Though one thing was consistent about this group of 40, and that was that all of them had their weapons out of their inventories and sheathed on their bodies. The sword school. Sirach. Them? I've never been there before, so I couldn't recognize them. Dream spoke as he watched all the swordsmen, archers, and fighters take their seats. You'll recognize them by their weapons. Everyone from there always keeps their weapons out and ready. It's a matter of principle, though it can also be considered showing off. Good thing is, though, that most of them are relatively humble, unlike those from the Spire. What? Idona chuckled at his last statement. Nothing. It's just that I agree with you. Oh, I mean, it's true. I don't know what's with mages and being so arrogant. I think it's because they think they know everything. You only really see that in the Class 3s, though. Everyone else is pretty good. True. Now, why does the sword school have so many more people? Dream asked as he counted their numbers, which was more than everyone else, almost combined. The sword school is by far the most popular combat-centered empire, though we would also have around 300 here if not for the fact that we have threats on our borders. But even then, they have the most Class 4s, 3s, and so on. But in terms of overall power, the Spire is considered the top, despite having lesser Class 4s than everyone else. Really? How many do they have? The school has 17. We have 14. The mountain has 13. And your spire has 7. That number is actually 8 now. Sirach faced Adona. 8. Yes. Riddick over here just recently advanced, becoming the 8th. Wow. Well, congratulations, Magus. Thanks. Riddick, who was next to them, nodded in thanks. Anyway, you can see the disparity in numbers. Being a mage is just too difficult for normal people, so going to the school is the next best thing. I see. But even with double the class 4s, the school still isn't stronger. It's close, but it's generally accepted that a mage will beat a swordsman in a 1v1. Plus, mages can use many more tools and objects for combat than fighters can, so their overall combat ability is higher. Not that fighters can't use more tools, just that they don't usually know how or have the expertise to. Interesting. Dream nodded while taking in all the information. It was very useful stuff to know. After all the representatives from the empires were seated, more ordinary individuals flooded inside and took their seats all over the platforms. Everyone was shocked as they felt the mana density in the hall, which had skyrocketed due to the presence of the class 3s and 4s. Every seat was eventually filled, making the hall very noisy. With everyone situated, the designated start time quickly approached. Ahem. Can I have everyone's attention? A booming shout echoed through the theater. Everyone quieted down and looked to a tall, bearded man at the front of the table. I would like to thank everyone for coming. My name is Shane, and I will be leading this meeting today. We will begin in 15 minutes, and the first part of the meeting will last 3 hours before intermission. Over these 3 hours, we will discuss the new demon threat, what we know about them, and general plans of action. Dream let out a deep breath knowing that he really was going to speak. The second part will take place after a 3-hour intermission. And while there are only 2 parts today, this meeting will extend over the next 2 days as well. There will be plenty of time to answer everyone's questions and go over many details. Now please make any final preparations. We will begin soon. With that, the man sat down. Everyone did what he said and wrapped up conversations, making last-minute preparations. Ready? Adonis spoke, looking over to him. Dream sighed and put his head back. No clue. I can only answer what I can as best I can, and we'll be here to help. You've got people on your side, and you're arguing for a good cause. This is something everyone needs to be behind, and the threat is real. Be confident about that, and be confident in yourself. Adona put her hand on his shoulder, comforting him. He turned his head and looked at her. Thanks. Sure. Just be as confident as you tried to be in front of me, and you'll do fine. Hee. Dream chuckled as he remembered that meeting. He had indeed tried to appear as confident as possible. And hey, it worked. Humph lovebirds. Shut up, Sirach. Hee. Sirach chuckled as he teased Adona. Dream just closed his eyes and looked inward as if trying to achieve zen. Everything prepared? Yup. Isn't it nice to have such a supportive girl by your side? Yup. You're fantastic. Don't be dense now. You're totally into her. She's cool, but I'm also totally into my 2 magical fox princesses at Browser's Castle. While disappointing for Adona, they're the ones I've set my sights on. There's always room for more. You really want me to get with her? I'm already flabbergasted by the fact that I have 2 girlfriends. 3 would be a miracle that I can't yet comprehend. But I'm not going to try that and jeopardize what I have. She'll have to remain as a good friend. Friend-zoning a class 4. Ouch. Oh well. Either way, let's not focus on that now. We've got the meeting right now. Dream opened his eyes and calmed himself. It was time to start. Chapter 124, Meeting. Attention, the meeting will now commence. With a shout, the hall went silent and the same bearded man, Shane, began the meeting. First, a quick opening statement. This meeting has been called together by the empires under the banner of the Alliance to discuss the newly arisen threat known as the demons. Everyone here had agreed that measures must be taken against them, though the methods and details of these measures are varied and different. This is what we are here to discuss and, hopefully, reach an agreement on. Now, everyone here has no doubt received pieces of intelligence that describe these demons in detail. This intelligence will be discussed first so everyone can come to an agreement on their threat level, and this agreement is what will be the foundation for all other discussions. And so, as the provider of this intelligence, I would like to ask Dream some questions. The bearded man turned his head to Dream's seat, which prompted everyone else in the theater to do the same. Dream suddenly had several thousand eyes on him, over 40 of which were Class 4s. Seriously? Right off the bat? Couldn't do a little more foreplay, huh? Dream cursed in his mind as he received all the interested gazes. Dream, this isn't actually the first piece of intelligence that has come from you. There was another that came a few months ago, which prompted the expedition that you also participated in. Although it was less detailed, the way you describe the demon threat is no less urgent. The first question I have is, how did you collect the information? I have robo-golems under my command that I sent into the third continent, or as I'm now calling it, the demon continent. There they directly fought demons and killed millions. In the process, they also collected data on the demons and everything about them, sending it right back to me to compile. I've also fought the demons directly and have collected plenty of my own data. So you're an enchanter? I am. Then, as I'm sure many of the other enchanters in the room are wondering, how can we be sure that your golems were able to be accurate in their information gathering, especially considering the fact that golems are not intelligent? Well, as far as I'm concerned, scouts from both the Mercenary Empire and Spire have collected their own data and confirmed every bit of intelligence that I've provided. I'm sure the Enchanted Mountain and Sword School have also sent their own scouts and done the same. I think that proves more than enough the data-gathering capabilities of my golems. And if there's any intelligence that finds errors with my own, then I would like to see it. Everyone looked around at each other, seeing if anyone was going to speak up. Can I say something? Suddenly, a Class 4 spoke up across the table. This man had a large bow on his back and looked to be from the Sword School. In your intelligence, although the present data is correct, you also include future predictions. It is these future predictions that you base their world-ending threat on. How can we be sure that these predictions are correct? And why should we even consider speculation? After the question was asked, everyone nodded, obviously having considered the same questions. Dream looked at the man and spoke. A few months ago, I had warned those at the Spire about the demons when there were still only Class 3s coming into the continent. I had asked them if it would really take Class 4s knocking on their door for them to finally do something about the demons. Even in the report that I had released then, I talked about how it wouldn't be long before they invaded with Class 4s. And sure enough, only a month or so after, 2 Class 4s come marching on our lands with an army and wipe out a kingdom helmed by a Class 4 human. Even the battle to retake that kingdom ended in a defeat. So actually, according to my data, I might indeed be wrong about their growth rate. They're growing even faster than I had anticipated. It doesn't take a genius to see that. So I'll instead ask you this. Are you willing to bear the consequences of ignoring their growth? The hall went silent as everyone considered the question. They had all seen how the demons went from just some monster to an organized threat in mere months. To let them be for another few months, according to how things have gone, would result in disaster. And if anyone were to be the reason more people were killed, then they would become the public enemy. At least, that's how Dream's question framed it. And nobody wanted to become public enemy number one. Shane spoke up after a bit of silence. I think we can all agree that nobody is ignoring this issue. That's the reason we're all here after all. Now, I also think we can agree that Dream's intelligence is accurate as it has been confirmed many times over. Knowing this, we can move on to discussing how we should handle the demon threat. And since he's very passionate about this, Dream, I'll hand the question to you first. What is your solution? Everyone remained quiet and listened in. This was the main focus of this meeting, what everything came down to. Total war. What? Total war? Do you even know what that means? Everyone reacted strongly to such a bold declaration. Chatter could be heard from everywhere as the hall grew noisy. Quiet down, Shane shouted with a bit of aura, forcing down the boisterous atmosphere. Dream, why do you think such a measure is necessary? Actually, I don't see it as a measure. I see it as an inevitability. The demons have already begun their attack. That kingdom being wiped out is only the first of many. What we need to do is start going on the offensive. And I'm not talking about more small expeditions like the one I was a part of. I'm talking about an all-out effort to destroy the demons and wipe them from existence. We need to gather our armies, prepare the resources, and begin marching our way onto that continent. We need to slaughter every demon in our path, all the way up to their core. And then we need to burn their empire to the ground. But do you realize what that will take? The manpower, the food, the logistics, and everything in between will be outrageous. And you actually want us to take the initiative and attack them? A man across from him questioned further. Yes, because if we don't attack them, then they will attack us. Well, they already are. The reason I'm saying to go on the offensive is because if we get into a defensive war, then we will have already lost. Why would we have lost? And why do you put such little faith in our power? Do you think we're weak? When the man said that, everyone began to flip sides a little. Everything Dream was saying made humans out to be just weak little lambs up for the slaughter. For one, the Class 4s didn't like being made out to be weak, and the ones who were ordinary didn't like him insulting the entirety of the human race. The reason why we can't get on the defensive is because the demons have the advantage in numbers. If we get into a defensive war, then we'll end up having to defend against unending hordes of demons. Literally. Although we are more powerful than them, there's only so much we can survive against. Those 2 Class 4 demons we killed at the kingdom may have very well already been replaced. Us humans definitely can't match that kind of spawn rate. The demons cannot be reasoned with, and their sole goal is to wipe us out. They are our natural enemy, and if we give them the space, they will build themselves and destroy us. Every man that we lose takes time to replace, but they're able to spawn out more demons like candy. By the time we kill one army, they'll just have another waiting. So we need to kill more than they spawn, and that can't happen in a defensive war. But what you're asking for is too extreme. We can't simply send every man we have and launch a war of such a scale. After the man said that, several others nodded. I agree. Containment comes first. We can fortify and monitor them while chipping away at their forces. That would be the best way to preserve our men, and it wouldn't require such an expenditure of resources. We would probably be able to at least seal our borders and set up outposts to scout the demons, getting a proper read on their movements. That way we would be able to prepare for any attacks. We could also assign more men to subsidiary kingdoms, ensuring greater protection. Various leaders began to speak up with different plans, almost ignoring everything Dream had said. He just sat there, a lot less nervous and a lot more so disappointed. After a while of back and forth between several people, Shane looked over to Dream, who had remained quiet, and saw his pitying face. He spoke up. Dream, do you have any input? Everyone saw this and looked to him, seeing the same face that looked at them like they were idiots. I'm just surprised that those of you who underestimate the demons could be so blind. Blind? Excuse me? Several people spoke up in anger. Dream just snapped back at them. You heard me. After seeing all the intelligence, having dozens of villages, an entire kingdom destroyed, and an entire army of men killed, you people refuse to see their threat for what it is. Here you are just blatantly ignoring all the logic I laid out for you. Do I have to keep telling you how ruthless the demons are? How they want nothing more than our demise? Or the fact that they went from having no armies to Vanguard Class 4s in mere months? You asked me why I was making us out to be weak and powerless. Well, this is why. You people are too cowardly to go out and fight if it'll cost you some money. Since when did we need a reason to go and fight mindless monsters? Aren't you all Class 4s? Where did that drive go that got you to where you are now? To all you people who just want to contain or monitor them, can we stop playing politics with the lives of millions of people? Let's look at the facts of the situation, which have been laid out for you clearly, and start doing something about it. Otherwise, you can be the ones to give us a number on how many people need to die before we finally retaliate and do go to war. The hall went silent, and everyone's eyes were wide. Sirach sent Dream a mana transmission. That was bold. I wouldn't have to be if they could just open their eyes. Although the balls are good, you should remember who you are. If you believe in what I say, then I shouldn't have to worry, now should I? And if no one else has the balls to say this stuff, then I obviously have to be the one. Otherwise, those stupid politicians will bring about the demise of everyone else. I've chosen to push, not step back. Sirach went quiet after Dream's declaration. Hey, Dream. Suddenly, a voice was heard. It definitely wasn't friendly. Everyone looked towards a man from the enchanted mountain. Who do you think you are to insult us like that? Don't forget that you're just a Class 3, and me being a Class 3 somehow makes the demons weaker than they are? No, but you don't have the authority to say the things you did. Apologize. You want an apology because I insulted you? Did you ask for the same apology from the demons when they destroyed that kingdom, killing tens of thousands? I'm not talking about the demons. I'm talking about your lack of respect. So you're more worried about my respect than justice for that kingdom? Nice. and I don't remember you doing anything to gain my respect. In fact, it's dropping by the second dash. You will respect us because you're weaker than us. So when the demons come and destroy everything, you'll just bow down because they beat you? Ouch. Brat, don't make me rip your tongue out. The Class 4 suddenly stood up, releasing his aura. Dream smiled and also stood. Try me. Boom. The two auras clashed, creating intense mana ripples that spread throughout the theater. And while the Class 4 aura was overpowering, Dream's aura wasn't squashed completely. Gentlemen, please calm yourselves. Not able to watch anymore. Shane stood and mediated. The Class 4 frowned while Dream's almost maniacal smile widened. Pooey. The Class 4 spat before reluctantly sitting first. Only then did Dream sit back down, the smile on his face disappearing. While we can have disagreements, this is a civilized meeting. I won't have any fights break out under my watch. Two conflicting points have been made. One to take a passive approach, the other to take an active approach. Let's hear more people's thoughts on the matter. I agree with Dream. A woman who had a sword across her back spoke up. Even if the demons aren't more powerful than us now, we shouldn't wait until they are. They're a high-potential threat, so we should destroy them sooner rather than later. I also agree. The intelligence has been correct about everything so far. It's better to be safe than sorry. I as well. Going on the offensive is better than just hunkering down and hoping for the best. We need to take the fight to them. For the first time, various people began to speak up in support of Dream. He looked around and began remembering the faces of those speaking for him, though he also remembered those who spoke against him. Although many spoke for him, there were those that still couldn't accept going to war. They spoke up with the various problems of doing so. Unlike before, though, they weren't treating Dream's ideas as outrageous and began throwing out compromises, taking things seriously. Thus began a long back and forth, and the meeting became productive with everyone establishing ground and playing the field. But while things became productive, Dream couldn't help but sigh. The passive side pushed against the active side, and the middle ground they were reaching wasn't what he had hoped for. What you're proposing is one extreme while that guy was the opposite extreme. The best we're going to get is an in-between, at least for now. It'll take a certain level of panic and danger for them to finally understand and fully commit. I just wanted to skip that learning process because that period of understanding is the most dangerous. If they don't realize and act fast enough, the situation could turn irreversible and we're all fucked either way. Well, that's one of the great flaws of humans. If things really do get to that point, then we can only do our best with those that stand with you. Worst case, everyone who stood with you gets to go to the space station and survive doomsday. Have funny. Dream chuckled, though deep down, he really hoped it didn't come to that, even if only for the sake of the billions on this planet. Chapter 125. Meeting End. The meeting continued on for the rest of its allotted time. For the most part, Dream had remained quiet throughout, only clarifying some information where it needed to be. Since he wasn't the ruler of an empire, he couldn't dictate everything and had to let them come to their own compromise. If he pushed too hard, in fact, it would lead to the opposite result. So the meeting went on for a while, more before people began finishing up their discussions. Shane eventually spoke up when it came time. All right, we are approaching the end of this part. Would anyone like to make any last statements? After he asked, a few people spoke up and made final remarks. As they did, several people looked to Dream, as if expecting something. Noticing their gazes, he figured that he could say one last thing. Can I say something? Of course. Everyone listened in on perhaps the most controversial person in the meeting. A wise man once said, "The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing." The purpose of this meeting is to bring together our forces in a united front against our enemies. And despite our differences and opinions, all of you, good men and women, are here at this meeting. Everyone here is taking a step forward in the right direction. The most important thing in all of this is to not lose sight of our common enemy. You all have the power to bring people together in order to protect the society that had built itself up over millennia. We cannot let everything we've worked for, everything we are, fall at the hands of these monsters. They don't deserve our downfall, so let's not give it to them. Well said. With that, I shall dismiss this meeting. We will reconvene in 3 hours. When he said that, many of the thousands of people in the stands began to get up and leave. The hall became noisy as people discussed the many things that happened. Many of those from the tables began to get up and talk to each other as well, forming different groups. Just because the meeting was over doesn't mean the discussion stopped. After a while, many of the groups left and made their way into meeting rooms around the castle. The hall gradually emptied out. Dream also left with Adona, Sirach, and Riddick. They found their own empty room and settled down. Could you create any more enemies? I thought you were nervous about this whole thing. When they were finally behind closed doors, Adona cried out in shock and exasperation. I was nervous. That was the farthest thing from a nervous man that I've ever seen. What's with you and challenging that class 4? And dividing everyone like that? Why did you decide to be the one? Because if I didn't, nobody else would have. We would have. Sirach, Riddick, and I. But would you have pissed them off like I did? Obviously not. And that's the problem. Look, we need people to take stances on this. I made it very clear what needs to be done and what people were doing by opposing that. Sure, this divided people and created opposition, but it also brought people to our side. We can't have people drifting around in the middle. It causes hesitation, and right now, hesitation is our worst enemy. Look, I get it, but insulting the people you did is dangerous. To be their enemy is bad news no matter who it is, which is why nobody would have been as assertive as I was. Look, I'm taking the heat so that people aren't afraid to stand up. They know now that if something goes wrong, then it's my fault, and they won't have to take the blame. They can use me as the scapegoat. And why are you trying to be used? So people will do something. I've always hated the bureaucracy and how slow it is to move, and what I saw in there was exactly that. We can't afford to move slow. We need action, and besides, I don't have anything to lose. It's not like I'm a politician with a reputation or a businessman. I'm a lone wolf, baby. So what if they use me? As long as Class 4s aren't coming to assassinate me, I'm perfectly fine. Dream sat back in a chair, relaxing as if all was right in the world. Adona looked at him for a second before facepalming. I guess I did tell you to get out there, but this is a bit more than I was expecting. Riddick spoke up, hand under chin. He looked back to when he had convinced Dream to start showing himself to the world. But how could he have known things would come this far? I actually agree with Dream. Sirach spoke up, earning the confused gaze of Adona. He has more than a few supporters now. Whether it was because he humiliated that one Class 4, or because of his arguments, we may actually have a majority on our side. This'll make our active approach much stronger than it would have been without his strong stance. Ugh, fine. Just don't go insulting people anymore, okay? You still aren't a Class 4, and a certain level of respect is required from those above you. You may have gotten away with that this time, but don't expect another. Don't worry, I know when to take my wins. That was also the purpose of my final words. Yes, and thank you for that. It made you seem a little less like an arrogant teenager. I'm 21, you know. It's been 3 years since I was a teenager. Dream puffed out his chest a little, though the three only snorted at him. Did he forget how old they were? Anyway, there's going to be a lot going on during these 3 hours. Everyone's gone behind closed doors, and this is when the real discussions begin. When we go back into the meeting, you should let others do the talking. You've already made yourself clear. That's fine. And is the meeting really going to last 2 days? Yup. Ugh, I'm definitely going to get bored. Do we have to go to all of them? Well, you definitely have to, or you'll lose credibility. It's not like you need to participate the whole time. Just being there shows your seriousness. Fine, I guess I can suck it up. Good. The others nodded. Given his little performance, if he didn't do things a certain way now, all of this was for naught. So they were glad he was mature enough to know what was important. But while they thought he was going to be a passive listener, Dream was making other plans in his head. So what I'm hearing is 2 days of fun up in the cabin. We've been in recovery all this time. I think a little relaxation is in order. Hee hee. I enthusiastically concur. Spade. And a nice deep tissue massage. Oh, I love those. And I've become much more sensitive after the evolution. I'm excited. Dream smiled as Sophia jumped with excitement. After doing all kinds of things, massages came to be Sophia's second favorite activity. The first, well, let's just say they both agreed on their number 1 favorite pastime. And so, over the next 2 days, the meetings continued twice a day. Though there was much lesser attendance for the other meetings than the first, thousands of people still showed up and watched. Many details were fleshed out, like how they would combat the demons, how much each empire would contribute, and the trading of different resources. The most important detail, their method of attack, was discussed first and foremost. In the end, everyone had come to a conclusion, and that was to fortify while running operations against the demons. Although it would divide their forces, armies were at least getting put on alert and preparing for war. The empires and kingdoms would continue their wartime protocols and resources would start moving. Extra defense measures would be put into place, strongholds would be built, and generals would come out of hiding and start strategizing. While they fortified, everyone agreed that they also needed to do something against the demons. And so, each empire agreed to allocate troops, including their class 4s, and send them over to the mercenary empire. Since they were at the front of this war, they would be the ones to take all the hits first. But that also meant they got the most compensation and defenses. The majority of all fortifications were going to go to the mercenary empire, and they would be receiving a massive influx of resources and manpower. And while handling the influx of people and resources would be difficult, they have more than enough experience with personnel handling. They're the mercenary empire after all. It's in the name. After those details were figured out, they then moved on to the problems with the kingdoms. They couldn't just abandon those kingdoms around them. So besides scouting ahead, small armies would be sent there as defense measures. There would also be a select few kingdoms that received a class 4, greatly bolstering their combat ability. But despite the armies being stationed, everyone knew that once this news got out, there would be mass migrations of people out of those kingdoms. Even after the most recent attack, people had been getting scared and been moving themselves to the empires. Huge population surges had been seen in the past weeks, and they knew this would only get worse. So another initiative they put out was building plans, especially the mercenary empire. They had already begun building an extension off the capital city where all the asylum seekers were put, and this extension was only the first of many. Lastly, there was one proclamation sent out. Under the name of humanity and the alliance, the empire sent out requests for any neutral or in-hiding persons to begin making their way out to support the cause. They all knew that the Class 4's humanity were not only in the empires, but also scattered throughout the continent living quiet lives. This notice would encourage the neutrals to make themselves known and band together. With this and many other details, the meeting was concluded on the third day. Officials from the empires sent out news on all the details and verdicts of the meeting to the public. While there had already been plenty of news put out, this was the piece that made their stances formal. And as a result of being so controversial, Dream's name was put out for the world to see. The way he challenged the Class 4s, the warnings, the extreme measures, all of it was spread in detail, and it was actually met with a surprising amount of praise. The ordinary people of the kingdoms and empires knew that they were the ones most at risk, and they had no way to directly affect anything going on up top. They were at the mercy of the most powerful. But to hear that someone argued so vehemently for strong measures that only benefited them and even risked themselves by challenging those up top greatly boosted the morale of everyone who heard it. Nobody wanted to suffer the same fate as that destroyed kingdom, and he seemed to be the only one who wanted to make sure that would never happen. On the fourth day, anybody who wasn't assigned as an envoy to go to other empires headed back to their own empire. Dream, Edona, Riddick, and Sirach left in his plane back to the Spire. The reason Sirach was with them was so he could be flown back to his empire after they arrived at the Spire. He got to enjoy the convenience of fast and luxurious travel. The three mages disembarked from the plane and waved Sirach goodbye. The plane then flew off to take him home. That was a long 3 days. Good to be back, Edona sighed as they entered her chambers. They all took a seat and seemed out of energy, besides Dream of course. They didn't know why, but he was able to easily make it through the meetings, seemingly relaxed the whole time. Maybe he just had the mental stamina for it. Riddick broke the silence after a few minutes. So, what now? Now, we just have to wait for the gears to turn. It'll probably be a few weeks before anything major happens. This isn't a short-term thing. Edona, say we have nothing to do for that time? Pretty much, at least until they call us out to run operations. They'll also want Dream to gather more intelligence, most likely. We're about to get pretty busy. Boy, what do you think? Riddick rubbed his chin and looked to Dream, who had guessed what he was thinking about. I guess now would indeed be the best time. Do it before the war, and it'll be the perfect way to keep them. Nobody will be crossing the continent due to the demons, and even if they did, they don't have the power to take them again. So is this it? Is it time? Riddick got agitated. He had gone through hell for this, and now he would be able to take back what was his. I think it is. We definitely need to prepare, but if we have a few weeks, I think we can get it done. Believe me when I say that I've been planning this for a long time. Good. Very good. He smiled in excitement. If he were by himself, he still wasn't sure if it was enough. But with Dream and his crafts, he was much more confident. What are you guys talking about? Adona spoke up in confusion. Dream looked at her. Nothing much. Just an operation of our own. And since we're on the topic, we're going to be going away soon. Already? But we just had the meetings. And you two only just advanced. That's why we're going now. It's a window of opportunity, so we're taking it. I apologize in advance. Asterisk psi asterisk whatever. So when are you leaving? Sooner rather than later. When can you be packed? Dream turned to Riddick. Tomorrow. Then we leave tomorrow. Until then, I'm going to be preparing for our leave. When he said that, Dream stood. Wait, is it anything I can help with? Adonis stopped and asked him before he began walking out, though Riddick was the one to answer. I think this is something we need to handle ourselves. You've done a lot for us, Magus Adona. Allow us to take care of this. All right. Seeing that, Dream nodded and walked out. He quickly left the spire and made his way to the space station, leaving Riddick to prepare. When he arrived, he made his way into the storage. Lights flickered to life as if greeting their long-lost master. And when he laid eyes on the massive amount of accumulated resources, Dream broke into a wide grin. Oh yeah, Chapter 126, Suits. When Dream was presented with all of his resources, Sophia began listing them off. 6,000 tons of steel, 1,800 tons of silver, and 1,200 tons of other miscellaneous materials like copper, tungsten, graphite, and others. Guess how much of the silver and steel is grade 8? 10%? Try 30%. The bots never stop their enhancements and have continuously been blowing things up. I guess that explains why this station is filled with mana fog. Dream looked around the storage, noticing the dense fog that was ever present. It gathered up over time as the robots kept pulling more and more mana. But here's the best part. We've got loads of grade 9 material. The only reason why it's not higher is because the robots could never explode metal of such strength. How much grade 9? 400 tons for steel and 150 tons for silver. Haha, we're rich. I guess that's one way to look at it. Dream smiled even wider as he looked upon the super valuable resources. He walked over to a pallet and picked up an ingot of steel. How are we able to get so much? Well, 2 months is quite a while for robots that work non-stop. The miners are still down there drilling at their peak efficiency, and when one site is dug up, they move on to another. We even have a backlog of sites that have been discovered but not mined yet since there's only so many teams. Very nice. Well, knowing that I can make whatever the hell I want, let's get started with going over our strategies. Dream brought out a chair and sat down, squishing the ingot in his hand like a stress ball. There are 2 main parts to this mission, and only in the worst case will Riddick actually have to act. The first part of this mission will be your infiltration. Not only do you need to be able to reach the girls and Celine, but you need to get them out as well while remaining totally undetected. For this, we will need to develop suits for everyone involved that specialize in stealth. Seems simple enough. In what situation would Riddick step in? If you get detected at any point in time by someone you can't kill. If it's a class 3, then we'll most likely be safe as you would be able to kill them quickly. But anyone stronger will be bad news. Riddick would have to step in and distract the enemy while you have the girls escape. We would then need to get him out of the battle and escape as well. Will I even be able to interfere in a battle like that? You will, with the right weapons at least. You don't need to kill, only escape. And the weapons we will develop are for the worst case, and hopefully they won't have to be used. Is this while considering crossfire? No, I think we should. We need to develop anti-personnel weapons, not area destruction weapons. For this I actually have some ideas. Railguns? Yes, but large-scale and mana-based. We have the element of surprise and time to plan. There's nothing stopping me from installing a railgun platform outside the city. That works. Good. Now, we should focus on these stealth suits. What were you thinking? Suits similar to Aegis, though we wouldn't make the particles as small. And since they need to be powerful, we'll need to make another batch of liquid mana for all the suits. One for each person, equaling 4. They'll be equipped with their own intelligence as well just in case. How long would 4 take to make? We could have them done by today. Nice. Now, what grade metal should we use? For this, we should use our highest grade and best enchanting techniques. We'll be trying to hide under the nose of several class 4s, so we can't be cheap with our stealth. So grade 9, we can make some grade 10 rather easily, maybe even 11 if we push it. Then that'll be our first order of business. Bring it over. When he said that, several 100 pounds of ingots raised themselves and flew over, landing in front of Dream. Without words, Aegis went over and began to assist in the reform and mana infusion. Dream soon had several massive spheres of metal in front of him, and they were quickly filled with huge amounts of mana. Boom! Several low thuds were heard and depleted metal began to dump out of the spheres. While the flux slowly absorbed, Dream moved on to some more prepared spheres and did the same thing. This went on for several hours, but despite the huge amount of mana being moved and constant work, Dream never felt any huge pressure. In fact, the small workout felt a bit good. After a few more explosions, Dream took a look at the several spheres of grade 10 steel. He tilted his head. Have I really gotten that much more powerful? You have. I mean, you literally breathe mana fog. Your body and soul naturally condense that mana. I guess. By the way, were you sensing the same thing I was when the explosions occurred? That was flux, right? As Dream had been blowing up the sphere cores to enhance materials, he could sense the fluctuations of a certain energy within. It was an energy he had never been able to see before, and the new variable, despite being faint, was very noticeable. Yes, that is flux. And since we're doing this, we should try and experiment with it. If you can sense it, chances are that you can control it too. That would make strengthening materials many times easier. It would. Let's continue then. Dream moved his mana into more materials of varying grades. After exploding some more cores, he focused on the moving energy that wasn't mana. And while it moved, he tried extending his influence to it. Oh, it moved. When Dream pulled on the energy while it wasn't attached to the metal, he was actually able to get some small movement. Although he wasn't able to get much more than that, the fact that he was able to exert any kind of force was amazing. Arcana has leveled up. Ooh, a level up too. Only one though. This skill is going to be a pain to level, huh? One level at a time. At least we know that more possibilities have been laid out. Just keep exercising that new muscle. As she said that, Dream exploded more spheres. As the flux was ejected, he extended his influence and tugged on it in tiny bits. He felt like he was working out by lifting 5-pound dumbbells. They quickly went past the grade 10 mark and approached grade 11, but the amount of mana and control necessary to continue on was absurd. He would suck over the mana of almost the entire facility in order to try and keep exploding the metal, so eventually he just stopped. How much do we have? Dream spoke as he looked at the spheres of metal in front of him. This is what he had enhanced before stopping due to the difficulty. 9 tons of grade 10.8 steel and 3 tons of the same for silver. Nice. That'll be enough. Now before we make their suits, how about we upgrade Yomai? As Dream spoke, the almost grade 11 steel flew over and began to dissipate into particles. But as he broke down the metal, he noticed how different his control was over it. So your scale of control has gotten smaller. Let's see. Before it was 250 nanometers. Now it's around 50, shrunk by 5 times. Very nice. But only the particles for my suit will get that small, not the others. You said you wanted to keep the suit particles visible? Yes. It'll make the stealth more effective. Doesn't that mean we would want to do it for my suit too? No, because they don't have your skill. Their suits can't work in tangent with the skill like Aegis does with you. Making the particles bigger gives them better independent ability. Gotcha. Let's keep going then. Nodding to her, Dream continued to break down the new material for Aegis. This didn't take long, and in several minutes, he was preparing the globe network to remove the liquid mana and enchant the new particles with it. This also happened quickly, and once finished, Aegis began the transfer. Moving. Transfer complete. Once Aegis spoke, the old particles lost their luster, while the new particles flowed with mana. Overall, Aegis received nearly double the power he had as a result of a more powerful enchanter and smaller particles. Ooh, sweet. Aegis upgraded. Now we can move on to the girl's armor. When he said that, the already disassembled steel particles next to him lifted themselves and moved inside the globe network. And since the particles were bigger, a bit bigger than a micrometer, they were much quicker to enchant. When all the particles were enchanted, Dream began the process of making liquid mana. Since he had plenty of materials to sacrifice for flux and his soul was much more capable of condensing mana, he created the liquid mana by the bucket and filled the particles to the brim, enhancing the enchantments by several times. Done. Now, divide. When he spoke, the huge cluster of enchanted particles split into 4 groups. The next moment, Sophia began installing the pre-built intelligences into the different suits. This went quickly with their skill level and soon, all the clusters were finished. Dream sat there as the 4 clusters reshaped themselves into humanoids. Unlike Aegis, though, they weren't invisible. They were actually purple. Why are they purple? Because the particle size is above the purple light wavelength, but below red. Right. Hello, new suits. Hello? They all responded to his greeting. They sounded different from Aegis. Instead of his rough, manly voice, they all had women's voices, except for one which would be assigned to Riddick. They've been programmed and enchanted accordingly. Like the drone you drop to them to deliver the bracelets, these will be able to independently seek their targets and latch to them, forming however they need to. But won't someone see them as they move to them? They can still turn into a gas, rendering themselves mostly invisible. Only when they're in solid and liquid form would they be visible. Oh, okay. In fact, we can send these suits to them right now. Now? Why? In order for their disappearance to seem as natural as possible, I was thinking we could have them start to gradually disappearing from everyone's senses. The suits can slowly raise the masking of their presence. It won't be abrupt so no one will notice, and then on the day they need to disappear, their masked presence will already have reached its highest point. It'll at least give us a bit more time as Raoul tries to understand what's going on. Smart. These suits can get there fine? Perfectly. Then go ahead. Dream waved to 3 of the humanoids that were designated for the girls. They stood up and made their way out of the factory, re-entering orbit and flying themselves to the United Empire. Dream watched them the whole way, especially when they arrived above the city. There, they turned into gases and spread themselves out thin while pressing themselves against the ground. While following surfaces, they slowly made their way across the grass, into the city, across buildings, all the way to the locations of the 3 girls. Currently, the girls were inside their villa. It was morning on their side of the world, and they had only woken up an hour ago. And since they were awake, Dream made contact with their bracelets. Ahem. Luna, Iris, Dream, Dream. 2 excited voices came over the connection, and their images appeared in front of him. He also appeared in front of them. How's it going, you 2? I hate it here. I want to leave. Iris immediately spoke up in anger. Luna also nodded in agreement. Dream just smiled. Well, I have a reason for calling. In fact, let's call your mother as well. Dream rang the 3rd bracelet, the one that was on Celine. The call went through in a couple of moments. Luna, Iris, and who are you? A beautiful woman suddenly appeared in their visions. She looked at the girls and then Dream, confused. Celine, right? That's right. And you must be Dream. Correct. So you're the one who stole my girls' hearts, huh? Celine looked Dream over as if taking in every detail, though Dream didn't wait around for her. I would love to have a proper meet and greet with you, but there's a reason I've called. Right now there are 3 suits that I've recently constructed currently within the vicinity of you 3. I need you 3 to get somewhere accessible. Maybe go to a door and open it so they can slip in. Suits? Wait, are you currently here? No, my suits have transported themselves over there. You'll understand when you receive them. I heard you were a bit unique. I'll take that as a compliment. We can all do that. Just open the doors. Luna. Yes, they only need a small crack. All right, Mom. Okay. The 3 women got up and went over to the doors to their buildings. They opened their doors only a little and waited. And, all right, you can close them. All of them were confused but listened. They closed the doors and looked around, not seeing any suits. But after a few moments, they could sense mana movement near them. They all spun around to the mana movement and saw a purple liquid forming into the shape of a humanoid. 2 humanoids appeared in front of Luna and Iris, while one appeared in front of Celine. Guys, these are your new suits. Hello, my lady. In unison, the suits spoke to their new owners while bowing. Suits? How are these suits? What even are they? Celine went over and poked hers, immediately feeling the cold, hard metal. She was surprised. Iron? How can iron do this? If you want to understand more, put your right hand on their body. For warning, they're going to form over you. Okay. The first to do so was Luna. She went over and put her hand on the suit's shoulder. The next moment, the humanoid began to liquefy and flow over her body, enveloping it completely. What happened? What did that do? Celine was a little panicked as she saw her daughter eaten by the metal. Mom, it's all right. It's a suit, like he said. It's even talking to me. Let me try. Iris was curious and also touched her humanoid. It did the same thing and enveloped her. Ooh, this is cool. I can move around perfectly. Iris began moving around like an acrobat, jumping every which way. They all watched her for a bit before Luna had an idea. Poof. Luna transformed, becoming a fox. And even after going into fox form, the suit moved with her and enveloped her fox body as well. Neat. Iris did the same, transforming into a fox and jumping around more. Luna also did her own little movements, feeling things out. Celine looked at her suit for a bit before doing the same. And just like the others, the suit enveloped her, fitting perfectly. Amazing! She got even more curious and began messing around. Just like the girls, Dream soon saw 3 foxes jumping around their rooms. Ahem. I'm glad you like them, but I have a bit more to say. Oh, sorry. Embarrassed, they all stopped and looked at Dream. These suits have tons of functions, but there are 2 that are most important. The first is stealth, and the other is flight. When activated, you can use these functions and nobody will know you're there. Stealth? Why would you? No, you can't be. The girls were confused, but Celine quickly connected the dots. You're trying to help us escape. Chapter 127. Reactor. You're trying to help us escape. Celine looked at Dream with eyes of disbelief. Not just help you. Pretty soon, Riddick and I are coming over there to get you guys out. Really? Iris shouted in joy, a smile blooming on her face. That's right, baby. Wait, I don't think you understand how dangerous that is. Oh, believe me, I do. But there's a reason we're doing it now. In fact, let's bring him on right now. The next moment, another image appeared in their vision. It was a man, reaching up into a bookshelf. Dad. HM? Iris? Celine? Riddick looked around in confusion before laying eyes on Dream. You told them? Pretty much. Though I didn't want to spoil your news, so I brought you on. I guess now's the best time. Riddick? What happened? Celine looked to Riddick curiously. I've advanced to Class 4. What? Really? Haha, Dad advanced. Congratulations. The girls got excited and congratulated their dad. Meanwhile, Celine looked at him and thought, you know how dangerous it is. That's why we're preparing. The boy has let me know of his plans. I'm guessing those suits got to you? Yes. Where is it? Currently invisible. It's still on top of your skin. The girls looked down at their arms, noticing they weren't covered in purple anymore. It'll activate on command. Dream. All right. So yes, we got the suits. Celine. Good. That's only the first of many preparations we're making. The boy has plans for everything and weapons of all kinds. I'm also gathering resources for spells, and he's going to make me a suit as well. We're making you fully aware so that when the time comes, everything hopefully runs smoothly. So you don't plan to fight Raoul? Not if I don't have to. I may hate the man, but I understand his strength. I likely wouldn't win against him, so we're going to try and get you 3 out undetected. If that doesn't work, then we'll fight. Have you considered the other Class 4s? They have been considered, yes, but so has their likelihood of not interfering. We aren't attacking them, so even if they notice, they may do nothing. What about the enchantments around the place? We have the best enchanter in the world right here. Riddick pointed to Dream, who felt flattered at the compliment. You'll let me know about all your plans? We will. Your suits have the plan data in them. All you need to do is ask. Dream. I see. I know you're worried, but things are different now, and I'm not waiting any longer. Especially as things are becoming turbulent over here. The demons? You know about them? Yes. They've destroyed several settlements and have started a small invasion. Everyone is forming up armies to defend against them. Well, the human empires have also begun war preparations. We estimate 2 weeks before we get called upon to go to war. It's before then that I want to get you three out. I understand. You just need to keep in mind that should you get into a fight, it may not be one you can escape from. He wants you dead, and you're walking into his territory. I know. Well, I'm actually not going to be the one walking into the territory. He is. Riddick pointed to Dream again. Why do I feel like he's the one doing everything? He's just good at enchanting. He's still only a class 3 though, so I'm still needed. Heh, sure. Dream smirked, to which the girls giggled. Anyway, you three need to go over the plans in there. For this, nothing can go wrong. When will you start? The latest we can. Dream. Why the latest? To gather as much data as possible. We need to track the habits of everyone who may be in our way. A portion of your suits are currently scouting the area, and they're going to be watching everything. The longer they can watch, the safer we'll be. They'll also be able to get the layout for all the enchantments around the area, seeing if there's anything that can hinder us. In fact, if you have any intelligence about the place, any at all, talk to your suit. It will give the intelligence to me. These suits of yours are weird. I don't make crappy products. Anyway, anything else you need to know will be given by the suit. You can put them in your inventory, but I recommend you keep them out like your bracelets. Nobody should be able to sense them when out, and if they can, then put them in your inventory. But unless you're in the presence of a class 4, that should never happen. Very well. So, what do we do until then? Whatever you usually do. In fact, you need to be as normal as possible. Don't change anything about yourselves. Doing so can put this whole thing in jeopardy. So just relax and go about your days as normal. Those suits will keep you up to date with any news. Now, old man, you done packing? Almost. Tell me when you are. I'm sending you your suit as well. When you're ready, I'll head down with the ship and we'll begin our operations. Until then, I've got more things to build. All right, go ahead. I'll see you all later. After saying bye to the girls, Dream disappeared from their vision. The family was left alone. You all trust him that much? Celine spoke to the girls and Riddick. They all nodded. At this point, it's weird, but I trust that boy with my life. Hell, he's already saved me once. And now he's risking himself for this operation. And you girls, especially Luna, you guys just don't doubt him at all, do you? Nope. Luna. Not really. Iris. Why? Well, he just really cares. We can see it with our vision. Even when he was weak and had nothing to hide, he was just genuine. Luna. Iris. He's nice? I don't really know how to describe it, but I chose him once, and I won't take back that choice. I can't let all his love go to Luna, after all. You little girls. I still can't believe that boy is stealing you from me. It's okay. If anything, he's bringing us to you. We can all be together soon. The girls laughed at their dad's ugly face. Celine just looked at them for a bit. I really want to see him. Although he can be a bit eccentric, he's not a bad kid. And for now, if just for my sake, do what he says and trust him. I know how distrusting you can be, but he needs to be the exception right now. I understand. Not that I really have a choice. Thanks. The two looked at each other, the love and longing in their eyes obvious. They had hope now. Hope for a future where they were all together. They could be a proper family for once. After hanging up the call, Dream sent off the suit to Riddick, though he would actually have to do some modifications when they met up, so it wasn't done for now. But regardless, he had checked another box off the checklist. Now we need a ship, and I know you have some design changes. I do. Check this out. Sophia began sending him data. It was data from Earth, and it was in relation to the fusion reactor that recently got built there. With our power, skills, and understanding of technology, we can definitely make a hydrogen fusion reactor. Not only that, but we can use the technology for the ship thrusters. It'll allow us to achieve very high speeds. This tech can also be used for railguns, robots, and many other things requiring power. I'm good with that. Will it be big? Not at all. Though size will determine the overall power output, we can make it as small as a foot in diameter. Very nice. Then what do we need to construct it? Superconducting fullerenes, tungsten, steel, and silver, all of which we have. Though igniting the reactor will require us to do it, that'll only be for the first ignition, and then it'll be able to run by itself. And we won't have problems with fuel? A small amount of hydrogen can go a long way. So no. Plus, They can just pick up hydrogen from the atmosphere. If a reactor ever needs refueling, it'll be fine. Then, since we have everything, let's begin construction. We'll start with the cores. Sophia brought over some grade 10 silver. Instead of leaving it as a solid sphere, though, she disassembled it into particles and then enchanted it. The result was a sphere made up of many little microballs. This core will supply all the heat and electricity as well as act as the coolant and propellant. The great thing about enchanting is that it can drastically cut down on the amount of machinery needed to carry out the complex functions in a reactor, which we're going to do with this core. After saying that, the core completed its enchantments. Then, from all over the storage area, different materials were picked up and brought over. These included the steel, tungsten, and graphite that she mentioned. The tungsten and steel were formed into a torus-shaped reactor about 10 feet in diameter. It looked like a big hollow donut that had its walls lined with this tungsten and steel. Then, the graphite began getting disassembled and processed with some special tools she summoned. This graphite was soon turned into carbon nanotubes and structures, and they were combined with structural silver to form a superconducting material. These carbon structures were wrapped around the donut in strips. Many other systems were also put into place for heating, helical magnetic confinement, and fuel injection. All of the construction went smoothly and quickly with their power and knowledge, and soon, Dream had a big metal donut inside of a box sitting in front of him. The design is based on the old tokamak design, just obviously much better structurally and functionally. Along with the hydrogen, we can fire this thing up. Do it. With the word, mana began moving from the core in the middle, and the systems were booted up. Deuterium and tritium hydrogen isotopes were injected into the reactor and began following the magnetic path. Tons of electricity was also used to kickstart the ignition and turn the hydrogen into a plasma, heating everything by tens of millions of Kelvin. After several minutes, Dream could sense plasma flowing extremely fast around the center of the donut. And after the plasma was heated up to nearly 100 million degrees Kelvin, they finally started to get electrical output. Break-even is 0.6, 0.7, 0.9, 1. We've hit break-even, bringing down electrical insertion. Plasma is maintaining, safety factor increasing, and success. Ignition reached. Excitedly, Sophia watched as the reactor began producing more energy than it consumed. At first, it only produced 30% more than it consumed, but that number began rising exponentially, and soon, the reactor hit an infinite safety factor, otherwise known as ignition. This meant that it was capable of maintaining itself indefinitely. As long as they had the hydrogen, it would be able to infinitely produce energy. Fantastic. Such a huge reactor. I can only imagine if it were used to power a railgun. Hee hee. Mad scientist. Passionate intellectual. Anyway, let's build some more. This size is actually good for the railgun platforms. We can make smaller reactors for the ships too. How many railguns were we planning to make? About 4. They'll be deployable but mobile. I was planning to build them here and then let them drop themselves in the proper positions. Would they really work for such a small target? We aren't bombarding a city but shooting a person, and he'll be fast. For 1, these railguns won't be that far away. 2, the projectile velocity I've calculated will be upwards of 15 kilometers a second. If he can really dodge that, I would love to see it. I guess. Those projectiles will have to be strong to withstand that force, and the amount of heat generated will be super high, and our materials and enchantments can handle it. We're messing with some extreme physics, but we have the power to, so it's fine. Then I got no more concerns. Let's make them. Then we'll build the ship. Roger, Roger. When she said that, even more materials were brought over and started forming themselves. A few tons of steel and a few 100 pounds of silver were formed into 4 different gun platforms. Each platform had a space for the reactor, the loader, and the rails. The rails by themselves were already 30 feet long and 5 feet wide, and the base platforms were 8 feet tall and 15 feet wide. The overall platform was huge, and Dream stared at everything with boyish excitement. Not only that, but they were also made to be semi-collapsible, so they could be moved conveniently. The 4 railgun platforms only took several minutes to make. Soon, Dream had 4 giant guns many times bigger than he was. Now for the reactors. Sophia brought over some more materials and quickly made 4 more reactors identical to the first one. When they were made, Dream used the first reactor to ignite them since it was an easy source of energy. When they were ignited, he moved them inside the empty cavities inside the railgun platforms designed specifically for them. Snap. When they were inserted and hooked up, electricity began to flow through the various systems of the railguns. Dream could see powerful blue arcs of electricity and plasma jumping between the rails of the guns. All the arcs were several 100,000 degrees. But despite that, they weren't melting any metal. This is what made enchantments and high-grade metals so amazing, and it was the only reason they were able to build what they were. Hee, me likey. Dream giggled and ordered the railguns to collapse themselves. They did, and became shaped like a huge tank. So now we just need the propulsion. Now, although the fusion reactor can produce tons of electricity by way of direct conversion, it still relies on the laws of momentum. It needs a propellant, something to push off of and expel. For that, I've chosen argon, the third most abundant gas in the atmosphere. Basically, the torus reactor we made will be placed in the ship and connected to another smaller reactor in the boosters to drive them. The reactor and the booster will then use magnetized target fusion as a confinement method, which will in turn allow us to use argon as the propellant. Altogether, energy-wise, it's not the most efficient, but by way of fuel, it'll allow the greatest thrust to be generated while using smaller amounts of fuel. Dream received all the schematics and data as she spoke, outlining everything. Wasn't the magnetized target fusion method unusable? It was, but I've made it usable. It's the most space-efficient method of propulsion since they will be smaller and wall-free, unlike the torus. Okay, another problem though. Using that architecture, you're giving these ships rocket-level thrust. I mean, these booster schemes were theorized as a way to take us to Jupiter in under a year. High thrust is a problem? Actually, I guess not. When Dream thought about how powerful they were, it actually wasn't a problem. As long as he gave the necessary enchantments, they would have no problems with G-force. Plus, it wasn't like they would be going full power the whole time. So with that logic, there actually wasn't a problem. Never mind. Let's just build them. It'll be really cool either way. Throwing doubts out of his mind, they both went on to build the ships and thrusters. Chapter 128, Enchantments. About an hour after they plotted the designs, Dream and Sophia had finished constructing boosters and ships. The first boosters they created were one that would transport the railgun platforms. Once they finished those, they connected them to the existing reactor on board and hooked them up to the structure. This made the railguns totally mobile and capable of moving anywhere in the world. Next were the ships. Well, he actually only needed one, but he made 5. On the ships were much smaller torus reactors than the ones the railguns used, being only 5 feet in diameter. He put these in the roof of the ships where they were then connected to 2 small reactor engines on each of the wings, similar to the VTOLs he had previously made just with double the engines. He also armored each ship heavily with high-grade steel, as well as liquid mana-based enchantments for stealth and defense. This was going to be used to escape after all, and they needed to be able to take hits, resist spells, and run away fast. Everything was constructed smoothly, and when tested, all worked as intended. All reactors were ignited, but for the ships, they needed their argon fuel. So Dream took some time to build a container and go down to the planet, extracting several dozen tons of argon and hydrogen. Once he brought it back an hour later, he fueled everything to their max. Able to fly, he sent off the railguns first to their pre-picked destinations. When they landed, they would deploy and go into stealth mode, waiting for their time. But before he left to get Riddick, there was one thing he needed to do. He went and modified the space station, allowing it to maintain a hospitable environment for the old man. And after pressurizing everything with the appropriate gases, he then left with one of the ships to go pick him up. As befitting the new fusion reactor-driven ship, Dream was able to return to the ground in less than 5 minutes. Along the way, he had watched the argon engines on the wings do their thing, and it was a really cool sight to see. Their dense blue plasma trails ejected from the engines was something straight out of sci-fi. After coming to the city, Dream exited the ship and went up to the mana dome that covered the entire Spire city. Usually he would go through the gates properly, but this time, he had something to test. Dream floated down and felt the mana barrier. For anybody weak, this mana barrier would be strong enough to physically keep you from moving through. But for those with high enough strength, you would be able to push through, though this would trip several alarms that he picked up on in the barrier. Despite this though, after feeling the barrier, Dream activated his mana and Aegis, and without much delay he went and pushed through the mana. Well, drifted through might be better. Dream felt no resistance as he moved through, and although he actually slightly tripped an alarm, his mana was able to intercept it and quash it. It picks up on all mana signatures besides a specific set, which it lets through unhindered. How much you want to bet that's that device that Adona had? She could control this barrier with that thing. So if you hit it with those certain signatures, it'll let you through. Though I just broke through it directly, I guess there's a more graceful way to hack this barrier, one that would take a bit longer. Just breaking through it is more efficient, and we didn't trip any unknown alarms. So I think we're good. Let's head down then. Saying so, Dream maintained stealth and headed down to the spire. As he went through the doors and hallways, he went past everyone totally without notice. Even when he waved in front of someone, they didn't sense a thing, though they were all class 3 and under, people of lesser power. So he quickly made his way up to Riddick's chamber, hoping to test it out on him. When he came upon the door to Riddick's chamber, he opened it slowly and walked in. He did his utmost to mask himself, using every technique he knew, whether it was to withhold mana, aura, radiation. He didn't bend any light, making it look like nobody was there, and he even used his control to mask the sound of objects he moved. So he walked in, maintaining his calm. Although he couldn't poke around with his mana or influence, he could tell where Riddick was by sound and air movement. So he made his way over, getting as close as possible. Soon, he was within Riddick's field of view. But even after looking directly at him, Riddick didn't react at all. Right now, he was looking over different books that he pulled from the shelf and put into his inventory. Dream took steps toward the man. Right now, he was 15 feet away, and he closed that gap to 7 before he finally got a reaction. Riddick lifted his head, looking behind him. After staring for a second, he extended out his mana and influence, washing over the area. "Oh, it's you, boy. Huh, detect me easily?" "Not really. The fact that you were able to get so close before I even noticed is praiseworthy. But when I washed over you with my mana, I did notice irregularities and your soul signature, which I recognized. Though even right now, I can only kind of make you out. I guess 7 feet is pretty good." The next moment, Dream undid stealth, appearing before Riddick. "I'm ready. So am I. Leaving all this stuff? It's not like I'm leaving forever." "True. Though before we leave, let me do something." After he said that, Dream disappeared once more and exited the room. Riddick tilted his head, but just let him be. Asterisk scream. Asterisk. Whoa. Boom. What the hell was that? Not long after he left, Riddick heard an interesting sequence of noises. He quickly left his chamber and made his way over. Oh, I should have guessed. When he saw what happened, he immediately knew what happened. "You scared the shit out of me. Adona. Sorry, it was a necessary experiment. Boy, you." "Never mind." Riddick was about to reprimand him, but he knew why he did that test and couldn't say anything. Dream stood up, dusting off the rubble that had fallen on him. Adona just took deep breaths, calming herself. After she had been surprised by Dream, who had walked up to her in stealth, she had reflexively launched an attack and threw him through the wall. Although he wasn't hurt, the same couldn't be said for the wall, which now had a person-shaped hole in it. What kind of experiment involves you sneaking into the chambers of a class 4? A stealth experiment. I wanted to see how good it was. Well, for me who's a ranger, I guess 5 feet could be considered exceptional. Though I was also distracted by a book, so it doesn't count. Oh, I think it does. Hee hee, better keep your guard up. I might have been able to kill you should I have been prepared. Ugh, how were you able to get this far anyway? The spire had tons of enchantments to detect people like you. Well, I happen to be one of the world's best enchanters, maybe even the best. Those weak detection spells couldn't do anything. Whatever. If the others knew about that, they may want to hire you to create new ones. Anyway, since you're a craftsman type, fix my wall. I don't know how. Okay. After nodding, Dream moved his mana and brought the pieces of the wall together. He then took out metal from his inventory, melting it and filling in the gaps and cracks, making the wall totally solid. There. It's not stone. Not entirely, but in terms of strength, it's actually better. Plus, I think it looks pretty cool. Asterisk I asterisk whatever. At least there won't be a hole in my wall. And since I got what I came for, the old man and I will be leaving. Wait, what did you come for? A reaction. Yours was pretty great. Wah? Adona suddenly reddened after thinking about her scream. Forget about that. That never happened. Just go. Hee hee. Okay. Come on, old man. After waving him off out of embarrassment, Dream happily left while Riddick followed. Idona huffed as she went back to her chambers. Wait, did he use mithril? After looking, she suddenly noticed the metal he used to repair the wall. He really is extravagant. But that asshole, you shouldn't sneak up on a girl like that. My heart wasn't prepared. After leaving the spire and boarding his ship, the two men rose to the skies and arrived at the space station. Holy hell! As they approached and boarded, Riddick was stunned by the sheer size of the station. It was bigger than any building he had ever seen, and it was up in space. They flew through past all the busy machines flying around before coming to the storage area. After seeing the giant machines, he had been stunned once more. But when he laid eyes on the resource piles, he didn't even have words. You got your suit? Dream spoke up, interrupting Riddick's reverie. Yes, right here. He brought the suit out of his inventory. It floated and conglomerate into a humanoid. All right, now I hadn't thought of this before, but we need to design your suit around you. It fits fine. Not what I meant. I mean magically. Basically, I want the suit to be used in harmony with your mana. Your mana is special, and if you interact with the suit, conflicts may happen. So I want to test some things. All right, then I want you to tell me what kind of ways you would use your tools or weapons. And your magic. Do you use spells? Manipulation? I use many spells, but also manipulation. Ever since I advanced, I've used mostly manipulation and conduction with my skills. Well, I don't know your skills, and even if I did, I don't understand them. Other than external boosts like the suit giving you flight speed, I don't think there's much more I can do. Even mana density won't help since you naturally condense liquid mana. Do you even use any tools or gear? There is one. Here. Riddick took out a staff from his inventory and handed it to Dream. Tungsten carbide handle, and this crystal, more diamond. But where would you even find a diamond of this size? And I'm guessing it's filled with your liquid mana? Dream looked at the staff closely, breaking down what everything was. Correct. I got this staff and diamond from a dwarven crafter. It cost me a lot. I then brought it to an enchanter at the mountain who did the enchantments. That also cost me a lot. I can see the enchantments, but for what it's going for, they suck. How do those enchantments suck? They're powerful and have been able to assist my magic for decades. It took several catalysts and 10 hours to complete everything as well as my help with condensing the mana. As far as I know, it's the best enchanted item I have. I could have made something like this in less than an hour. And that was before I advanced. If it's now, this'll be fun. Let's upgrade your gear, shall we? Saying so, Dream brought out a table and set the staff on it. Now, the way they constructed this was putting the liquid mana inside the diamond to contain it and enchanting the diamond to extract power from the liquid when used. But if they were proficient in enchanting, they would know that you can directly enchant the liquid mana to materials. But how? It's a liquid. You can't combine a liquid and a metal. And that's where the misunderstanding is. Liquid mana isn't the same as a normal liquid. It's based in the fourth dimension, so it can disappear from the third. Like so. Dream suddenly made the liquid inside his staff disappear, leaving behind a clear hollow diamond. But despite it disappearing, Riddick could still sense the mana. Interesting. You can use this mana to enchant things instead of as a fuel source. It'll allow much better functionality, especially for you who's so much more powerful. Indeed, I've outgrown it, but now it's going to get an upgrade. But we're not using this staff. We'll use the suit. After scanning the enchantments on the staff, Dream tossed it and brought over Riddick's suit. The enchantments on it were inefficient and subpar, but their function was good. It enhanced your mana control and condensing ability. But with you where you are now, the only function that will help is mana control, though even that might not do much. What can enchantments help a class 4 with? What are your lowest stats? Strength and agility, not stamina? It's only lower than my mana. Though if this suit can act as armor as well, then make it do so, of course. Now for strength. Well, there's not much I can do to directly enhance bodily power, but I can make the suit enhance your movements, giving greater impactability for things like punches. Agility is a tough one though. Organizing your mana is one thing, but agility stems from your soul. As for making this thing armored, that I can do very well. This'll be the strongest armor you can get. Question. Shoot. Can you engrave spells into this? I can enchant them into it, yes. How many? How many do you want? Well, the ones in this book to start with. These are spells I've developed after advancing. Riddick took out a book, handing it to Dream, who scanned it when he grabbed it. Interesting. You actually devised some of your own language. Indeed, the basic language couldn't do the things I wanted. So I tried some different things out. I can enchant these all into the suit. Really? Yes. I'll modify it first, but yes. And I'm going to design the runes exactly like this. I don't understand your language, so I can't replicate it with my own. Thanks. Sure. I'll start now. After that, Dream suddenly extended out mana towards the purple humanoid. And after receiving directions, the humanoid formed into a cloud. The first thing Dream did was divide the particles that made up the suit into a smaller size. He had made them big before, but after thinking about it, he decided smaller was better. Either way, it only took a few minutes to divide the particles. After that, Dream formed the globe network and attached it to the enchantments already on the particles. As per their design, the enchantments resonated and connected easily, allowing quick modifications to be made. Dream then took the runes of the book and began inputting them into the enchantments. He input them as pre-formed spells that could be fluidly selected by the user. All they had to do was choose the spells they wanted and infuse their mana into the suit. The entire spell formation process would then be taken care of automatically, and then they just had to guide it. Riddick watched as Dream precisely manipulated mana and matter harmoniously. Seeing this, he finally understood why he was able to become so good at things like enchanting. Though it was only because he was a class 4 that he was able to better understand his power. If he were weaker, everything Dream was doing would be a mystery. Chapter 129, Insert. Old man, gimme your densest mana. After quickly forming the enchantments in the suit, Dream then needed to integrate Riddick's mana directly. This would ensure that his spells would work as they were designed for his mana, not Dream's. Okay, just be careful. Whoa. After Riddick began streaming liquid mana and Dream grabbed a hold of it, he suddenly felt how different it was. Riddick's mana was not only extremely destructive, but incredibly hard to control. Dream had to really stress himself to even guide it over to the suit. What the hell happened to your mana? It was a part of my advancement. I'm honestly surprised you're able to control it at all. Well, the only reason I can is because of my own advancement. As Dream spoke and controlled the mana, he could see a few notifications stream down his vision. Arcana has leveled up. Arcana has leveled up 2 levels. Nice. I'm analyzing this mana. It's not normal mana. Is it just because of a skill? No. In fact, I don't know if I can call this mana. It's some other kind of energy. Whenever your own mana interacts with it, it becomes agitated and dissipates. It destroys normal mana? No. It'll wipe your signature from your mana and almost explode it. Basically, if his spell and another were to clash, the other spell of equal mana would be obliterated while his would just lose a bit of power. So his mana is like a negative while mine is a positive. Pretty much. Interesting. So I'm guessing his mana won't react well with mine inside the suit. Definitely not. But what we can do is enchant this suit entirely with his mana. He's got enough. It'll just be tiring for you. Then we'll do that. Dream focused back on the suit. Change of plan. I've got to redo the entire enchantment. Why? Because your mana doesn't like mine. It won't mix. So you need to supply me with as much mana as I need to enchant the whole thing. That's fine. Then keep it coming. Saying that, Dream began pulling his mana from the suit and inserting it into the globe network. Using that mana, he would manipulate Riddick's and lay the enchantments using his mana. Though moving his mana and enchanting with it is entirely different. To enchant, Dream needed to use much more energy than he normally would. And on only the first enchantment, he could feel the strain. Damn, I haven't felt this since I recovered. Felt what? The strain on my soul. You're straining your soul. Then stop. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? What do you mean stop? It's strain, but it's not that bad yet. You shouldn't be straining your soul at all. Well, I do it all the time. That's why I pass out for so long. Wait, I thought you passed out because of mana exhaustion? PSH mana exhaustion? Even if I empty out my tanks, I'm able to keep moving mana. It's when I move mana hundreds of times, more than my own pool, that I feel pressure. When the pressure builds up enough, I get tired and pass out to recover. How have you not died? Good question. Anyway, let me concentrate for a bit. This'll be difficult. Saying so, Dream buckled down and kept slowly laying enchantments. Riddick just kept supplying mana as he was told. Though even after a while, when Riddick's reserves started to deplete, Dream still hadn't stopped enchanting. Good God, boy, how much mana can you handle? Oh, much more than this. Your mana is just incredibly hard to control. I'm almost done. And half an hour later, Dream finally finished. When he did, he took out a chair and plopped down. That was hard. I bet. Well, the suit is done now. Go ahead and try it. Okay, how? Hang on. Wiki, go to your master. Of course. The suit, which was invisible due to the particles being small, conglomerate and flowed over Riddick's skin. When it finished, Riddick began receiving a tutorial on the functions of the suit. Interesting. It's got everything you want and more. Its armoring abilities are the best I can give. It's got stealth, a bit of mana assistance, and flight boosting. All you have to do is run mana into it to employ the functions you want. I see that. Can I take it outside? Not unless you want to die. Die? Why's that? You still need to breathe, and space has no air. Plus, it's not very hospitable to organics with all the radiation, though you might be fine against the radiation. So mainly just the lack of air. I see. Riddick went quiet for a bit, thinking about things. So, how are preparations coming? Good. I've got some more things I want to build, but for the most part, we just need to wait some more. My drones and those suits are still poking around, watching everything. I've also been receiving data from your wife. Celine. She's been passing intelligence on different enchantments, different people to watch out for, all kinds of things. It's helpful, but only time will give us the best assurance. I'm also enacting different things with those suits to psychologically train the people around them. Train? I'm having them gradually activate stealth, making them disappear from everyone's senses. At first, they'll wonder what's going on, but after finding nothing, they'll just not pay attention to it anymore. So when the day comes for them to disappear again, we'll be able to better avoid suspicion. But there's one problem that Celine let me know about. The connection between her and Raoul. That'll be the biggest pickle we have to get around. Right. I had forgotten about that. If he senses anything going on with that connection, he'll know, which is why I'm planning to act fast. When the opportunity comes, Celine and your daughters are going to make a beeline for me and my ship. It's why I focused heavily on their suit's flight abilities. Once they get to my ship, we anchor them down and go full throttle away from the city and into space. Space? You mean here? Yes, like how it is for you. Space is a very threatening place for life. Raoul is no different. While he might be able to follow us, he won't be able to breathe while doing so. Not to mention the expansive pressure in his body from the liquids trying to escape. He wouldn't explode, but he'll have many problems even being here, not to mention fighting you. That combined with the absurd speeds my new ship can go would ensure our escape. That's brilliant. I know. I'm quite the genius, aren't I? So the most dangerous part is before they get to your ship. Exactly. While I do have measures for should he react fast enough, I don't know his power well enough to guarantee escape in that situation. And if we fail once, there won't be a next time for a long while. I know, but I want you to ensure me one thing. What's that? If you have the girls and I get stuck fighting, I want you to prioritize getting them out. If you're thinking I'm just going to leave you, then you should know that I have plans against that. I've made multiple ships, meaning even if we only leave one at a time, we can all escape. So if you get stuck, then yes, I'll send them away. But I'm still able to help you. I'm not making the stupid mistake of only having one ride out. Fine, but can you even interfere in my battle? I may have weapons in mind that can. You just worry about your part. You go in only when I say. Even if he discovers you. Yup, I've got some powerful weapons that can keep him off me for potentially long enough to escape. But if you go in, then you're going to get stuck, and the situation will become much worse. So I won't send you in unless absolutely necessary. You need to trust my judgment on that. I will. Thank you. Now I have more things to build, but you don't really have anything else other than to wait. So instead of wasting time, I recommend go fighting some demons and getting used to your new power. Though don't do anything that'll get you killed like fighting 2 class 4s. You should just stick to Class 3s. In fact, if you want to bring Adona along with you, I can send you back to the Spire. I'll just go alone. I've got things of my own I can test. All right. If you have anything you want to know about while out and about, your suit, Wiki, can answer questions. It can do pretty much everything. So just request things of it. I'll give you a ship you can take around places. Okay, I'll go now.
Sure.
Saying bye, Riddick walked off and boarded a ship, flying back down to the planet. Dream sighed in exhaustion. That enchanting took a lot out of me. I'll sleep for a bit. Wake me if anything changes. Okay, have a nice sleep. Saying that, Sophia helped Dream fall asleep. He was soon unconscious in his chair. Over the next week, Dream was holed up in the station making weapons and devices. After thinking about it more, he decided to make a few more railgun platforms, putting the total to 8. All of them were sent down in different positions near the United Empire. After that, he began going down a list of things he had ideas for, the first of which were support weapons. Although he had the railgun platforms, they were on the ground and couldn't be as mobile as he wanted. Plus, they couldn't be fired very fast. In their situation, if a volley was ineffective, they wouldn't have time for another. So Dream decided to develop some aircraft that would carry their own railguns. For this, he actually adopted the design of the AC-130 gunship, but instead of gunpowder weapons, he used railguns. Each gunship had 2 heavy railguns, 2 light, and 2 rapid fire. And not being cheap, he decided to make 10 of these aircraft. One thing to note about these aircraft, though, was that because of their reactor-based systems and lack of people, this aircraft was very mobile and very powerful. Although he did have to sacrifice some maximum power for the railguns, they would be able to output continuous high-power fire. And not stopping at that, he also made some smaller aircraft, specifically drones. These he designed to be much smaller, and they would only carry 1 rapid-fire railgun. In fact, the aircraft was a reactor, engines, gun, and that was pretty much it. It looked really weird, like a flying box, but after some aesthetic changes, it was fine. These little ships were extremely fast and maneuverable, maybe even more so than him. All of the aircraft would be able to operate in the air and in space. They were also totally driven by AI and Sophia, so there were no problems with controlling them. After making all those, Dream focused back on himself and designed a new weapon he had thought of. Since he had reactor technology that could be scaled down, he decided to make a gun for himself. Though it wouldn't be as over the top of anything on the aircraft or platforms, he had one thing to boost it: flux. With Sophia's help, Dream designed a flux railgun hybrid weapon that would be powered by a wearable reactor carried by Aegis. Though the gun would have to be connected to the reactor, it would be compact, and he would be able to fire it. And after Sophia had done the calculations, she found that it would launch projectiles many times faster than his regular flux guns. The only downside to this gun was that he would only be able to have one. The main reason was the fact that he would only be wearing 1 reactor and the cost of materials for this gun, which were some of his best. But because he splurged on it, its power was more than adequate, so he didn't need another. After he made all these, he made a few contingencies, some even involving Riddick's help, that would be used in worst cases. Well, every situation in which they would have to fight Raoul was the worst, but these were those cases where he got into a fight with Raoul. These were things that he dumped tons of mana into and pre-armed, and they would definitely do plenty of damage. So when he was done with all his weapons and preparations after the first week, he moved on to the next stage of his plan. And this part required him to insert into the United Empire. Since he was going to be the one pulling them out, not only did he need to be there, but he needed to be familiar with the surroundings and their escape route. While the machines could collect intelligence for him, his own collection was still the best. All right, old man, I'll be in touch. Be careful. Relax. I could sneak up on you and Adona up to 6 feet before you notice something. As long as I don't go near any class 4s, I'll be fine. Very well. Then I'll be off. Dream hung up the communication and looked down. Currently, he was in the sky about 2 miles away from the United Empire. The capital city of the United Empire was absolutely massive. Not only were there massive buildings built on trees and inside hills, but the castle in the center of the city was even bigger than the floating castle above the mountain. Overall, Sophia estimated a population of 60 million just within this city, which covered even more land than the Los Angeles that he remembered. The girls are within the castle in the center, as are all the other class 4s. You should just be able to make your way straight there and begin looking around. All right. With a nod, Dream flew off within the borders of the city. His stealth was totally activated, and he kept close to the top of the buildings. After crossing several miles, he finally began to approach the castle. He gradually slowed down and took in the monumental building that filled his entire view. This isn't simply a castle, it's like its own city. Inside, Dream could detect buildings of their own in hundreds of thousands of different spaces. These constructions went up into the sky and down into the ground, allowing another few million people to easily live here. Dream made his way in and entered this royal, isolated city. Right when he did, he could see thousands of animals roaming around every which way in the air and on ground. He made his way up to the top of the castle where the population was less dense, so he didn't run into anyone. Since his suits had already scouted much of this castle, he already knew which way to go to get to the girls. He made his way over to one section of the castle that was level with the ground and found several buildings, all of which were luxurious. The girls are right there, in that villa, but there's an aura floating around the place. It must be Raoul. Chapter 130, Rescue. Dream saw a blip in his vision indicating the building the girls were in. His heart suddenly started beating harder. Can I go in? Raoul's aura is being released, though I don't think he's using it. Slowly enter it, but be ready to run. I've already got the railguns locked on to your location. Okay. Nodding, Dream began slowly flying into the range of the aura, but after entering it, nothing changed with the aura nor on the outside. He went all the way to the top of the building that the girls were in before stopping. Oh, so I think we're good. I think so too. Looks like you being able to sneak up on Riddick and Adona wasn't for nothing, though the fact that this aura is here makes things a bit more difficult. Raoul is ever sensitive to the connections between him and his daughter, and once that connection shows dramatic movement, he'll act. So we need to get out in that time window of confusion. Luckily, my stealth is good, so he may see them moving, but not me. Before you decide to reunite, I think we should plot our escape route and set things up so we can easily exit. And after getting information from Celine, I have another plan. What's that? She said that they aren't actually holed up in the castle all the time. They frequently go out and fight in a nearby dungeon under the guard of many Class 3s. They also wander the castle quite a bit. Though since Luna and Iris have tried on very many occasions to escape, they've always been caught. They've tried to escape? That's ballsy. Indeed, Iris has also frequently attacked those guarding them. Anyway, I'm thinking we can get them to go on another walk, or at least get them within the line of sight of our ship. Though this would put them under the watch of Raoul, as he's usually been the one to catch them in their attempts to escape. So it may not be better. Probably not. We need that time of confusion. Though talking about that has given me another idea. What if we create a diversion? What kind of diversion? I don't know. Maybe some preemptive attacks with certain weapons we have stationed. Those railguns are extremely powerful and only 10 miles away. Plus, Raoul is located at the top of this castle. I say we weaken the walls around him and launch a volley. If they hit and injure him, then we can escape during that time while he's in shock. That's not really a diversion, but I like the idea. I already have the projectile paths plotted to where he is now. We just need to weaken the barriers in their way for maximum effect. Let's do that now then. Saying so, Dream flew off to the outer walls of the castle. He could see the projectile paths in his vision, which were like a straight line, and could see the walls between them and the target. It was these walls that he went over to and did his work. As nearly everything in the city was enchanted for structural stability, Dream had to go in and destroy that enchantment, making the material weak. He also broke the material whether it was stone or wood on a molecular level. So while it would look the same on the outside, it was actually on the brink of collapsing by itself. This made it so the projectile had absolutely no hindrance on their paths. Usually on Earth, railguns would be used in a very inaccurate manner to bombard a large target from many miles away. But what they were trying to do was hit a person, and they couldn't mess up. Well, they could, but it would be most undesirable. So for the next 2 days, Dream filled everyone in on the new plan and went around to every barrier between the railguns and Raoul. And on the 3rd day, Dream had everyone in an alert state, ready to begin the mission. At this point, we can begin the escape whenever we want. Currently, Dream, the girls, and Riddick were all in a call. Dream explained the situation. I'm ready at any time. Riddick was also prepared. Currently, he was in one of the 5 ships Dream had prepared just outside the city. Celine heard this, but was still nervous. Are you sure? Raoul is fast and tough. Those guns of yours may not do anything. If they really can't, then Raoul is the strongest creature on this planet and nobody will ever have any hope to injure him. Trust in my weapons and devices, but know that there are no guarantees. You've all seen every part of the plan and we're going to stick to it, only improvising if necessary. Everyone nodded. Dream had not only shared the plan, but they could also see the simulated railguns and Raoul's approximate position within his chambers in their vision. Fine, you just need to make sure that we're all ready before we go. I will. In fact, let's do this within the next hour. I want to make sure nothing changes. Celine, you're up first. Asterisk sigh asterisk all right. After taking a deep breath, Celine got up and exited her villa. Lady Celine? I'm going to see my daughters. Very well. The fox outside her villa just nodded and cowered a bit at the forceful statement. This wasn't the first time, and none of her guards wanted to be the focus of her displeasure. Without being stopped and suspected, Celine made her way to the girls' villa. This was the first part of the plan, getting them together. Good. Now, we'll wait for about half an hour. My railguns are prepping for fire and aircraft are currently in the skies. Just wait in there and make any last mental preparations. Everyone nodded silently. They all became tense and nervous, but also excited. It was finally time. 45 minutes later. The time is now. Hearing that, everyone perked up, though they did their best to keep their calm for fear of alerting Raoul. Sophia, begin the operation. Understood. Railguns armed. Firing sequence initiated. 20, 19, 18, 17. Sophia began the countdown, and everyone could see the simulated railguns in their vision. All of them were charging up, and powerful arcs of electricity bounced across the rails. The sheer amount of power going through them was enough to make Dream's blood boil. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, firing. DSH. Boom. Target hit. Move now. With an intense explosion that shook the entire castle, all 3 girls immediately activated stealth and flight, flying straight through the wall of the villa and towards the ship with Riddick inside. Dream was also right behind them in stealth, keeping tabs on Raoul. Who dares? Boom. All of a sudden, an explosion of mana and aura washed over the area. Everyone felt their hearts tighten. He hasn't noticed. Just get to the ship. You. Okay. He's noticed. Just keep going. They all nodded and put their most into flying. At the same time, Dream could see a body rising out of the rubble and turn towards them. But before that man could do anything, the girls were actually able to reach the ship. The girls in their suits flew straight into the ship that had its thrusters just waiting to explode with power. Once they were inside, their suits activated automatically and anchored them to the floor. Trying to escape? I don't think so. The next moment, a body shot out from Raoul's chambers. It was the man himself, and he was heading straight for them. Boy, Daff. I got it. Before Riddick could act, Dream took out one of the few weapons he made just for this occasion. It looked similar to a launcher, and he aimed it directly at the quickly approaching Raoul. Bang! With an explosion, a projectile was launched from the weapon and blasted straight to the approaching man. Thinking nothing of it, Raoul batted the projectile away. But when his hand made contact, it exploded. Whoosh! An extremely dense mana wave exploded from the projectile and enveloped Raoul's entire body. The mana was black, and it disrupted all other mana in the vicinity. This was one of the contingency weapons Dream made for this occasion. It was a bomb that was loaded with Riddick's highly destructive liquid mana, and using the enchantments, the mana was instructed to attack the target and constantly bombard them, disrupting even the magic within their bodies. The unlucky target would have to fight head-on with this destructive mana, and during that time, they wouldn't be able to use so much as a single spell. Or at least, that was the theory. Let's go. Immediately after launching, Dream boarded the ship and anchored down. Once he did, all 4 thrusters of the ship blasted off and began carrying them away. Ah! A frustrated scream shook the earth as they flew into the sky. Raoul could be seen not long after trying to chase after them, but his speed wasn't fast, and there was still that black mana swirling around him. Not only that, but Raoul was heavily injured. He was missing an entire leg, part of his stomach, and half an arm. He looked to be very miserable, But only wanting to add fuel to the fire, Dream ordered the attack of every aircraft in the sky to fire on him when he exited the castle. Soon, he was under the concentrated fire of dozens of very powerful weapons. With everything against him, Raoul actually wasn't able to chase and could only defend himself from the projectiles, hoping not to make a mistake and die. And since that was the case, Dream and the family quickly pulled farther and farther away in their rocket-boosted ship. In only a few minutes, the ship pulled into orbit. All the aircraft fighting Raoul began pulling away. The railguns also collapsed and returned as they were no longer effective. When the ship pulled into orbit, their speed only increased even more dramatically. Dream wanted to absolutely make sure that Raoul couldn't chase them. And sure enough, none of them could even sense the man anymore. Dream looked to everyone, who looked back at him expectantly. He released the anchors for the suits, and they were allowed to move freely. Congratulations. We really did it? We escaped? Yup. You sense anything, old man? No, nothing. Then I say mission accomplished. Sniff. When he said that, Luna and Iris began crying, processing what happened. Celine also looked over to Riddick, emotion in both of their eyes. I finally got you. I've missed you so much. Not able to resist, Celine jumped into Riddick's arms. Luna and Iris also looked at Dream, who was smiling brightly at them. Have you guys gotten even prettier? Sniff, yeah. Iris. Hoo-hoo. Iris isn't so shy anymore. Shut. Sniff up. Hug me, you idiot. All right, come get some vitamin, Dream. Saying that, he wrapped Iris up in a bear hug. He also waved Luna over, letting her in on the hug as well. And when they all came together, the connections between them were renewed and strengthened after having been apart for so long. I'm never letting you two go again. Damn it, that piece of shit. How did he get to 4th class? Back at the United Empire, 8 Class 4s had gathered at the site of the explosion. All of them were of different animal species like a lion, tiger, bear, eagle, and even lizard. When they had arrived, they saw Raoul and the sorry state he was in. Raoul? What happened here? That damned human. Riddick. He came and stole Celine. I didn't sense any Class 4s though. So how did he injure you like this? He didn't. There was another. Someone else. Those things. They were shooting me and injured me. Riddick can't make golems like those. He must have been helped by someone. Golems did this to you? Yes. That explosion was caused by some pieces of metal. They were extremely fast and powerful, and I couldn't hardly get my head out of the way. And it came from nowhere. Where are these pieces of metal? How should know? They just tore me to pieces before continuing on their path like an arrow. I've never seen anything so powerful. Raoul noticeably shivered when he remembered that skull-numbing sensation right before the projectiles hit. As a Class 4, he had never felt so threatened for his life. Well, either way, it looks like we aren't under attack. And although I pity you, you should have seen this coming sooner or later. That Riddick has a blessing, and it was only a matter of time before he came back. If you had just let your daughter be I didn't ask for your advice, did I? Whatever. I'll be off. As will I. After seeing how agitated he was, the other Class 4s just left. Raoul was left alone, slowly recovering his injuries within his destroyed portion of the castle. After Dream verified Raoul's state with a drone still over the Empire, he finally decided that they were 100% safe. Raoul is recovering within the castle. Those railguns did lots of damage. I'm rather proud. I still can't believe you were able to make something like that. How could they be so powerful? Celine spoke up. She was the biggest skeptic of Dream's exotic weapons. But Riddick just shook his head. I don't think you should ask about the boy's technology. It's complicated. Is that right? Explain it to me. Here we go. Celine wasn't convinced and turned to Dream, who smiled. Well, if I'm going to explain it to you, then you'll need to know about kinetic energy, electromagnetism, fusion energy, electrical current, direct energy conversion, different magnetic manipulation concepts, superconductor material, and motors. Plus, there's the enchantment side of things like heat dissipation, projectile guidance, material strengthening, force guidance, plasma contained dash. All right, I get it. No need to continue. See, this is why we don't ask too many questions. Or at least tell him to dumb it down. He's too smart. Iris. He's a madman. At least with his experiments. Riddick. passionate intellectual. Anyway, we're going to be coming up on our destination soon. Your factory? No, you'll find out soon. Dream smiled mysteriously, letting them wait. Soon, the ship was plunging through the atmosphere. Not long after, they were landing themselves inside a forest. When the hatch opened, everyone walked out to the lush, green scenery. And wouldn't you know it, in front of them was the same cabin they had always known and loved. Since we have time, I thought we could spend some time relaxing. And what better place to do it than somewhere familiar? Haha, we're home. Come on, Luna. Grabbing her sister's hand, Iris and Luna ran into the cabin like kids. Celine walked over with Riddick, hand in hand, and looked at the small cabin. Home. It's where I disappeared to with them after we separated. For nearly 20 years we stayed here. I still can't believe I made you raise them alone. But it's okay now. We're together. We can finally be a family. Unfortunately, there's the boy who's stealing my girls. Unfortunately? Hey, I gave you guys modern plumbing and lights, something that was apparently foreign to you cavemen. And don't forget my premium mattresses. All just a ploy to woo them. Well, I can't deny that entirely, but it's not my fault. They stole my heart first. When? When you guys kidnapped me and so graciously brought me to your house, taking me in, it moved me emotionally, very much so. Kidnapped? You were dying. And what do you mean, moved you emotionally? Since when were you such a girl? Oh well, I had to repay such kindness somehow. What better way than to give your daughters love and affection? Whatever. Well, aren't you two awfully close? Celine chuckled at their exchange. Dream just smiled and looked toward the cabin, seeing the excited girls jumping around as foxes. I'm just really glad they're safe. Dream sighed, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Although it hadn't been that long, only a few months, he always had that worry. Not only that, but he felt a certain hate for that Raoul. He's the one who took them and threatened them. So even though they were at that empire, he was scared. Scared for their safety, their well-being, everything. This had only gotten worse when the demons began making their appearance. Things were too unpredictable, and he wasn't able to watch them with his own eyes. All this had built up over the months, eating away at him, and he hated not being able to get them sooner. He hated not being able to keep them safe. But now, they were fine. He was able to take them back, and now he could continue worrying about them, just personally this time. I'll love them and worry about their life and death. Dream repeated that phrase Sophia told him. That represented his commitment. He wasn't going to push them away just because he was scared. Celine looked over to Dream, scanning him with those mysterious eyes, and she saw what he was feeling, totally uninhibited by any barriers he had. I see. Chapter 131. Dance. When they walked into the cabin, Dream redid a bunch of the enchantments around the place, just to touch it up. As he had preserved it before the girls were taken, everything was still the way it was. The girls ran around the place, checking out their home sweet home. Riddick also brought Celine around, who was interested in the place they stayed in for 20 years. Actually, old man, what do you think about moving the house? Moving? Where? Well, you know that project I did at the dome after you recovered? Well, the purpose of the project was to provide a hiding place for when I recovered you guys. And while the girls were taken before I could complete it, I still completed it. What about those pesky clans that use it? They can no longer get in. I changed the enchantments on the core to not allow anyone entry, regardless of species. That should have blocked them out. So that dome has just been flourishing on its own for a while. So what do you say we move into it? It'll be our own little paradise. What do you think, girls? Sounds fun. I'm okay with that. Both girls nodded to the idea. All right. Will we have to rebuild this place, though? Nope. Just leave it to me. We can head over now. For the next half hour, Dream uprooted the house and stored it. They all went over to the dome and picked out a spot by the lake. After gathering some wood and setting up a foundation, Dream brought back out the house and secured it. He also built a lake deck for them to hang out on. Though several systems like plumbing were messed up in the house from moving it, Dream was also able to quickly fix those and even improve everything. After thinking about it, he decided to just expand the place a bit, making everyone's rooms more comfortable and the facilities more accommodating. When it was all done, they had a pristine 4-bedroom lake house. From then on, the family set things up for themselves. Dream brought out beds, they arranged clothes, put up a few decorations, brought out couches and such. The works. And after everything was set up to live in, everyone relaxed in the living room, taking in everything that had happened. I still can't believe we got out like that. Celine spoke, summing up what everyone was thinking. Currently, she was curled up and nestled under Riddick's arm. Her relief was very apparent and obvious. While it seemed easy, if those railguns hadn't nailed their target, that wouldn't have gone so well. But they did, so we had a much easier time. Speaking of Dream, how powerful are you? Celine looked at him curiously. To be capable of building those weapons, he definitely needed to be exceptionally powerful. I had just advanced to Class 3 before we came to get you guys. Oh, congrats, Dream. Thanks. Dream stroked Iris' fur as she laid curled in his lap as a fox. Luna was also curled up beside him, stealing his warmth. Class 3? Don't think too much about it. The boy is a sort of monster. He's a hybrid? Not that kind of monster. Oh, right. But how can you only be Class 3? I had assumed you were a Class 4 like Riddick. Nope. I'm level 220 right now. Though what I'm really interested in is you girls. How much have you advanced since you left? Dream looked at Luna and Iris, who now looked rather different from before. He had noticed it a bit over the calls and when they were running around in the house. But it wasn't suitable to bring it up then. When he looked at Iris, not only had her fur become a deeper blood red, she also had void black stripes and designs going around her body. Though the most noticeable part about her was the extra tails she had somehow grown. Total, she now had 5. We both advanced to Class 3. Mom taught us several things about our evolutions. We've actually evolved into a higher species. She also had us in the dungeons all the time to increase our power. Luna, it was fun. We've never fought so much, but I always had a great time. Iris smiled as she remembered the many days of slaughter. Luna, though, wasn't as violent as her and didn't feel the same excitement, at least not to the same degree. I guess you were always more of a fighter, befitting your predator class. Though if you're a Class 3, that would have changed by now. I'm now a tyrannical decimator. That's awfully dramatic, but as long as it benefits you the best. What about you? I'm a bonded protector, still going down the familiar route. Do you like it? Yeah, someone had to protect Iris after all. Hey, if anything, I was protecting you. Sure, sure. Luna just smiled and pet Iris, earning her a huff. Although that was practically true as Iris did do most of the fighting, Luna, as per her skill set, was always there to heal her and guard against anything she couldn't handle. Not only that, but Iris relied on Luna emotionally, whether she wanted to admit it or not. This was especially true after they had been taken. Well, congrats to you guys too for advancing so far. And I'm liking these tails. So soft. I really missed this. Dream snuggled all 5 of Iris' tails. He had been lacking fur to pet all this time, so them having even more fur to cuddle was heavenly. Celine watched them and was surprised when she saw the girls so content. They had never been at such peace when they were in the Empire. Not that she could blame them, but to think they found it through intimacy with Dream. She had underestimated how close they were. So, what happens after this? Iris spoke after some silence, curious about the future. Well, Raoul isn't going to be doing anything for a while. His underlings also no longer have the power to threaten us. The only reason we would have to worry is if he takes action himself, which I highly doubt. Even if he does, I've got 24/7 surveillance on the Empire to watch his every move, so we would know. He won't come after us. He's despicable, but not stupid. If he marches over here to attack us while we're under the protection of the Spire, he'll have hell to pay. Plus, the demons have been putting pressure on the animal empires. He won't have the time to leave his castle to find us. Celine spoke, confident in her assessment. Then we're good. Other than that, for the foreseeable future, we'll be participating in the war against the demons alongside the human empires. I'm not sure when we'll get called to fight. Though that reminds me, I'll need to stop by the Spire to get an update. I'll probably just give Adona a bracelet. Anyway, we're definitely not going to be bored. In fact, I think Iris is going to have a blast. Slaughtering demons fits her very well. I've never fought a demon before. Are they strong? At the same level, no. But they work in groups and are great at teamwork. It would be good to test your techniques and multitasking. Interesting. How bad is the demon invasion over here? Celine. Dozens of villages and a kingdom have been wiped out. They're already capable of sending Class 4s to attack. I'm convinced that they're already reaching a point that can threaten every empire on the continent, but others don't think it's that bad, and we're only preparing for a small preemptive attack. How bad is it over there? A bit worse than here. As the closest to the land bridge, the United Empire has been receiving pressure, and a few Class 4 demons have attacked various settlements. The influx of Class 3s is also alarming, and the Empire was getting ready to send troops to the land bridge, about the same as us. I think this is all only the beginning. They've been gathering their power and are at the point where they can expand, so they're doing so. I can only imagine the power of the demons at their core. Agreed. I had actually gone to a few gatherings to discuss them, but nobody wanted to step up first and fight them. It was all just a bunch of politics. Exactly. It was only when I called out those stupid politicians that they finally buckled and decided to move their ass. They were all worried about the logistics and costs, which I can understand, but that comes second to protecting the lands. Worry about that after we don't have an enemy knocking on our door. And I'm guessing they still managed to reduce the intensity of the measures taken? Of course. No matter what's going on, they're always going to find a way to save themselves money. And even though we came to an agreement to at least fight back instead of just defending, they're going to just drag their tails on all of that as well. As expected, it's only when they receive a slap in the face that they'll wake up. Hopefully by then, though, it won't be too late. Hey, old man, how was someone like you able to land such a smart girl? Asterisk pooey asterisk, what do you mean someone like me? Celine giggled as Riddick snapped. Dream just shrugged. I mean, the only thing I ever see you do is reading some book. And while it's good to keep developing your magic, being in touch with the people is also important. You could learn some things from your wife. Celine. I must say, I'm also impressed. You seem to have some decent political grounding. I never found politics as something difficult to understand, though participating in it is another matter entirely. I don't have the patience nor desire to enter that kind of world and turn myself into that. It's a world of twisting facts, lies, deception, and backdoor deals. And while they aren't the worst skills to have, I will not structure my life around it. I think the same. I'm surprised that such words are coming from someone so young, though. It's nothing much, just knowing how you do and don't want to lead your life. And how do you want to lead your life? I wish for the genuine pursuit of knowledge and happiness, not power. I gain power not for the sake of gaining power, but for those two things. Big difference, indeed. And why is that? Because, well, what else is there to life? A goal to achieve and someone to love. A life like that is the only way to cope with the suffering around us and keep the darkness from swallowing you up. It's not fun when you lose those things. As he spoke, his mood noticeably changed. Everyone picked up on this, especially the women. Hey, Luna nudged him, promoting him to look over. Using that, she got close and gave him a kiss. They separated only after a few seconds, where she then wrapped him up comfortably. Dream took a deep breath, wiping away negative thoughts. Asterisk sigh asterisk anyway. We've got a good amount of time for our vacation, so there's no reason we shouldn't get plenty of sleep. Agreed. Everyone must be stressed. A good night's rest will help. They all looked out one of the windows, seeing how darkness had already fallen. The girls' time zones were messed up, and everyone also had enough mental fatigue from the escape to warrant sleeping. So without eating, everyone headed to their own rooms, except Luna and Iris, who had grown accustomed to staying together. Not long later, everyone was in bed, though nobody was asleep. Not even half an hour after doors had closed, Dream got a tug on his connection. Through the wall. The wall? Dream smiled and activated his mana, opening the wall of his bedroom that connected with the girl's bedroom. Luna and Iris looked through, surprised. I've enchanted this entire place extensively. Plus, it's not hard to make my own doors through wood. You really have gotten more powerful. Will we be caught? Of course not. Besides, I think your parents are too busy to pay attention to anything else. I'm glad I put out extra sheets. Since Dream had this entire house under his control, he could definitely sense the ultra-dense mana barrier in the adults' room that hadn't been created more than a minute after they entered. It didn't take a genius to know that certain activities were being carried out. Knowing what he was talking about, Iris blushed heavily while Luna only reddened slightly, smiling a bit. It took Dream waving them over for them to finally climb onto his bed. Luna was the first to crawl over, and without warning, went straight for the mouth. Iris went slack-jawed, looking at how casually she stuck her tongue down his throat. Luna. Pa. Luna separated only after they exchanged plenty of saliva. Dream looked at her, sensing how hot she was. He didn't know what got her so in the mood, but he could definitely tell what she wanted, though he couldn't focus his attention entirely on her. Who? Come here, Scarlet. Dream turned to Iris and lifted himself up, moving over to her who was sitting away from them. Luna wasn't the only one who wanted some love, but Iris didn't know how to take it, so Dream had to give it. After pulling her in, Dream locked their lips. Gradually, Iris relaxed and lost herself in the feeling. After plenty of tongue, they slowly pulled apart. Luna then crawled over and hugged Dream from behind. She whispered through their deepening connection, I think we're both ready for you. You sure? I couldn't be more sure. So who goes first? Can't say I have experience in this kind of situation. Hee, let's take care of her. She's a little more fragile. Heh, I'll be gentle. Saying so, Dream brought Iris' mouth back to his. She then followed him down to the bed, getting comfortable. Gradually, things got more intense as they communicated with their bodies. At first, Iris was nervous and anxious, but as time passed, she let herself be open to the new feelings and sensations. Soon, clothes began coming off and bodies were pressed to each other. Dream could feel the excitement and expectation coming from her, as well as her vulnerability. And if he knew anything about Iris, it was that vulnerability wasn't easy for her. She was much like him in that way, so he could understand how much she was giving him, and he wasn't about to let that down. So he showed her. If there was one thing Dream had gotten good at while messing around with Sophia, it was this. With his superior physique and developed technique along with the best teacher, there was no way he wasn't a master in the arts of pleasing a woman. Many people used to tell him that their first times were disappointing or weird, that the expectation was far from reality. But after tonight, Dream was going to make sure that neither of these girls could say that. If anything, he was going to make this the best night of their lives. Let's dance. Chapter 132, Retrofit. 8 hours later, Dream had two very satisfied girls laying on him. He smiled a bit seeing their content faces. Look how happy you are. I am very happy to come this far with these two. It just feels right. They make me happy, and hopefully I was able to do that for them. Hoo-hoo, I think you did that plenty well. Fortunately, they're class 3s. Otherwise, they might not be able to walk tomorrow. I guess things like this would be different and much more convenient for powerful people. I mean, you would only have to focus on the pleasure. Especially for them who were virgins, there wasn't any of the pain or discomfort, and you never get tired. Although you might think that you're lucky to have landed them, anybody who knows about this would think the other way. I mean, over 7 hours of non-stop sex. It would drive any normal person crazy. Heh, and they very well may have been. I guess. I mean, after doing it with you for so long, I had forgotten about how vocal things could get, especially Iris. That was a new side of her that we didn't know about. Although Luna may be the more forward and passionate one, Scarlet doesn't lose out on intensity. She's just more carnal. Yes, I mean, it was almost like she flipped a switch. Once we got started, bam, embarrassment went out the window. Not only that, she really tried to dominate me. She's a predator, and that nature doesn't only show while hunting apparently. I really had to change the way I handled her. First I was trying to be gentle and all, but when she tried to take over like that, at least I know she's kind of an M. And Luna? Oh man, she a freak? Seriously, I mean just wow. I totally called it. But seeing is believing. Sure, we got intense during makeouts, but this? Talk about opening Pandora's box. Now you just have to figure out how to handle the parents when they find out. I'm more interested to see how the girls handle themselves in the morning. It is morning. Then over breakfast, I'll give it a few hours for everyone to sleep in before making food. I'm sure everyone will need some replenishment. When the sun had already risen and birds were chirping, everyone began to wake. Though it wasn't to the warmth coming through the windows, but to the smell coming from the kitchen. After taking showers, freshening up, and dressing themselves, Riddick and Celine along with Luna and Iris walked out of the rooms, meeting each other's gazes in the hallway. Celine looked at her girls for a bit before smirking. Iris blushed but did her best to hide it while Luna just smiled sheepishly. Riddick looked at their silent communication in confusion. What? Nothing. You know what that smell is? It smells good. Celine played it off and walked out after giving the girls a kiss on the forehead. They all followed to the kitchen and were greeted with a food-filled table and the sounds of sizzling grease. They all saw Dream cooking thin strips of meat in a pan. He had headphones on, obviously listening to music without a care in the world. Dream? HM? Oh, you guys are awake. I made breakfast, so go ahead and sit. What did you make? Smiling, everyone looked at the dishes on the table. Pancakes, some meat like bacon and ham. There's tortillas, chorizo, and I also went out and found a chicken-like creature that laid eggs. I wasn't sure about how good the eggs were after seeing that they were green instead of yellow though. But I tried it, and it's not poisonous and it tastes pretty good. So I made a bowl of it. Other than that, there's some bread, exotic fruit juice, and more meat. I made a lot, but I'm not sure how big Scarlett's appetite has grown, so eat before she inhales everything. What? Inhale? I'm not a cow. You could eat a cow though. Whatever. Iris huffed and took a seat at the table, snatching a piece of bread and gobbling it down. Everyone else laughed and also took a seat. When Dream finished cooking, he brought the last plate over and sat. Everyone began eating all the food. This is good. Celine spoke, impressed by the recipes from Earth. Dream followed. Everyone else nodded in agreement. I'm glad you like it. You didn't have to though. I could have cooked for us. Iris chimed in. Dream narrowed his eyes at her. But you burn the meat. I do not burn the meat. I'll have you know that I'm an amazing cook now. My skill is level 78. Oh, that's right. I forgot you had that skill. Iris worked with some of the chefs at the Empire. She's rather talented at cooking. Interesting. Maybe you can cook dinner with me tonight then. Okay. By the way, I stopped by the Spire and got an update from Adona. There's some more bad news. What happened? There was an attack on another kingdom. Everyone died, including the 2 Class 4s there. 2 Class 4s. Everyone's freaking out, though this has finally gotten people to move their asses. Fortifications are being set up at other kingdoms while the mercenary empire is also preparing. Oh, they're also preparing a team to counterattack. Apparently there were 4 Class 4 demons, so they want to send 7 of our own. Scouts are also being sent to properly estimate their numbers, so the forces don't get destroyed like last time. When's the attack? 5 days. Did you want to participate? I thought about it, but at the same time, I want these other people to get a taste of the demons. You're still not a Class 4, so you being there wouldn't hinder that goal. As far as I know, you would be able to cover for everything at the Class 3 level and below. That would save many lives. That combined with the recruited Class 4s getting a taste of the demons would bring you support from both them and the lower levels, given enough preparation, of course. To kill all of them would require me to build another ground army. Although I have the materials and the means, since this is for the empires, I would require compensation. You're sounding like a businessman. Things are becoming costly, especially after we rescued the girls. I don't think you realize, but those railgun projectiles that were shot at Raoul were on the level of grade 11 mithril, almost pure. Seriously? Yup, that's why they were so effective. Even the thousands of rounds fired from those aircraft were at least grade 9 mithril. The aircraft themselves were also grade 9. Those suits of yours? Equivalent to grade 12 mithril. The ships had armor that was grade 11 as well. And then I enchanted everything. That single operation took an unfathomably expensive amount of materials. And while an operation like the Kingdom one wouldn't take that, I'm still using up resources. If I can recuperate some from the empires who have more than plenty, I'll take it. So if I got you the payment, you would fight? Riddick spoke while putting a piece of ham in his mouth. Dream nodded as he folded up his breakfast burrito. Sure. In fact, I should start building more bots anyway. So I would be prepared come 5 days from now. Then I think I might try that. I'll just need one of your ships to go to the Spire. Sure. Don't stress yourself over it though. We're supposed to be on vacation right now. If they don't accept, then that's fine. Just be ready should they accept. And give me a list of the level of the materials you use. No problem. Then I'll head out today. With that, they made their plans and finished up breakfast. A few hours after, Riddick boarded Dream's ship and went off to the Spire. Celine also joined him, not wishing to separate from her man as well as see something new. She had been in the castle for so long that going anywhere was fun for her. So Luna, Iris, and Dream were left alone at the cabin. They all sat at the couch, wondering what to do. Well, at least Dream was. He didn't realize Luna had already made up her mind. MPH. Luna. They just left. Iris shouted in exasperation when Luna went over and started making out with Dream not more than 5 minutes after the adults left. You can't tell me you weren't thinking the same thing. Luna spoke softly after they separated. Iris blushed but didn't deny it. Well, wait already. Iris shouted once more as Luna took off her top, going back to making out. She just stood there, watching them for a bit before Dream suddenly pointed at her from the couch. HM? What are you, Hey? Not long after he pointed, Iris' shirt seemed to pull itself over her head by itself, exposing her voluptuous body. She only half fought it, knowing it was Dream doing the pulling. After waving her over, Iris also got her turn, and things only intensified. Even the room seemed to heat up under the erotic atmosphere, and it wouldn't cool down for another 3 hours. When night fell, Riddick and Celine had finally returned from the spire. They walked into the cabin, finding Dream and Luna cuddled together while listening to music with one sleeping fox between them. Riddick huffed. Well, aren't you comfortable? Oh, how'd it go at the spire? The message has been passed on to the other empires. We should hear back in 2 days whether they accept. What did you ask for? Recuperation of all materials destroyed in the battle plus 30% of everything on your list. They wondered if things could be paid for in gold, but we didn't accept that. You have no need for gold. Indeed, what did they think about that price? While it was high, they understood that you would take on the role of every soldier class 3 and under, and should you succeed, it would save thousands of lives. Though compared to the cost of employing soldiers, the person we spoke with wasn't sure if the others would see it as worth it. We'll have to wait and see. All right, thanks for doing that. Celine wanted to get out anyway. We weren't negotiating the whole day either. Sure, once you guys got back, I was actually planning on going up to the station. I'll need to do some machine retrofitting personally up there. As he said that, Dream began standing from couch, though the 2 girls relaxing on him weren't having that. New. Stay, you're warm. Keep petting me. I guess I can do it tomorrow. Dream smiled and sat back down, not wanting to disturb them. It was supposed to be vacation time after all, though this didn't mean Dream wouldn't do anything. So while he sat back down, he had Sophia start organizing the materials and robots he wanted to focus on. What Dream wanted to do was retrofit all the bots that did construction and resource enhancement as well as the mining bots. Since he was much more powerful, they were due for an upgrade. Though since he wasn't allowed to leave right now, he had Sophia bring everything to him within the dome. Aegis was first sent out to open up the leaf roof of the dome, allowing everything in at the same time. In space and all over the continent, robots began finishing up their jobs and packing up to leave. Later in the night, Dream and Iris began preparing dinner. It consisted of mostly meat plus some spices and sauces that Iris had in her inventory. There was also bread and such to complement everything. For the meat, Dream let Iris do everything as per her request and took care of everything else. And with her skills, it didn't take long for everything to finish. When they sat down to eat, everyone dug in expectantly. And surprisingly, everything was absolutely delicious. Even Dream was baffled, though he was pretty much able to figure out what was going on. While she was cooking the meat using her skill, Iris was actually loading the meat with more mana and doing some kind of pseudo-enchantment. And while he ate, he was able to detect this mana and not only its enchantment, but also how it affected the taste. Basically, it was enhancing the base taste of the food and imparting it to your senses through mana. This led to a much richer taste than one would originally get, even though the actual food didn't change. But regardless of whether he understood it, he was thankful for Iris cooking. Well, he was thankful for everything about the girls in general. He had only become increasingly infatuated with them over these 2 days, and even little things like this made him really happy. After Sophia teased him a bit for falling so deeply for them, everyone praised Iris' food by devouring it quickly. Afterwards, they all headed to bed for the night where Dream expressed his thanks again, 6 times. In the morning after eating breakfast, Dream went outside the cabin where his mechanical infrastructure was waiting for him. The girls also went out with him, both interested in these machines and not wanting to separate from his warm body. Geez, how can there be so much metal? All of them have mana sources too. Did you really enchant all of this? Both girls looked at the large mechanical fleet that took up a chunk of space across the plain. Every robot and ship was spread out and perfectly lined up like a professional army. They all silently stood there, awaiting orders. I did indeed build all of this, but they're due for an upgrade. So I'm going to be modifying them. Won't that take forever? Not really. In fact, I can do it all from right here. Let's sit. Saying that, Dream brought out a couch on the grass, sitting down. Curiously, the girls also sat down and got comfortable, waiting for the show. At the same time, Aegis came off of him and formed into a humanoid in front of them. Dream then began forming his globe network, designating Aegis as the anchor. After the network was formed, Dream created a connection from himself to the central globe around Aegis, allowing him to drive the enchantments from a distance. Then, he sent Aegis off into the large crowd of machines. When Aegis arrived over everything, strings were created and materials began unloading themselves from different ships. All the thousands of mana strings went towards all the robots in the fleet, and materials were also flown over, merging with and modifying them. Luna and Iris watched as metal was forged in midair and mana flowed elegantly. Over time, the mana density in the area began to rise as he carried out enchantments on all the cores and the bodies of the robots. And when they focused on a few robots to see what was going on exactly, they were stunned to see how intricate everything was. They could hardly understand anything going on, not to mention reading the bizarre enchantment. Even seeing the robotic structures and engineering baffled them. Amazing! Chapter 133, Rejected. Luna and Iris watched in awe as all the enchantments and materials moved fluidly between the bots. And at some point, Riddick and Celine had also come out to watch. Boy, what is all this? These are all the bots that construct things and mine my resources, as well as the ones who enhance the resources. After this is done, I'll be able to mine faster, build stronger machines, and enhance materials rapidly. I'll also be building more miners, enhancing the searching drones, and building more recon drones, allowing them to detect mana. I'll make some scout bots as well for the demons. Wait, did you say enhancing resources? Celine suddenly blurted out. Dream could hear the surprise and speculation in her voice. I did. Why? What do you mean specifically by enhance? I mean raising the grade of a material. Do you know about it? I know that enhancing materials is a myth according to the general populace, but in actuality, it's an extremely secret technique known only by a select few people throughout the most powerful empires across the world. Even I've only heard about the possibility of it being real. But you're saying that you know the technique? Where did you find it? I didn't. I just figured it out. At first it was difficult, but I was eventually able to build some robots to enhance materials for me. How? When you explode a material by overloading it with mana, there's a certain energy released. I call this energy flux. Flux is the energy that allows mana to affect the properties of matter without actually affecting the material physics. The more flux you have in a material, the more mana it can store, and therefore the stronger it will be. So I overload materials and transfer the flux, allowing me to raise the grade. So you overload the materials? Doesn't that waste it? Yup, but in exchange, I get stronger materials. And given all the resources I'm collecting, wasting a bunch is no problem for me. But the materials get stronger, taking more mana to explode. Then I gather more mana. It's not that simple. I definitely know that high-grade materials would take several times your mana pool to explode. It's why hunters look for materials that can handle at least twice their mana pool. So the mana never gets unstable and it never explodes. So how are you supposed to explode things like grade 10 mithril? By gathering more mana? So you gather and control mana amounts several times your own pool? Yeah. How is that possible? Why wouldn't it be? Because for a normal person, even emptying their mana once results in lots of fatigue, and it takes a day for it to regenerate. Doing what you say would put huge amounts of strain on your very soul. Something very dangerous to do. I mean, it's not that dangerous. Passing out for a bit usually recovers you completely. So you've done that? I told you he's a monster. Riddick sighed, seeing her shock. He remembers feeling the same thing on multiple occasions. Celine stared at Dream for a bit. He just sat there looking naive to his apparently outrageous actions. I can't accept it. I can show you if you want. How would you do that? Well, I need to make some liquid mana anyway. So I'll do that. Wait, liquid? Never heard of it? Of course I've heard of it. But how is a level 220 supposed to create it? Sacrificing some materials works for me. Watch. Saying that, Dream waved his hand. The next moment, everyone perked up after feeling the mana all around them begin moving. With Dream as the center, mana began to fluctuate to and from him in waves. Everyone could feel his influence extend out up to 140 meters. It was within these 140 meters that the center of a cyclone was being created, and the cyclone began affecting all the mana within 1,000 meters of them. Soon, they were all in the middle of a mana vortex, and all of the accumulating mana was being funneled straight to Dream. At the same time, a container was brought out to contain the liquid mana, and Sophia started bringing over materials for sacrifice. By the time everything was set, the area around them was already filled with a dense but transparent mana fog. Dream breathed in and out, and with each breath, more mana was condensed and ejected into the space. Not long after, a ball was created in front of him that consisted of the densest fog. He brought the materials over to this ball and exploded them. Boom! The bar of steel exploded, and flux was released into the fog ball. As per usual, the flux began binding to the mana, though this time, Dream actively tried to assist, using his skill in an attempt to expand his powers. Seriously? Celine muttered after seeing drops of liquid being formed and dropped into the container rapidly. And it never stopped. Dream kept exploding metals and condensing mana, and in only 10 minutes, the container was filled. After it was filled, Dream connected a string to it and began transporting the liquid over to the various bots in the fleet. Using those drops, all the cores of the bots were enhanced, giving them greater magical strength on top of the upgraded enchantments. Everyone watched everything for nearly 3 hours before Dream began calming the mana down. The vortex slowed and all the thousands of strings flowing through the air disappeared. Everyone looked to Dream, surprised. I'm done. He smiled as he looked over all the robots. His construction, resource gathering, and enhancing processes were all boosted greatly, triple according to Sophia's estimates. All the minor bots, scanner drones, and scout troops were also made. For the scout troops, Dream had made one type. Going off of the designs of Aegis and his suits, he made 50 bots that were comprised of many small cells. These cells were bigger than Aegis particles, but still smaller than light wavelengths, making them utterly invisible. When used, these bots would infiltrate areas like a kingdom, outpost, or stronghold and disperse into large gaseous clusters. They would then be totally unhindered in data collection, and all they had to avoid was getting too close to a class 4. This would make counting enemies and power estimation extremely easy since they could just fly around and scan everything. With this, Dream would have a very easy time collecting data. Alright, since I'm done, go back to work. I had to halt operations for this. With that, all the bots began either packing into their ships or flying off. The family watched as all the metal machines began leaving through a hole in the dome. I still can't believe you were able to build all that. Celine spoke, still shocked from everything Dream had told and shown her. It's nothing much. Once you understand the concepts, building things out of it is pretty easy. You underestimate how difficult it is to understand those concepts. Riddick chimed in. He had all the physics knowledge and engineering concepts in the tablet he frequently used, but he was never able to make much sense of it all. Oh well, I don't have anything else to do, so we can relax until we get news from the Spire about my recruitment. Saying so, Dream stood the girls up and put away the couch, heading back into the cabin. Over the next 2 days, everyone enjoyed their little paradise. Celine, no matter what was going on, never left Riddick's side. She was glued to him, and he was more than okay with that. The same scene played out for Dream as well. Neither of the girls wanted to do anything without him, so in order to not be bored, he tried to come up with things to do, one of which was to spend some time on the lake. Dream definitely wanted to see the girls in bikinis, so while Riddick took Celine to the Spire and even Enchanted Mountain for sightseeing, he got them in bikinis. When they had first come out after dressing, Dream was stunned. They were just absolutely gorgeous. Luna dressed in a Hawaiian-style two-piece, while Iris dressed in a more covering but still revealing one-piece. Both looked like they were modeling the suits with how perfect they looked. Though being in such a revealing and sexy piece of clothing had got Luna going, and it was only after Dream pacified her, and by extension Iris, a few times that they were finally able to make their way to the lake. Here, they did 2 things. One was a water battle between Luna and Dream. Luna had wanted to showcase some skills of hers, and what better way to do it than through competition? This led to massive waves and a battle between mana control and influence strength. And surprisingly, Luna was able to hold her own in terms of controlling her mana against Dreams, though he could crush her should he get serious. One had to note that she was still a support type. The second thing they did was hang out in the sun. Despite the roof of leaves and branches, plenty of sun still got through, and Dream taught them the art of laying down under it, though just laying there would get boring. So the three decided to work on their connections while sunbathing. Dream's connection with Luna was through her class as well as the skill she received for it. But he also had a connection with Iris. This one was actually created through Luna, and because of this, the trio had a small network between them and only them. Although Luna had tried to create connections with Riddick and Celine, Riddick didn't let her create one between them for her protection, and Celine had a connection between them as mother and daughter. So her main skill was only aimed at Dream, Iris, and between them. And what they wanted to do was not only strengthen the connections between them, but also experiment as to what they could share over these connections. As they had experience before their separation, the three were actually able to partially share skills between each other through Sophia's help. Sophia would use the connection generated from Luna and share herself as well as magical abilities by sending it through the connection. While Sophia could only display her full capabilities with Dream, she was able to provide extremely helpful services to the girls in not only magic control but also processing power and fluid communication between the three. Other than Sophia, though, Dream found that Luna was actually capable of boosting his stats and power through this connection. Upon calculation, Sophia found that the boost was about 15%, which was rather significant. But since Dream and Iris were her only connections, she was splitting the power between the two. Though since Iris was more closely connected, she was getting more than he was, but it's not like he minded, nor was there any way for Luna to change that. Along with the power boost was also her healing ability, which granted Dream a strong passive regeneration, though it wasn't incredibly useful for him. So he recommended she keep the power aimed at Iris, who apparently used it quite a bit. So they tested different abilities while laying there in the sun. This happened until the sun began to set, where they got up and went back to the cabin. Interesting thing was, neither of the girls tanned at all. Dream had been confused, but Sophia cleared it up for him. Apparently, because of their power, the UV rays from the sun wouldn't be able to damage their cells and DNA, which is what caused melanin to be released and caused the skin to tan. This made Dream a little disappointed. He wouldn't get to see them with sexy copper tone bodies. Not that they weren't still perfect the way they were, but still. After settling down in comfy clothes for the night, Dream decided to put on a movie. This was when Riddick and Celine had made it home, and they also settled in and watched the movie with them. Entranced by modern entertainment, nobody ever pulled away from the screen. And when the end had come, they were all disappointed. Not in the movie, but in the fact that the movie ended. They had gotten so hooked and wished there was more. And luckily there was. How could Dream possibly run out of movies? So he put on another, and then another. Eventually, it turned into a movie marathon, and they only stopped when breakfast time came in the morning. But even when that ended, they went right back to the couch, wanting more movies. Seeing this, Dream had to wonder whether it was okay to have shown them this entertainment. Hopefully they wouldn't get addicted to it. But since he had started, he wasn't going to be able to stop. So for the entire day, everyone stayed in and munched on snacks while watching movies and shows. Come night, Dream got a message from Adona. The reason why was because his recruitment had been decided on. Unfortunately, though, it was rejected. The empires felt his demands were too high and would rather send their own troops, which would not only cost less, but also allow the soldiers to gain experience. Plus, they didn't believe that Dream was capable of doing what he was offering. So ultimately, they sided with the predictable and cheaper route. This didn't really come as a surprise to Dream. What he was offering was indeed pretty bold and unbelievable. Plus, the demands weren't cheap. And knowing the people deciding on his offer, just the fact that it was him offering may have created a negative bias. So hearing this, Dream just shrugged. Riddick also got the news, and while he was surprised, he could also understand. It was Celine, though, that got a little mad. How could they be so cheap as to not even give you a chance? While I can understand their disbelief, if you turned out to do exactly as you said, you would have saved tens of thousands of lives that will definitely be lost in the battle, if not more. How is that not worth some materials? I say you make their rejection public. I'll bet the people would hate to see that. We don't need to do that. Something like that will cause division, and that wouldn't be good since we just got started with war efforts. Just let them shoot themselves in the foot. It may teach them a lesson faster that way. I thought you'd be more disappointed. I am a little, but I'm also on vacation. No need to stress about things right now. There will be plenty of that in the future. Dream relaxed back with his two lovely ladies as he said that. Celine just huffed, annoyed at all the politics. Chapter 134, Urgency. All right, the time is now. Everyone prepare for battle. A man shouted through a mana channel. This channel was spread over the crowd of tens of thousands behind him. Hearing this, all the soldiers tensed up and began making their last preparations. The Class 3 officers and Class 4s also began preparing to lead this army. When everyone had finished, they all gathered and formed up, awaiting orders. Seeing this, the officers nodded and began their march. Their destination was the kingdom several miles away. As they marched, the atmosphere was nervous and fearful. All the soldiers knew the fate of the other army that had tried to retake a kingdom, and they were afraid of being the ones to repeat history. Most of them had families and loved ones, and being here was basically a death sentence. None of them had much hope of coming out alive, but they wouldn't back out, nor did they have that option. So after purposefully and courageously marching for a bit, they had arrived near the kingdom. Everyone looked at the destroyed walls in front of them. Though contrary to what they expected, there were no demons running around. In fact, it was extremely quiet. Too quiet. Report, a man suddenly appeared next to the leading class force. This was a scout who had done a last-minute survey of the battleground. What happened? Where are the demons? I'm not sure how, but they're dead. Dead? Yes. When I went and searched the city, there were no demons to be seen. All the buildings are destroyed and demon corpses can be seen everywhere. All of them? Well, all except for the Class 4 demons. The 4 of them are in the center of the city. But other than them, there are no other sources of life that I could detect. Let's check it out. Tell everyone to stand by. Saying that, all the Class 4s rose in the air and flew over to the kingdom. Upon arrival, they indeed saw everything the scout described. All the buildings of the city were reduced to piles of wood and stone, and among this rubble was blood, guts, and limbs, obviously the demons. We got a report only a day ago, and it said that this place was absolutely crawling with demons. What happened since then? Not sure, but either way, all demons besides our targets have been killed. This'll save a lot of men and resources, and only we need to fight now. Since that's the case, let's start our battle. After relaying the situation and telling the troops to stay back, the 7 Class 4s clashed with the remaining 4 demons. Back at the formation of soldiers, when everyone had received the orders, a wave of surprise and excitement washed over them. They had been hopeless about the situation, but now, everyone would survive and get to go back home. All of them were beyond happy and relieved. Several hours later, Dream and the family were sitting around the living room watching a movie and gorging themselves with tasty snacks. Though halfway through, Riddick suddenly received a message. After reading it for a bit, he looked over to Dream. Boy, sup? I just got a report. The battle to retake the kingdom has concluded. How'd it go? Absolute victory. 0 casualties. What? Celine suddenly blurted out, shocked by that outcome. How? It was estimated that nearly all of them would die. How do you go from that to 0 deaths? Well, according to the scout and the Class 4s, when they arrived at the kingdom, every demon besides the Class 4s had been mysteriously killed. This meant that the army never even had to raise their swords, and after a long but smooth battle, our Class 4s killed the 4 demons. And while the entire city was decimated, it was of little consideration. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Everyone looked at Dream, who just looked off into space dumbly. Though it didn't take a genius to know that he had interfered. You went and killed them anyway, huh? Celine smiled, as did Luna, who looked at him sweetly. He just shrugged his shoulders. I still had those aircraft and decided I could just decimate the area. Although I couldn't kill those Class 4s, they handled it. What about all the materials you used? It was almost entirely in the form of projectiles, and after sending some bots to scour the area, I had recovered most of it. The rest I'll get later. So I pretty much haven't lost anything. I see either way. It's nice that you helped. You don't want to publicize it? No, it's fine. I'm sure the Empires will be able to figure out who did it. I'll consider this a free trial proving my abilities. Besides, I think I'm going to need to take action either way. Why is that? After equipping the drones with mana sensors, most of them were sent to the demon continent to get a look at things, and the results were rather dismal. After overlooking their main base, to say it was just gushing mana is an understatement. The mana fluctuations released from that single area has the approximate combined strength of two empires, so their single empire is as powerful as two of ours? Just about. And this is just what I could sense. As for numbers, it's up past 100 million, nearly all of which are combatants. Everyone went quiet, obviously not hopeful about that information, though Celine picked up on something. Wait, you said that that's only their main base. What about their other settlements? Well, after scanning the majority of the continent and calculating the mana levels of all their bases, their estimated population comes out to around 600 million, and their power level exceeds that of every human empire and kingdom combined by around 20%. So if we were to combine the combat power of the entire human race, they would still be able to beat us? Not just beat us, but knowing their abilities, they would be able to utterly wipe out everything on this continent and still have much of their forces to spare. Hearing that, everyone suddenly had a sense of panic wash over them. If that was true, then what the hell was everyone sitting around for? This was basically saying they were on the verge of extinction. But there's two reasons we're still pretty safe. What are they? 1. The demons aren't focusing on only us. They're splitting their forces about half and half, one to attack us and one to attack the animal empires. So they don't have enough power to destroy us yet. 2. Contrary to what I initially thought, their rate of growth has greatly decreased, so they won't overrun us in a short amount of time. So we still have time. Yes, but not much. What we've seen with these two attacks on the kingdoms is only the start. Even now I can see huge movements of demons heading straight up the continent. We're going to see many more attacks, all of which will likely have much more combat power. And if we weren't able to track and scout their armies, we would be in a bad position. But we can? I can. My upgraded drones will allow me to track them and alert the kingdoms or settlements of approaching armies. This way, we can evacuate people and properly prepare for battle. But like I had told everyone at the grand meeting, if we sit back and only defend, then we will get overrun. Won't you be able to destroy their bases like you just did? There's only so much I can do with the materials I have. Sure, I can bombard the ever-living balls out of them, but they can easily replace the small fry. There need to be people to take care of the class 4s. Only by killing them can we effectively reduce their overall power. But nothing is being organized fast enough, and our own class 4s aren't moving. So if you had the class 4s taken care of, you would be able to take care of everything else. Pretty much. Although their population is over 500 million, making a big enough army would allow me to slowly cut down their numbers. Plus, by that point I would hopefully have the support of the empires. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure people will only start taking things seriously when the situation becomes worse. Apparently 2 kingdoms aren't enough, so we'll need to wait for these demon armies to arrive. How long? They've already entered the continent through the land bridge that they've heavily fortified. In fact, there are armies heading towards another kingdom right now. It'll be a week before they attack, and that's if they don't split off and attack another kingdom off to the side. How many kingdoms are there between them and the empire? If they attack the 2 I'm thinking they will, then there will only be one more. They'll then have a straight shot to the empire. Something like that would put huge pressure on them. Question is, should you alert the kingdoms who are about to be attacked? I'm thinking I will. Although dooming those people would increase urgency, alerting them would increase my reputation. It will help me to have a following later on. Alright, then until those armies arrive, we can only wait. Yeah, I guess so. Dream sat back and sighed tiredly. He could already feel the stress coming and knew that there was going to be much more in the future. Luna moved in closer and gave him a kiss, letting him know she was there. Riddick thought for a second before asking a random question on his mind. By the way, boy, what class did you receive for your advancement? It's called Exalted Arcanist. Exalted, so that's what's above Master. And you're still only class 3. You know, back at the United Empire I know only a few class 4s who have the word Exalted in their class. The fact that you have such a powerful class as a mere class 3 makes me a bit conflicted. Are you sure you're not a class 4? Pretty sure. I mean, I know that I'm powerful for my level, but my classes aren't really the reason. It's the skills that give me my power. That's what I always told that old man right there. Skills before levels. In fact, leveling up too fast can be detrimental. You'll hit those class advancements and evolve yourself, but if your skills aren't maxed, they won't evolve as well. Then you end up having crappy skills for your level, which eliminates your future potential. But your skills are crafting types. What if you have a combat-oriented skill? No matter the skill, levels work the same way. The level of a skill represents its perfection. If you max out its perfection, you become more powerful and can then level up easier. So if you have problems leveling your skill, you need to first try and understand what your skill is and test its limits. And you were able to max out your skills? I was. Although, I actually held off my advancement for a short time so that I could level a skill that hadn't been maxed. Once I maxed it, I did the advancement and it evolved. But since they evolved, the skills I have now are much different than before. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to max them before Class 4. I'll probably have to max them after. Anyway, if you two have any skills above level 50, we should max them before Class 4. Dream patted both the girls, to which they nodded. Knowing about the demon threat, they knew they would have to get stronger. Celine and Riddick also looked at each other. Although Riddick had advanced, he could still max his skills. And for Celine, who was still a Class 3, she was in the best position to increase her strength so long as she took the advice. Although they could only wait, none of the family decided to be idle. After hearing about everything, they were all feeling too urgent to lazily watch movies all day, so they made themselves active. Riddick and Celine began practicing their magic with each other. This involved them frequently leaving and going to the spire where they had plenty of resources at their disposal to test whatever they wanted. Not only that, but Dream gave them data on his discoveries through their suits. This included everything he found out about magic, including the peculiarities he observed with Riddick's own mana. Maybe it would help him in some way. But other than that, Dream, Iris, and Luna stayed home and practiced not only their magic, but combat. As Dream had been taught by the best, he was also naturally able to teach the best as well. And while Luna wasn't much of a close combat type, Iris was. So Dream decided that the best thing for her to practice would be her technique and longevity. Though Luna wasn't going to be idle as they practiced. In fact, she cooperated with them. Well, cooperated with Iris was more accurate. Basically, Dream had them fight him together. Both of them were told to try and kill him as effectively as possible. Currently, the three were in a large grassy area within the dome. Dream stood a little distance away from the two girls, who had transformed. "Come at me." Dream smiled at them. Currently, he was barely clothed with only some shorts on. The reason was that he understood that Iris attacks would just disintegrate everything he wore, so he didn't feel like dealing with that. After waving, Iris instantly bolted over at high speeds. Her fur flamed up a bit and burned everything within 10 meters of her. It was like her fire created its own domain. It took less than a second for her to cross the short distance. Soon, she was moving her head to bite Dream's thigh. As she got close, Dream could feel the intense heat coming off of her. Just that itself threatened to boil his insides, at least whatever was liquid. But with his extensive upgrades and ability to control heat, it wasn't nearly enough to affect him. As Iris' teeth came close to clamping down on his leg, he moved his opposing knee and drove it into her side. Boom! A heavy sound came from the impact and Iris was thrown few meters away. Though despite this, Dream wasn't feeling at all smug. She's tough. When his knee had come in contact with her, it was like her fur had turned to metal. Not only that, but her body was extremely hot. As Iris recovered and turned to him, Dream checked out her fur. He had noticed the deep red color on it before, but he had only thought that it was the pigment. But feeling that temperature, he knew that it was actually because the fur was a few thousand degrees hot, giving it that color. As he looked at her, Iris also checked him out. She looked at his knee that had struck her and saw that it didn't have any burns on it. Though she wasn't that disappointed. She remembered when they were back at the Enchanted Mountain and how Dream could handle red-hot metal with his bare hands. Just her hot fur obviously wouldn't be enough to cause him wounds. Luckily, that attack was only a feeler. Feeling a bit more energized from the hit, Iris dashed back to him, except much faster. She blurred as she suddenly moved next to him, going straight for his leg once more. "You should get serious." Saying so, Dream sped up his perception, slowing the world down. He moved his body with much more power than before, throwing a solid kick to her body. Boom! A small shockwave was released through her body as the foot made contact. And unlike last time, Iris was thrown much farther, nearly 100 meters. She hit and rolled on the ground for a while before slowing herself down. Luna, who had been watching from the side, suddenly widened her eyes, though she smiled the next moment. "I think you riled her up. Good." Whoosh. After they spoke, an explosion of fire was suddenly released, creating a pillar of fire almost 50 meters high. Iris could be seen walking out, snarling as bloody flames poured from under her fur. Her eyes had turned black, giving off a destructive and deathly feeling. "Very good. Now come at me again. Show me how much you've improved." Dream shouted and smiled widely, excitement welling in his chest. Iris responded by darting at him at her fastest speed while shooting out more flames. These flames destroyed all life around her, even some unlucky birds flying overhead. Soon, they clashed in a magnificent red explosion. Chapter 135, Training. As the two clashed, both very quickly realized certain things about the other. For Dream, it was that Iris' flames were no longer simple flames. And for Iris, it was that Dream was truly much different than he used to be, especially in regards to his body. Dream had known that Iris would travel down the path of a predator that ate and got stronger. It was the basis for her devour skill. Her fire was more of a complementary skill. But although he knew this, he didn't know how exactly it would evolve. Something like that could only be known by the person themselves who were guiding its usage in a certain direction. But it immediately became clear that Iris had evolved in a way that was frankly confusing to Dream. When he came in contact with her fire, not only did it seek to burn him and his mana, but it also tried to steal his mana at the same time. It was a very frontal and thorough assault. It recovered her own mana and energy while destroying his, like a vampire that was sucking your blood as they tore you apart. Iris had evolved her skills to not only be sustainable in a long-term fight, but also put her enemy at a severe disadvantage. At the same level, she would be able to destroy her enemy. They would have to attack and defend at the same time. And both these things would only supply her with mana, especially if they were magicians. They could try and cast a spell, but it would only be destroyed by the mana interference. And this was only in terms of mana. As Dream had come in contact with her body, he realized how truly sturdy she was. Her fur acted as an armor by itself, while her insides seemed to be amazingly impact-resistant. It was the total opposite to her cuddly self that has super soft fur. Knowing this, it seemed like Iris had all her bases covered. She was extremely tough and could quickly decimate an enemy's mana pool and their attacks. Not only that, but she had Luna supporting her with buffs, healing, and a secondary pool of mana. She couldn't be more well-rounded if she wanted to be. So after inferring all these things from their first exchange, Dream took measures against it. The first thing he did was retract every drop of mana he had into his body, creating an impenetrable barrier under his skin. This would make it extremely difficult for her to eat any of his mana or destroy it. Though by doing this, he was basically saying that he wouldn't use any mana-based attacks on her, instead choosing to fight bare-bodied. Iris saw this and continued. Except she was much more aggressive about physical attacks, pulling back her mana-burning flames as they would only waste energy. Another thing that Dream understood was that Iris was fast. He estimated her agility to be a while his was a plus. So while he could outmaneuver her, it wasn't to the point where she couldn't keep up. So after taking a couple of blows to her body, she moved in and finally clamped down on his arm. "Oh my," Dream spoke when she bit down on him. Her jaws were like bladed vice grips. And through this he was able to find out that her strength was actually higher than his. His strength always seemed to be his lowest attribute, and was currently only at A. Hers must have been a plus. Seeing this, he knew that getting her off wouldn't be easy. In fact, her bite had already caused damage. Not only did her teeth break through to his muscles, but his impenetrable mana barrier under his skin was also being destroyed and eaten, at a much faster rate than before as well. It seemed that making direct contact with her opponent was much more effective for mana destruction than just using her fire. But her bite wasn't the only way she could attack. Knowing that she was clamped on, she began using her long and sharp claws to deal more damage. These claws also cut his skin, though the cuts were more shallow and didn't make it past his muscles. They lacked the force of her teeth. After analyzing the situation for a split second, Dream began acting, strengthening his free arm. He pulled back his fist and swiftly punched her snout. At the same time, he loosened the material in his arm around her teeth. Since her teeth lost their holdings, Iris's mouth shredded through and off his arm like it was soft meat. Right after, Dream delivered another kick, putting some distance between them. Dream looked down at his arm that had black crystallization and white blood all over it. Activating his mana, the wounds began to rapidly close and heal. Soon, his arm was back to normal besides a few residual scars that would take a bit longer to heal. Iris recovered and watched this, surprised. "You heal fast. I'm a craftsman. Fixing my own body isn't hard. Though I'm surprised you were able to break through my muscles. Only your muscles. Your bones are too hard. I can't snap them. My bones are some of the strongest materials in the world. That doesn't surprise me. You would have better luck trying to wear me out magically, but you have insane control over your mana, and your body is too strong for me to destroy before I can hurt you, forcing you to activate your mana and regenerate. Plus, you aren't even using your armor or weapons. I can't beat you." Iris made a very objective observation, inferring his strengths and weaknesses or lack of them. Dream nodded. "That is true, but the point isn't for you to beat me. The point is for you to improve, something you can't do by eating mindless monsters all day. I want you to use your abilities in every way you think is possible, and then think up something new to beat me who is currently unbeatable. You can't break my bones, you can't beat me in mana control, and even if you eat some mana, I can regenerate it. Fighting me in the same way will put you in an endless cycle that will end in your defeat. So what do you need to do to break the cycle? Cut off your mana. But I have better mana control. Surrounding me with your mana-eating fire won't stop me from bringing mana in from the outside. At least, not more than you eat away. So I need better control? Or you need to use your magic in a different way. Your mana-devouring powers are all about rates. You need to pay attention to the rate that you eat mana, the rate that I regenerate it, and the rate we both spend it fighting each other. If you can beat my rate of regeneration, then you'll eventually win. But your mana pool is too big, not to mention how thick your mana is. My own pool can't match up. But you don't need to only rely on your mana pool. You, Scarlet, have the power to convert massive amounts of mana to your own in a very easy way. Much more so than I can. So I'll let you in on my secret. You don't have to restrict yourself to your mana pool. By simply maintaining the mana you convert outside of yourself, you will be able to control more total mana than just what's in your mana pool. But that takes a lot of energy. Then you better start training. Mages of a low level get tired when they empty their pool. But if you want to become stronger, then you need to expand how much mana you can control, letting you fight stronger foes. The way to do this is by strengthening your soul, enabling it to control more mana. And yes, that takes energy. But if I'm right about your powers, then you'll just be able to eat and recover that energy. Will you let me eat you? That would be problematic in more ways than one. But it's not like we have to stay here. We can go out and find some monsters for you to eat and recover. I just want you to start expanding your abilities. If you want to beat people with more mana than you, then you'll need to be able to do what I'm telling you. Believe me when I say that if you're able to do that, then you'll be the most overpowered of us all. So I just need to convert a bunch of extra mana to my own and use it? Correct. With that much more mana, while you may not be able to overwhelm me, it'll drastically increase your combat ability. You seal off the environment so the enemy can't regenerate, and then you use the environment's mana, plus your own, plus the mana you eat from your opponent, against them. It's a triple whammy. Okay, then try it. Use this time to experiment however you want. I'm your personal punching bag. I've never seen a punching bag that hits back. I'm not a big fan of just letting people eat me without a little consequence. It's just self-defense. I won't actively pursue you. Now come and fight. Oh, and let Sophia help you. Letting your own skill fight against you. Whatever. Here I come. Saying so, Iris began billowing flames that engulfed the area. They quickly swept over Dream and the spectator Luna. And as a result of this, Dream was separated from the environmental mana, just as he told her. But he wouldn't make it easy for her. Using his mana, he created a channel straight through the fire to the outside, enabling him to continue and regenerate mana. Iris immediately noticed this channel and began bombarding it with her fire. She ate at the barrier and spread her fire even further, using any mana she could gather to destroy his channel. But if compromising Dream's control over his mana was easy, he wouldn't be where he was today. Iris knew this, and no matter what she tried, the channel wouldn't break. But she still kept on eating away at it. Although it was small, he was still giving her free mana. But knowing this wouldn't be enough, Iris also dashed over to attack more. Both of them were quickly entangled in close combat, and Dream was put on defense on multiple fronts. Since he was expending mana to maintain the channel, this meant that there was much more mana and energy for Iris to eat at. Plus, the wounds she gave caused him to expend energy to repair. It was a very disadvantageous fight. But despite this, Iris was never able to cause any urgency or gain the upper hand. Dream just stood there within the fire, blocking and returning attacks. And no matter how much mana he needed to control, it never seemed to cause him to divert focus, thus giving Iris openings. All she could do was burn, claw, and bite. This repetition went on for several hours. But although she was doing the same thing over and over again, Iris was learning. She was learning how to control more mana and use it in different ways against him. Dream told her to use him as a punching bag, trying whatever she wanted. So she did. Plus, she had Sophia in her head giving advice. It was this advice that allowed her to further her understanding of mana and how to use it. After these several hours, Iris finally showed fatigue. Eventually, she stopped and retracted her fire that had been constantly burning. "Ooh, you're impossible to beat." Iris breathed heavily and looked at him, exhausted and baffled. He looked perfectly fine, despite having fought her for so long. "I wish that were actually true. I don't know if the old man told you, but I was on the verge of dying not that long ago." "What happened?" "I got sledged in the back by a class 4. A little advice: never get sledged in the back by a class 4. It hurts." "Noted. Anyway, I'm hungry. Where's food?" "I was able to find some class 3 monsters while we were fighting. Hop in the ship." When he said that, a plane flew itself into the dome through a hole Dream had created in the roof. It landed in front of them and opened its hatch for them. The three boarded and flew off to another area, specifically a den of bears. Dream's drones had picked up on a large mana signature signifying a class 3 and discovered this den. It wasn't that far either, and they were able to arrive in less than a minute. After jumping out of the plane, they landed in the forest near the den. Dream spread his influence out wide, picking up on 6 class 3 bears and 18 class 2s. 6 class 3s and 18 class 2s. All meaty bears. "Filling enough for you?" "Yes, I'll be back." Seeing the same thing as him, Iris got excited. Her fur began to flame up again as she dashed into the underground den. Dream kept an eye on the situation, though it turned out to be completely unnecessary. Upon entering the den, Iris filled the place with fire and instantly pounced on a bear, ripping its throat out. She then moved on to the next and the next, until every bear had either burned to death or was mauled. After brutally killing them all in only a few minutes, Iris began comping down on one eagerly. What Dream found curious, though, was that she never stopped her flames. They continually burned the bears until they were reduced to nothing. This was also weird in the fact that normal animals would turn to ashes when burned, not nothing. Luna walked over to him and spoke. "Iris can eat through her fire and doesn't need to eat them the normal way. Though she can also put the bodies directly in her stomach, she doesn't because it apparently reduces the energy she can get from the corpses." "Very interesting. And rather convenient." "It is. You should see her with weaker animals. Since she can eat through her fire, it also means that she can eat animals alive, and many at once. Her energy recovery is insane. Nobody below her level being capable of beating her is more than true." "How did she integrate her devour skill with her fire, though?" "She told me that she got tired of having to go around to every animal to eat it, so she decided to see if she could eat something from far away. And since her devour skill is used through the soul, she found that spreading her soul power, or influence as you call it, allowed her to eat the animal from a distance. But another problem became apparent, and that was the time it took. It took much longer eating from afar, so she sped it up with the destructive power of her fire, thus creating this fire that can eat. Wow, that's rather brilliant. So much so that her skills leveled up a lot. Though she still hasn't maxed them out, they're close, as are mine. Like you said, I think we'll be able to max our skills before class 4. That's good. That advancement will be huge for all of us, and I don't doubt we'll reach it. The only problem is how long it will take. If we move fast enough, it wouldn't take long at all. True, but again, it's the skills that are important. Those are harder to predict in terms of their leveling. And with war at our doorstep, the longer we take to advance, the more dangerous it gets. Right. Don't let what I'm saying rush you, though. Take the time you need. I'm honestly more concerned about your potential than the war. So if you need help with anything, you can ask me. Or Sophia. She may be easier to talk with sometimes. Sure. Thanks. Of course. They smiled to each other and held hands, enjoying the feeling. Not long after, Iris came walking out of the den looking very satisfied. Chapter 136. Employment. Over the next several days, Dream and the family spent their time training and developing their magic. Iris especially. Her power was unique, versatile, and strong. And while her training consisted of draining her energy, she had the overpowered ability to eat and recover that energy. This was exactly what happened after their first training session when she massacred that bear den. After coming out, not only had she recovered her mana, but her soul had also regained its lost energy, bringing it back up to its peak state. Dream found this absolutely baffling. If he had that ability, would he not have to pass out for days at a time to recover his soul's energy? Knowing she had this ability, though, Dream decided to work Iris to the bone. Since all he had to do was find her food, there was no reason she couldn't be constantly improving. So he began a schedule of constant combat with her. They would fight all day and night, only stopping to go find food, but even this would only take an hour. During combat, Iris would be spending and controlling mana constantly while attempting to destroy Dream's body. If one were to just look at them from a distance, all they would see was an ever-raging dome of fire. Luna, on the other hand, was mostly a spectator in this constant battle. Though despite her seemingly relaxed atmosphere, she was by no means idle. In order to improve her skills, Dream was always actively finding different ways to use their connection, as was she. As Dream fought Iris, they would be exchanging abilities and even try to pass energy through the connection. And according to many experiments, they found that they were able to pass mana and even objects in their inventory across the connection. And the distance that they were able to do so had increased drastically. Before, they weren't able to maintain a solid connection past a mile. They had to be rather close to use it effectively. But now, they could maintain a strong connection over a few dozen miles. Not only that, but Luna figured out how to strengthen the connection between Dream and Iris. This triangle connection between the three allowed all of them to share their abilities between each other, at least to a certain extent. While Dream couldn't fully utilize Iris' Devour skill, he was able to enhance her own usage of it with his own Magic Arcana skill. And by doing this, he would enable her to collect more mana or eat energy faster, which he could then receive from her over the connection. This would allow him to actually recover some of his own soul's energy like she did. Unfortunately, he couldn't even compare to Iris in soul recovery despite that. So while Luna had created this familiar connection with him, it was probably the two girls that benefited the most. Not only did they have full access to Sophia, but she was able to enhance their magical abilities with Dream's own skills. Though they didn't understand it, they were able to handle and even level their own skills faster using her assistance. Another benefit this connection had was information processing. Since their minds were connected, they were able to transfer information to each other using Sophia's help. This feature was used heavily when Dream wanted to teach the two certain scientific or magical concepts. All he had to do was send them the necessary data and they would process it as normal, greatly speeding up their learning speeds. Overall, this trio was beginning to become extremely synergized. It was similar to Dream and Sophia's connection, even going so far as to approach similar depths. The three were even getting to the point where they could read each other's minds, and it was all thanks to Sophia and Luna. Over the next several days, the trio worked on their connections and combat abilities. That was until they received some news. As Dream had spoken about before, there were massive armies of demons coming into the continent, and one portion of the army was heading towards two of the three kingdoms around the mercenary empire. And the armies had reached the kingdoms, though not before Dream enacted his alert system. Since this world had no electronics, Dream had to send out some robots that had been recently constructed to manually alert the people in these kingdoms. These robots had arrived 2 days before the demons were estimated to attack, and they had been constantly broadcasting alerts to all the people. And not only did they broadcast to the people, but bots were even sent to the kings and administrators of the kingdoms to alert them formally. Upon receiving these alerts, one of the kingdoms had taken it very seriously. The king of this one kingdom was one of the Class 4s at the meeting, and while this Class 4 hadn't been totally with Dream and his plans, he still acknowledged the validity of his intelligence. So upon hearing that a massive demon army was going to attack, he immediately began evacuating everyone to the empire. The other kingdom, though, wasn't as responsive. While a majority of the citizens took the alert seriously and evacuated, the administration did nothing to assist this. This led to the kingdom not being completely deserted, unlike the other one. The people who didn't leave were the skeptics, and those who didn't want to leave their business and such. And so, the demon armies finally arrived. As Dream had predicted, both kingdoms were attacked at the same time, and it was only the kingdom that had been evacuated completely that didn't suffer any deaths. The other kingdom, though, suffered many, and the death count was estimated to be around 30,000. This included the Class 4 who was helming the kingdom. But this Class 4 dying was actually surprising to Dream. He figured that he would just be able to escape. But upon seeing the combat power of the demon army, he understood. This demon army had held 4 Class 4s within, and if the Class 4 king had run at the first sight of the army, he may have survived. But he didn't, and the Class 4 demons got a hold of him. One of the main reasons was because one of the demons was an archer, and this king had been a fighter. The two didn't mix correctly, especially since the fighter tried to run, putting distance between them. Upon getting accurate reads of this army, Dream sent a bot with the information to the mercenary empire. This included video, and all the higher-ups were able to see the utterly monumental size of the army. But one thing was odd, and that was the data on the second army that sieged the evacuated kingdom. As Dream learned more about Class 4s, he found that they had the incredible ability to retract all traces of themselves. Upon going to Riddick with this inquiry, he confirmed it. It was a part of the Class 4 advancement and an unintended benefit to all Class 4s. Basically, if they didn't want someone to sense them, they wouldn't. Only by a Class 4, searching with their aura, would they be able to find a hidden Class 4. This also meant that without them exposing themselves, Dream by himself wouldn't be able to get an accurate count of the number of Class 4s in the demon armies, or anywhere for that matter. While he could try to pick them out visually, all the demons varied wildly in looks, and it wasn't a viable option. This missing data was presented in the intelligence to the empires, but Dream still made sure to throw in predictions. If one army had 4, then the other would also have at least that number. This wasn't taking into account if there were more hidden, but either way, there was at least 8 Class 4s that were marching straight to them now. Seeing this, many started to panic. The demon army scale was just too massive, numbering over 3 million, and this army was closing in on the last kingdom between them. After receiving this intelligence, the empire began moving. Not only did they begin recruitments and moving their army, but they called upon the alliance for reinforcements. While they might be able to cover 3 million combatants themselves, it would only match the number of demons. They wanted more to be sure. This request was sent and immediately accepted. Not only did the Spire send reinforcements, but so did the Sword School. Even the Enchanted Mountain sent weapon supplies. But one problem became apparent, and that was moving these men and supplies. According to Dream's estimates, the army wouldn't take more than 6 days to reach the kingdom, and it would take much longer to move everything they wanted to that kingdom, meaning they couldn't respond in time. So they came up with a new plan, and that was to pull everything back and fortify. They evacuated the kingdom, and all supplies and armies were brought to the capital city. After pulling everything back, huge defensive walls were erected outside of the original walls. Dream actually praised the move to pull everything back. If they had tried to hold the kingdom, they would have lost many more men and the capital city might have been put at risk. So fortifying, at least in this situation, was the best move. There was one more interesting thing that happened though, and it happened 2 days before the demons were estimated to reach the capital city. We would like to employ your services in this upcoming battle. Currently, Dream was sitting in an office in the mercenary empire. One of the 2 men in front of him was Sirach, and through Adona, he had requested an audience with Dream. Well, the empire had requested an audience. It was just Sirach who was chosen to negotiate. That and one of his friends who specialized in this stuff. What kind of services are you looking to employ? We've guessed that it was you who cleared the demons in that one kingdom before the raid. The one where all the demons were mysteriously killed only the night before. It was a nice gesture even though your recruitment was rejected. Anyway, since we have a grasp on your capabilities through that raid, and those who have witnessed the power of your golems on the expedition, we would like to employ you." Sirach's friend spoke, laying out the basis for their employment. Hearing this, Dream was a bit happy to be recognized. "I see, but unlike last time, the army coming to you is many times larger. To employ my full capabilities will require a higher price. We've prepared for that. Luckily, we're not the ones footing the bill, the Alliance is. And everyone is aware of how you wish to be paid in materials rather than money. So if it's anything like your previous request, compensating you should be no problem." "Sweet, then I'll keep it simple. I've got another list of expended materials, of which I want 20%. And there's also the 100% recuperation for materials destroyed in the battle. Here's that list." Dream handed them a tablet that held the total amount of materials spent on his current army. Seeing the numbers, Sirach's friend couldn't help but widen his eyes. "You've spent all these materials on your army?" "Yes, though that's better news for you because my army is indeed many times larger and stronger." "How much larger?" "If I remember correctly, many of your bots were destroyed during the expedition." Sirach spoke up after taking a look at the same list. "Let's see. As for humanoid soldiers, the count for upper class 2 is around 80,000 and the count for mid class 3 is about 1,000. 1,000 class 3s? That is correct. And this doesn't count my aircraft or bombardment weaponry." "I see. And how much damage do you think your soldiers can do before they die?" "Well, as long as the class 4s are diverted away from them during the battle, they shouldn't be destroyed at all. Give them the proper protection from everything much higher level than them, and I can almost promise you that the demon horde will be taken care of entirely by them." "Almost? Well, depending on their formations, some may slip through the cracks. We're talking about millions here. Though they may not die, there's only so much ground 80,000 soldiers can cover." "Right." The man went quiet, contemplating. Looking at the list, this employment was a very large investment. And being completely honest, what Dream was promising was rather outrageous. 80,000 soldiers that could take care of the horde by themselves? Were these soldiers immortal? Seeing his hesitation, Dream made it simple for him. "Look, this payment doesn't have to be done before the battle, regardless of whether it's possible or not. You can tell them to prepare the payment, and you'll do an assessment during the battle. If I deliver as promised, then I get paid. If not, then you either deduct payment or cancel it altogether. You're willing to place that much trust in us?" "It's not that I have trust in the Alliance themselves. It's that I have trust in the panic and urgency caused by the demons. Let's say for some reason that you guys decide to renege on your agreement after the battle. In that situation, I would just make sure not to assist you again. And I'm almost certain that the dread you guys will feel after having your armies slaughtered and your cities burned will make you heavily regret having not just given up the small amount of materials." "Is that a threat?" The man narrowed his eyes after hearing Dream's dismal statement. Dream just sat back. "No, just a hypothetical. I understand the service I can provide and its value. I only expect that the people employing me pay accordingly. I don't want any underhanded tricks coming from the Alliance who can easily afford this payment. And I'm letting you know now that should anything dirty happen, it'll take you paying me with the total amount on this list to get me to accept more requests." "Those are bold words. Are you sure you can live up to them?" "I'm sure. And should I fail to, I'm not afraid of admitting my incompetence. Either way, I hope it doesn't come down to any of that. I'm a big fan of simple trades between two honest partners. I'll make sure as many people survive as possible, and you make sure to give me what I ask for. And knowing this situation will happen again, a good trade this time will ensure smoother trades in the future." The man sat back and both of them looked each other in the eyes for a bit. Seeing his attitude, the man couldn't help but smile. "Heh, you may not be the best at subtle negotiations, but I admire your straightforward attitude. You remind me of this guy." He pointed to Sirach, who snorted. "Humph, you know I hate politics. Why do you think I brought you along? I swear, sometimes I feel used. We're friends, so it's okay." Sure. Anyway, I haven't properly introduced myself. The name is Darren, Class 3, Swordmeister. I'm often regarded as this musclehead's assistant. Dream, Class 3, Arcanist. They reached between the couches they were sitting on and shook hands. The mood greatly relaxed. "Arcanist. I've never heard of that before. Must be unique. No wonder you're so powerful." "I try my best, I'm sure." "Now, Dream, Are there any other conditions you would like to stipulate before the contract is settled? Not really. I'm not familiar with how you guys build contracts, so I'll leave it up to you. Right. So in exchange for these materials and compensation, you will provide the full support of your golem army in the upcoming battle. It will be in cooperation with our own armies. Payment will be processed after the battle. I see nothing wrong with that. Great. Then on behalf of the Alliance, I am officially recruiting your services. I hope we can ride this storm as smoothly as possible. As do I. Standing up, both men shook hands once more, finalizing the deal. At the same time, Dream, who was prepared for this, began mobilizing his armies. Chapter 137, Imminent. Now that we got that out of the way, there's one more thing that they asked me to bring up. What is it? Darren spoke before they decided to part ways. Since you're so adept at gathering intelligence, I was told to ask you if you had anything you could share with us. I do actually, and I can tell you right now that it's not looking good. Something happened? Well, let's just say I was right about everything I said. That tablet, take a look. Darren looked down at the table and picked up the tablet. Its display had changed from the list to a demographic showing the current numbers. My God, I know. This army that's coming is only a small portion of their population. Not only that, but many more are pouring into the continent as we speak. This tablet holds the data for their numbers and movements. Daring looked through the data, stunned and a bit fearful. Not only was he looking at a number of monsters never before seen, but their power levels that had surpassed all the empires combined was scary to look at. We are definitely going to be working together more in the future, and it doesn't have to be you, but people need to start pushing for a more active stance. There's only so much I can do alone, and if the empires still wish to only defend, well, all I can tell you is to enjoy your families while you still can. 'Cause at that point, there won't be much time left. I understand. I'll relay this to the others. I'll also notify the generals about your employment. They'll want to work with you. Unless you need to prepare, I can meet them, and my soldiers will be here by tomorrow. Great. Then I'll be going. Sure. Saying bye, Darren left the room, leaving Sirach and Dream alone. He must be a busy man. He's good at what he does, though. By the way, are your little friends going to show themselves? Heh, I figured you would see them. Come on out, ladies. After saying that, two figures seemed to appear out of thin air. They were Luna and Iris, and they were currently covered in their suits, which retracted after they undid their stealth. Luna walked over to him, and Iris hopped on his lap in her fox form. Congrats, Dream. Luna. Thanks. I'm surprised he agreed. That was a lot of materials on that list. Iris. Well, a lot of lives will be saved by those machines. Dream pet Iris as Luna sat down by his side. Sirach smiled and sat back, amused. And who might these two girls be? Sirach, meet Luna and Iris. They are Riddick's daughters. I see. And your women? Impressive. Though I'm surprised. By what? The fact that you only have two women. Only. Dream tilted his head. Was two partners supposed to be a small number? Of course. Someone of your power can easily have more. Though I guess you are still young. Is having more than one partner normal here? For the most part. How many do you have? 9. 9? Sheesh, I can barely handle these two. How the hell did you manage to get 9? That's what comes with power and age. Don't forget that I'm over 300 years old. After that long, you're bound to meet more people. And sometimes things just click. Sure. It's true. I've even got children with all of them. That's another part about having several partners. You can have more children. You can have many children with just one or two partners. Sure, but as power grows, so does the difficulty in having kids. At least for women. I thought it would be the opposite. Nope, I'm not really sure why though. So don't ask me. Anyway, I didn't see these two any other times that we met. They're rather powerful as well. Were you hiding them? Something like that. It's complicated. Either way, they're here to stay now. In fact, they're going to be participating in the battle. Dream put his arm around Luna and pet Iris as he said that. Sirach smirked. I'm sure everyone is going to love that. They should just make sure to watch themselves though. What, are you going to go around protecting them? No. They can do that themselves. If I get looked at like that time at the restaurant, I'm going to gouge someone's eyes out. Iris flared up a bit in anger after remembering all the lecherous stares. She's much stronger now, and no longer has to put up with it. Sirach sensed the violent aura coming off of her. Sensing it as well, Dream stroked her back, calming her down. Well, isn't she a fiery one? You have no idea. Anyway, enough about harems. These two are the only ones for me. Tell me about the situation over here. Heh, all right. I'm sure you can guess though. Everyone's scared and panicked. And I'm sure things will only get worse after your new intelligence gets passed around. Do you think they'll start taking things seriously? I think they will, especially after this. The demons have already crossed the line, and this battle will be the final straw. I've actually heard from Darren that plans for some Vanguard missions are underway. After this battle, that'll be our next step. Good. In fact, maybe bring up to Darren the idea of keeping the reinforcements here so they can participate in those Vanguard missions. Well, after this battle, they may not want to. I remember those metal troops of yours, and after they see them, I don't think they'll want to let you go. They don't have to worry about that. I'm the one who wants to fight anyway. But again, my services won't come free. Speaking of, you're not affiliated with anyone, are you? Nope. Why don't you? I'm sure the Spire would love to have you as one of them. Well, I guess I never really needed them. I collect my own resources and sustain myself. Plus, I've got Riddick and now Adona backing me. Though even without them, I'm not so weak as to not be able to take care of myself. Plus, the Empires have nothing I need. Resources? That's something I want. Given enough time, I can collect however much I want. The main reason I've given demands for my recruitment is to put the materials they have laying around to good use. That, and it never hurts to get paid. I see. I guess it makes sense since you were able to make the army in the first place. But still, maybe you should think about officially joining an empire. It'll give you more authority than you have. I disagree. The authority I have will come from my ability. In fact, joining under an empire will restrict my abilities. They'll have an excuse to put me on a leash and use me however they wish. But with how it is now, they have no way of dictating what I do since I'm totally independent. Maybe. Though if it were any other time, there would be no war to showcase your abilities. I guess this war is very beneficial for you. It could be beneficial for a lot of people should they start moving. Anyway, tomorrow the generals are getting together for last-minute arrangements. They're definitely going to want to talk to you. Are you planning to stay here for the night? If you have a room for us. Otherwise, we'll be heading back to our own home. I can arrange one. The others will feel better if you stay here. Come with me. Standing, Sirach led the three out of the room and through some corridors. After walking for a bit, they came up on some doors. This is one of our suites. Use it as you see fit. Tomorrow someone will come and bring you to meet the generals. Thanks. Then I'll be going. I've got my own women to please. With a smile, Sirach turned and left, leaving Dream and the girls to enter the suite. He seems nice. Really? That's good. Entering the large bedroom and living area, Dream plopped down on the bed. The girls hopped over and also crawled on the extravagant sheets. Your dad will be coming with your mom tomorrow. They're going to join us for the battle. Dream spoke up after a bit. The girls nodded. Okay, are we really going to be able to fight 3 million demons? I think we'll be fine. We outnumber them in Class 4s easily, and with the reinforcements that came not long ago, we outnumber them in the lower classes as well. Even without me, they should be able to win, albeit with many times the casualties. I'm excited though. I've never fought these demons. Will I be able to just run around? Iris voiced her excitement. Dream smiled. As long as you and Luna stick together, you'll be perfectly fine. In fact, I'm interested to see how you match up to my soldiers in terms of killing speed. Challenge accepted. I'll put your puny metal soldiers to shame. Good. And since there's going to be so many enemies, that also means a lot of energy and mana for you to eat. I want you to employ your training. You've come a long way in these past several days. Only because you worked me to death. I've never fought so long in my life. You made my soul hurt. PSH, that's nothing. At least you could just eat and recover. I had to pass out and recover slowly. You're lucky. It didn't make it hurt any less. I will give you that. So anyway, we should relax until tomorrow. Hopefully, I won't be dragged around to a million meetings. Saying that, Dream made himself comfortable under the covers. The girls also joined, cuddling against him. The next day, Dream was pulled to a meeting as expected. This meeting not only had the generals there, but also all the Class 4s of the Mercenary Empire, plus the Class 4 reinforcements. On top of that, all the Class 3 officers were here as well. Everyone in the room Dream was in were the people who would be leading millions to fight millions. After everyone had arrived, the meeting started and the general began going over the plan one last time. Basically, the plan was to form the soldiers in a way that they wouldn't get surrounded during the battle. To do this, defensive lines were set up at the east and west of the city. And with the demons being funneled into the north wall, they would have a much easier time bombarding them with magic and chopping them down. But while the plan sounded nice, nobody here was naive enough to think that it would go perfectly. The hastily built defensive walls to the side of the city could be easily broken through, and there would then be no one to maintain the funnel. To counter this, though, they decided to station 5 Class 4s on each wall. Since according to Dream's intelligence the demons could feel fear, they shouldn't put as much pressure on the walls if they sense Class 4s. This would allow them to maintain the walls. Other than that, smaller details about who went where and fallback plans were discussed. And after they had gone over all this, they brought up Dream's reinforcement. If he were delivering as promised, then he was going to be a huge part of this battle. Plus, most of the officers had received his troops not long before the meeting, and after counting they now knew he wasn't bluffing about the 80,000 soldiers. And while their capabilities hadn't been seen yet, Sirach vouched for their ability personally. With this, Dream would be trusted. For now, the final part of their discussion was about where Dream's troops would fit into this plan. Some people recommended they reinforce the funnel walls. Some thought they should be a backup for if there's a breach. But Dream stepped in and told them to let his soldiers dive into the horde. This caught many people off guard. Most of the people there were aware of consequences should Dream fail to deliver. His employment details definitely hadn't been hidden from them. So him wanting to throw his soldiers into hell headfirst was considered a dangerous move by all means. But he insisted, saying that they would attain peak killing efficiency within the horde. Otherwise, they would just be wasting around doing nothing. He was there to cut down on the lives lost, not provide a stronger shield. Though this plan of his came with one condition, and that was a quick response should the Class 4s show themselves. Dream knew that his soldiers would be decimated should they step in, and if they just left them to do their own thing, he would have no army by the end of the battle. Thankfully, this wasn't met with resistance. They had already prepared to act fast should those Class 4s show themselves. They didn't want them destroying leagues of their own soldiers after all. So with that, all the plans had been fleshed out. Dream would loose his bots into the horde, and the rest of the army would defend against anything that slipped through the cracks. Simple. When the meeting ended, everyone went off to make final preparations. Dream had given them an ETA on the demons, and it wasn't until the next day. They even had a live drone feed of the horde, showing their distance. With this, they were more content. The rest of that day was filled with many goodbyes among the soldiers and rest. They all wanted to be at their peak to ensure their survival. It would be quite a shame if they died because they were tired and careless. Alert! Alert! Demon arrival imminent. Repeat. Demon arrival imminent. With loud sounds that echoed across the city, Dream's bots sounded out alarms. At this time, the sun was only barely rising over the horizon. Though despite it only being morning, nobody was asleep. Everyone had already been awake for an hour now, waiting for this very alarm. I see them. I guess your estimation was spot on. Up in the sky above the city, a man spoke. Around him were 22 other men and women, one of which was Dream. And that man spoke to Dream. Of course it was. It won't be long until they start charging the walls. I've also started the search for those 4 grand demons. They should be identified soon. According to the Class 4s who had killed a Class 4 demon before, the Class 4 demons were known as grand demons. Below them were the Class 3s known as high demons, and then just demons at Class 2. Class 1s were lesser demons. As Dream spoke, Sophia was using all of the 6 drones above them to look through the 3 million strong demon army. As his bots had seen the 4 grand demons, or Class 4 demons, at the destroyed kingdom when they killed the king, he at least had a visual read on them. Using this and Sophia's quick processing, it wouldn't be long until they were found. Unless they were stealthed, of course. But that was unlikely, right? Now are you sure these bracelet things will be able to alert us properly? One of the other Class 4s spoke, looking at the metal band on his wrist. Dream had given them all bands, so he could blip the grand demons in their vision when they were found. Not only that, but they were able to talk with anyone else who had the band, though most of them were still skeptical since they had never seen such technology before. It'll work. We did that test, remember? Just trust my creations. It'll make things very easy for us. Now, I suggest we all take our places. The demons are getting agitated." He looked down at the utterly massive army in the distance as he said that. The army spanned several miles in width, and even their aura could be felt from so far away. Even Dream, who was the most familiar with these demons, felt panicked at their sight. And knowing this was only a small fraction of their entire population made him fear for the human race of this world. Chapter 138, Epic. After taking their designated places, the Class 4s kept a vigilant eye out. But while they were more confident and secure, the same couldn't be said for the other soldiers. After seeing the sheer size of the horde, many officers started sweating and many weaker soldiers started trembling. The violent and menacing aura that seemed to reject all life could be felt washing over everyone even within the city. And as the ones who had to face this aura head-on, the weak soldiers Class 2 and below felt like running away. But everyone knew that they had nowhere to run to. For them, this was the one and only line of defense. If the demons got past them, then all the ordinary and defenseless people within the city would be massacred. The majority of the soldiers had friends and loved ones within those walls, so even if only for their sakes, they were going to stand and fight. But there was one thing that comforted them all, and that was the reinforcements that had come along with the weapons. Everyone knew that the other empires pitched in soldiers and gear to bolster the combat power of the army. Most of them were even holding brand new weapons. Though they wouldn't get to keep them, they at least had it for this battle. Lastly, rumors had spread about a certain force that was present among them. Though they were only 80,000 in number, supposedly these mysterious soldiers were immortal. Not only that, but these soldiers would be the ones diving straight into the horde. After hearing about and even seeing them, much of the army was very interested. While they knew it was impossible for anyone to be immortal, that's how it was described, and that's what they wanted to believe. Because if these soldiers couldn't live up to their mysterious reputation, then they would have to be the ones to dive into the horde. And nobody wanted to do that. So after seeing these silver and gray humanoids around the front lines, many of the soldiers internally wished them luck. Haha, so many enemies. Can I really jump in there? On top of the frontmost wall, everyone turned to look at the girl who was excitedly looking upon the horde. Though many of them were confused at the fact that somebody was excited at all of them were stunned upon looking at this beauty. You can jump in once we've tagged all the Class 4s. I know how much of a ruckus you'll cause, and if you attract one over, the result won't be pretty. The man next to her spoke while sitting on the edge of the wall. This man was indeed Dream, and Iris was the one who was getting hyped over the amount of enemies she could slaughter. Luna was also there, standing by them quietly. Their clothes flapped in the cold mana-filled wind as they overlooked everything. But how long is that going to take? What if your soldiers kill all of them before I get to go down? I would rather that happen than you get obliterated by a Class 4. Learn from my mistakes. We're playing it safe. Ugh, fine. Just hurry and find them. There's 8, right? At least, but yes. In fact, I've already found one. When he said that, a blip in his vision was created. This blip appeared in Iris's eye as well as the eyes of every other Class 4. Dream, that blip is a Class 4? A man spoke over the group channel between the Class 4s. Dream nodded. Yes, he's the first. I'm still looking for the other. Just found another one. I see it. Though they haven't revealed their auras yet, then we just need to wait. Once we've found at least 6, we can move in. And until then, keep your auras hidden. Understood. Everyone nodded to the lead Class 4. Although Dream allowed them convenient communication, he wasn't in the position to lead them all. They're beginning their attack. When Dream said that, he could see the front of the massive army begin to speed up. Screeches and roars could be heard in the distance, and everyone could see weapons being drawn and magic being casted. Form ranks. Here they come. With a shout from the officers, everyone felt their hearts speed up. All the soldiers formed up and prepared to launch ranged attacks. Dream just sat there, looking at the rapidly approaching horde. Are you going to send your soldiers? Not yet. Dream shook his head at Iris. He needed to wait. The horde approached. 10 miles, 9 miles, 7 miles, 4 miles, 3 miles, 1.5 miles. Go. Whoosh. As the demons began to reach the funnel walls, Dream finally gave the word. And from the east, west, and north walls, thousands of metallic soldiers dashed out to the horde all at once. hitting them from all sides. Screech. Slice. At the sudden advance, many demons were startled and launched their prepared attacks at the metal soldiers, though these were nimbly dodged, and it only took seconds for the bots to reach the horde and slice off heads. Fire. The officers also gave their commands, and the hundreds of thousands of humans on the walls began to fire their ranged attacks. Rocks, fire, water, air, and arrow attacks were released randomly into the densest parts of the horde. Boom. Explosions were raised as the attacks landed. The cries of injured demons filled the battlefield as limbs were thrown across the air. Though as these ranged attacks were released, everyone had their eyes on the silver soldiers that had dove into the massive horde. Oh my God, how are they moving so nimbly? They're fast, and I think they have better swordsmanship than me. Well, they also have 6 swords. That should be even harder to handle. Everyone spoke in shock as they watched the soldiers cut down thousands of demons every second. None of them could be accurately hit as they moved between tiny gaps, slicing and dicing every demon that crossed their paths. They're stronger than I remember, Sirach commented off to the side. He had seen these soldiers during the expedition, and while they had been impressive, he could clearly see the difference between them and these soldiers. Gradually, the ranged attacks from the walls died down as everyone watched these soldiers hold the army at bay all by themselves. Though they were spread out and severely outnumbered, none of them were dying. They just kept weaving between demons gracefully and without flaw, never once stopping themselves or showing any form of fatigue. But as Dream said before, there was only so much 80,000 could do against 3 million. As the horde charged further, many demons did indeed slip through cracks and head towards the walls. Come on, we can't let them do all the work. Go get some experience. With invigorated shouts, soldiers at the walls prepared themselves to face the greatly thinned-out demons. Seeing the silver soldiers so mercilessly cutting down demons gave them more courage. The smaller number of demons was also a morale booster. Who didn't like higher chances of survival? Using magic and swords, soldiers began running out to meet the demons. The ranged soldiers on the walls also aimed their attacks, taking out some as they approached. Soon, they clashed, and blood was instantly drawn. Though unlike the expectations beforehand, most of the blood was demon blood. With the lesser numbers, the humans had a much easier time and weren't overrun. Seeing the situation, all the officers and Class 4s nodded in approval. Dream's soldiers were doing exactly as he said they would. Dream also nodded, but this wasn't the only thing he had planned. Luna looked at him as he sat on the wall and saw him grinning. What? I'm excited. For what? Just give it a second. Waiting, Luna and Iris overlooked the battlefield looking for changes, and a few seconds later, they saw it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Whoa. Out of nowhere, a massive explosion occurred in the middle of the demon horde. The explosion shook the ground like an earthquake and created a huge crater in the ground while throwing dirt and demon limbs into the air. But this was only the first of many. Boom boom BRRT boom. BRRT boom. Asterisk. All over the demon horde, explosions and craters popped up, wiping out hundreds of demons. Thousands of red streaks were also seen raining down from in the sky, and these red streaks seemed to tear the demons below them to shreds. What are those? Seeing these red streaks, everyone looked up. When they did, hundreds of gray ships could be seen flying high in the sky every which way. It was these ships that were raining down the red streaks and explosions constantly. After their appearance, the demon horde began to lose forces even more rapidly than before with just the silver soldiers. These explosions and streaks were aimed near the back of the demon army where it was most dense. So not only were the soldiers obliterating the demons from the front, the demons were being blown to bits in the back. Those were the same ships that were there during our rescue. Luna spoke after recognizing them. Dream nodded. Yes, they are. For these kinds of battles, gunships may actually be the best for cutting down their numbers. I mean, it's only been half an hour, and with these coming in, the demon death count has already surpassed 750k. Though these kills are mainly the class 1s and some 2s, it's still a huge amount. Even my experience bar thinks so. Wait, you get experience from all this? Shoo. Dream hushed Iris, keeping her from causing a ruckus. Catching herself, she calmed down but was no less astonished. Yes, I get experience. Using these robots is no different from using a weapon. If that weren't the case, then archers would never be able to gain experience either, I guess, but still, that's a lot of experience. Actually, not really. After killing as much as they have, I've only gained 2 levels. I gotta say though, the kill feed in my vision is fun to look at. Dream smiled as he saw the hundreds of thousands of notifications stream down his vision. He felt like he was playing a video game. Multi-kill, mega kill, ultra kill, monster kill, ludicrous kill. Holy shit, what are you saying? Nothing. Hey, there's demons heading towards your planes. Iris pointed, and sure enough, the demons couldn't sit back and let those ships obliterate all of them. A few dozen Class 3s flew up and targeted his ships. Not to worry. Saying so, the ships changed targets and fired at the demons heading towards them. A few bots also took to the skies and hunted the demons down. Under the precision fire from the ships, most of the Class 3 demons, or high demons, were blown to pieces. The rest of them were chased down by the bots and sliced to pieces. Though after they were killed, an oppressive aura suddenly burst out from the horde. That's a Class 4. Everyone shouted as a lone demon flew into the sky. This demon brandished a bow and took aim at the planes. The planes also took aim at this demon. Whoosh! The demon loosed an arrow, which beamed straight for one of Dream's bigger gunships. Upon impact, the gunship was hit with a spell on the arrow and blown to thousands of pieces, rendering it useless. Ugh, do you know how long that took to build? How long? Like half an hour. What? But that's not the point. He broke my stuff. Dream was hurt seeing his machines getting destroyed, especially like that. I've got eyes on all 4 demons plus the one in the sky. That makes 5, but they want 6. Oh, isn't Idona an archer? Idona? Yes? Over the group channel, Dream spoke to Idona. Want to take a shot? Can I? Of course. Maybe it'll bring out more grand demons. Okay. With excitement, another aura exposed itself. This was Idona, and she had brought out her own bow and arrow. Pulling the string back, mana was dumped into the arrow. Currently, the demon in the air was nearly 2 miles away, but according to the woman herself, this distance was small. Whoosh! A green and black streak of light beamed across the sky and landed precisely on the demon, who had only barely sensed Idona right before. After only barely bracing itself, the demon was struck in the stomach. Boom! The arrow exploded with mana, blowing half the demon to pieces. The demon began falling to the floor, though based on its aura, it still wasn't dead. Sensing this, Idona prepared another arrow and loosed it. But right before it was going to hit the falling demon, another powerful aura showed itself. Ding! A loud shockwave was released as the arrow was deflected by another grand demon. After that, yet another aura was exposed from nearby. A demon went over and caught the falling archer. That's 7 grand demons. Are we ready? After surpassing the minimum count, the Class 4s on standby readied themselves. As for the 4 other grand demons identified visually, although they hadn't exposed themselves, Dream had fired on them specifically with his ships to test whether they were the real deal or not. And after they blocked his projectiles, Dream could definitely confirm they were Class 4s, as could everyone else. I want 2 per demon and 3 to act as supports. But don't let your guard down. There could be more hiding themselves, and we don't want to get ambushed. The lead Class 4 spoke in the channel, giving directions. Understood. Then everyone find your targets. Ready? Ready. Everyone nodded after seeing assignments in their vision. Dream had Sophia designate their targets so as to more easily sort themselves. On my count, 3, 2, 1 now. Whoosh. With the word, 17 people shot out from the walls towards the demons. All of them moved extremely fast, and the demons, who had been unknowingly targeted, were caught off guard. Boom. Everyone clashed with their targets, and huge mana fluctuations were released across the battlefield. Though despite the surprise, none of the demons except for the already injured one were killed from the initial attack and were able to quickly recover. Though this didn't mean they had an easy time, and the pressure on them was raised to the extreme. 6 separate battles of untold power were waged at different spots on the battlefield. Even while this went on, explosions were still blowing craters in the ground, and the red streaks were still shredding demons to bits. The silver soldiers also never stopped slicing away at all the demons around them, and at this point, they were already dyed totally red. With the pressure being reduced by countless times, many of the human soldiers on the walls had nothing to do but watch this glorious, powerful, and monumental battle. Something like this was what you wrote down in history books, and all of them were there to see it. After seeing everything, some soldiers even felt privileged to be there, much unlike what they thought previously. But who knew this would turn into what it was? Even in their wildest dreams, they would never be able to think up something as epic as the scene in front of them. Chapter 139, Sorrow. See, I knew you would kill all of them. There's not even half left. Contrary to the feelings of those around her, Iris was rather displeased. Not long after the Class 4s went to battle, Dream had cut the previously 3 million strong army down to only 1.4 million. His bots and aircraft were just too capable against these demons, especially the bots. While they had lost nearly 2,000, there were still 78,000 bots constantly finding their nearest enemy and hacking them to pieces. The only thing limiting their killing speed was the density of demon army, which had spread out considerably. Plus, as they got deeper in, the number of Class 3s they needed to face was much greater, and these took longer to kill. Not to mention how there were only 1,000 bots at the Class 3 level. But despite them doing so well, Dream still hadn't let Iris go out and fight. The reason was because of the possibility of there being more grand demons in that army. He wouldn't risk it. Though Iris understood, she still wasn't happy. She was a battle maniac, and seeing all the spilled blood made her fighting spirit explode. I've fired in many groups, but I still haven't identified any more Class 4s. Dream watched the battle that continued raging. Although the ships seemed to fire randomly, they were actually scouring the battlefield for the other grand demons. His bots were doing the same, but even after making their way through all the various parts, none had shown themselves. This made his suspicions grow. What's wrong? Sensing his change in attitude, Luna asked. There's supposed to be 8 demon counts, but only 7 have been exposed. But only 4 had been definitely confirmed in the destruction of that kingdom. Anything above that was a mystery, but they couldn't come with only 4. The demons can't be that stupid as to only bring 7 Class 4s in an attempt to siege one of the most heavily guarded places on the planet. They're a race that uses numbers to their advantage, so they wouldn't skimp. So the others are hiding themselves? They have to be, but their friends are almost dead. Just as Luna pointed out, the battles between the demon and human Class 4s were finishing up. Of the initial 7, only 3 were alive, and even they were soon about to die. If their allies were going to show themselves, it would have been earlier when they weren't on the verge of death. This is what Dream couldn't explain. Maybe dash. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the ground. But unlike the explosions on the battlefield, this one was much stronger, and it came from behind them. 7 new auras washed over the entire city. It's a sneak attack. In the city. Shit. Deem cursed before shouting into the group channel. Demon attack in the city. 7 Class 4s. Get people over there. On it. Along with Dream's shout came blips in the visions of everyone who held a bracelet. And since they sensed the auras as well, they didn't argue and quickly shot over at their highest speeds. At the same time, Sophia moved the recon drones and identified the grand demons. All 7 were tagged, and they could be seen spreading utter devastation throughout the city. And not only them, but a small army of 2,000 Class 3s and 5,000 Class 2s were with them. In only a short few seconds, this small force had leveled a quarter of the city. Dream couldn't imagine how many had already died. You too, it's time, right? Knowing how urgent this was, Luna and Iris equipped their suits and flew off with Dream into the city. Help! Demons! Get our dash! Crunch! Thousands of people were running for their lives away from the demons who had infiltrated into the city. But as they were nearly all ordinary, nobody was capable of putting up a fight against them. They were all like sheep and could only hope that the demon would choose the one next to them, giving them a bit more time. But none of them could be considered lucky. All the demons rapidly chomped, crushed, and hacked at the defenseless humans, and they wouldn't spend much time on one before jumping to the next. As these humans were ordinary, they weren't the tastiest meal for these demons, so there was no reason for them to spend time on their prey. Mommy! A little boy ran between buildings, crying as he listened to the screams and horrific sounds of tearing flesh and breaking bones. Though perhaps worse than that was the monster that was causing all those scary sounds, and this is what he was running from. The boy had seen the demon as it chased down all the people around him, and perhaps by luck, he hadn't been one of those chosen. Maybe it was because he was small and had less meat, or maybe the demon just didn't see him. The child didn't care, but what he did care about was the fact that his mother had been one of those unlucky few, and after being tossed away, he watched his mom be torn in half by the demon. After that, through pure survival instinct, the child carried his somewhat injured body away from wherever the sounds were. But he was small and young and couldn't run very fast, so he could never seem to get far away from the scary sounds. It was like they were following him, tormenting him, reminding him of his mother being torn apart. Eventually, the child walked out from between two buildings. But as he had lost sense of direction, he had walked back out to the main street. And once he did, he could see it. The monster that killed his mother. It bounced between the people, killing one after the other. Blood flew, limbs were torn off, and gut-wrenching sounds came from those unlucky enough to become the monster's victim. And then, it turned to him. The child felt his legs go limp as he fell back onto his butt. Every part of him froze in pure terror, like a rabbit after being seen by a wolf. Seeing this, the demon put on a wretched smile and screeched before heading towards the child. Along the way, it didn't forget to take off the heads of those passing by. It got closer and closer, and when it was finally about to jump towards the child, he screamed. Whoosh! Thud! Suddenly, a spike of ice came from the sky and drove itself straight through the body of the demon, nailing it to the floor. The child sat there as blood splattered over him, stunned. Not long after the ice spike came, a woman descended carrying with her a sword. Quickly, she decapitated the screaming demon. She then looked over to the boy, extending out her hand. The next moment, the boy felt a power flow through his body. It was quick and spontaneous, but it seemed to revitalize him, filling him with energy. His wounds also seemed to just disappear. Go to the center of the city. With those few words, the power left him and the woman flew away, taking the body of the demon with her. When she left, the screams around him could no longer be heard, and his mind finally began processing everything that happened. Tears came to his eyes as he stood, doing as the woman said and heading towards the center of the city. He didn't know what else to do but listen to her. Scenes like this played out across the city as Dream, Luna, and Iris went around, trying to kill as many demons as fast as possible. And in order to kill them quickly, Dream had let loose his influence and mana, spreading his senses across the entire city. With Sophia to sort information, he was instantly able to find out where every demon was. Then using his connection to Luna and Iris, he shared the locations and assigned them targets, to which they made haste. Dream then took to the sky above and brought out some weapons. 50 flux guns appeared around him and took aim, firing at the demons below. They didn't even have to account for the buildings as the bullets could just punch right through. At the same time, Dream used his magic to attack the demons personally. Although he was in the sky and far away, covering the distance with his mana was simple. Even his soul's influence had spread to over 100 meters, so it went without saying that his mana could spread many times that distance. All around the city, the ground below seemed to move on its own and trap the demons in place. Not only that, but the demons lost control of their magic as he agitated the mana around them, making it extremely hard to control anything. And to top it all off, Dream compressed the air around them and shot bullets of wind, blowing their heads to bits. With Luna going around with sword and spear, Iris burning and mauling demons to death, and Dream incapacitating all of them, the small demon army was put to death in less than 15 minutes. Once he killed the last one, Iris went around to eat corpses while Luna went around healing the wounded. Dream looked over to the battleground of the Grand Demons and Class 4s and sighed. Although they had responded quickly, even the battle between the Class 4s was devastating to the people and buildings around them. But luckily there were more human Class 4s than demon, and after overwhelming them, the demons were put down after 45 minutes. With these leaders gone, the battle at the northern wall also finished up quickly. From start to finish, the battle only took 3 hours. We weren't careful. They caught us off guard. We didn't expect them to have employed such a tactic. At least we responded quickly. Currently, all the Class 4s and generals were gathered in the palace for a meeting. The discussion was about post-battle recovery. Dream was also here. He had sent off Luna and Iris with Riddick beforehand. Although they did give us a good blow, things could have been many times worse. The demons were much more ferocious than we all thought. But despite this, they were handled with relative ease. For this, we have Dream to thank. Indeed, your soldiers were unparalleled. They truly deserve the name Immortal. And those ships in the sky, I've never seen such devastation, nor anything like those. Everyone gave Dream praise, who just nodded humbly. Thanks. I'm only sorry that I couldn't detect those sneaky demons. You can't blame yourself for that. Turns out, there was a mage among that group who was capable of casting a large-scale stealth spell. That's how they covered up those demons and infiltrated. There's only so much you can do alone, and your aid in this battle was already more than we ever could have expected. He's right. If anything, the fault is ours. You did plenty, kid. We're the ones who need to learn from this. Seeing these Class 4s be so responsible, Dream was a bit surprised. This was definitely not the demeanor they held before the battle. Anyway, we're going to be busy for a while. The reports are still being compiled, and once they come in, we're going to be sending requests to the other empires. Until then, we need to begin construction on makeshift housing and begin rationing out food to the victims. It's lucky that so much food came in before this, because we're going to need it, right? Also, we'll need to make the report for Dream's payment. He's earned what he asked for. Already done. Within the next few days, we should have word on the details for you, Dream. Saying that, the lead Class 4 turned to Dream. That's fine. And actually, I've got another proposal you might like. Oh, do tell. As you already know, I happen to be a great enchanter and builder. If you want, I can go around and rebuild. Of course, if you want specific buildings and such, then I'll need the blueprints. But disregarding that, I could have your city rebuilt within a few days. The entire city? Yes. Well, after what we've seen, I don't think anyone can doubt your ability now. Though this employment depends on what you're asking for in return, I haven't really thought of that yet. But regardless of payment, I want to help out. At the very least, I'll make sure everyone has housing. And then after things begin to settle down, we can talk about larger projects. Well, if you're willing, then we would appreciate your help. Though I won't let you go without some form of compensation. So however much you do, I'll make sure to provide a suitable payment. That works. Then I thank you in advance. Other than that, I don't think there's anything more for us to discuss. We should get out there and start helping. Oh, before that, I believe this is yours. Saying that, the Class 4 took off his bracelet and handed it to Dream. The others remembered and also went to take them off. Oh, no, that's all right. Keep them. You sure? I'm sure it wasn't easy to make this. On the contrary, actually, just keep it. It'll make things easier for everyone. Oh, then thanks. Sure. With that, everyone left the room and went out into the city. There was much to take care of. After everything calmed down, Dream estimated that nearly a third of the city was absolutely destroyed, though perhaps on the bright side, only a quarter of the population should have been killed. After leaving the meeting, Dream went over to the destroyed areas and gathered broken materials. Most of the buildings were stone and wood, so he took the ruble that he could use and made many makeshift houses, and for good measure, he lightly enchanted them all. Like this, by the time evening came, everyone was able to move back into a house with the family they reunited with. Though it wasn't the most comfortable, it was still shelter. Though perhaps a service that was even greater than Dream's house building was Luna's healing. Her, along with many other healers, went around and healed everyone that was injured. And though the other healers were adept at their craft, Luna was by far the best for the job. Not only did Luna have a restoration skill, but she had Iris to supply her with an endless amount of mana and energy. Iris was going around and eating the millions of demon corpses after all. So if Luna ever needed even a speck of energy, she got it over the connection. With this, she was able to heal tens of thousands of people quickly, and by nightfall, that number surpassed 2 million. With this, while the city wouldn't recover quickly from either the deaths or destruction, everyone was at least healed physically and could begin processing their situation. That night, needless to say, was filled with much grief and sorrow. Chapter 140, Liquid Sunshine. 2 days after the battle, all Class 4s and Class 3 generals, officers, and politicians were called to a meeting. At the meeting, the lead Class 4, who was apparently the standing emperor, went over several reports that had been compiled over the 2 days. Turns out, Dream's estimate for deaths was rather close. Of the nearly 50 million people who lived there, about 12 million had died. And this was only from that sneak attack. This also meant that more civilians died than soldiers in that battle, which amounted to a measly 105,000 deaths. While the numbers were massive, nobody in the room was surprised. Those demons had absolutely nothing standing in their way when they had started their sneak attack, especially those grand demons. What else would you expect when a Class 4 monster is placed in an area full of defenseless humans? This was why Class 4s were so scary. They were capable of killing those beneath them with nothing but their mana. And when they used spells and techniques, they were able to level entire cities and annihilate hundreds of thousands in seconds. All they had to do was fly around and reap the lives of everyone around them. This also applied to the 2000 Class 3s. The only reason the demons hadn't destroyed more than a third of the city this time was because Dream and the others had responded quickly. But even though it hadn't been more than an hour, they had been able to kill so many. But putting that aside, recovery had gone exceedingly well. Shelter had been handled quickly, as did healing. Right now, all the citizens and soldiers were just making sure that everyone was fed and reunited. And since they were basically settled, they had time to focus on the future. This involved reconstruction, refortification, and counterattacks. Though as they began to go through possible counterattack options, they came across Dream's newest piece of intelligence. This intelligence outlined the demon populations, movements, and current strongholds. And though they were happy to have such eye-opening intelligence, the data itself began to throw them into even further panic. That was because it told them that this attack was only the first. Dream, of course, knew how bad it was better than them. According to his constant drone scanning, more armies were already on the continent and heading towards them. And these armies were bigger than the one that recently attacked them. At most, it would only take another 2 weeks before 3 armies, numbering nearly 20 million total, clashed with them once more. In only this battle, they had encountered 14 grand demons among an army of 3 million. If they were to face 6 times that, wasn't that more than every human Class 4 across all the empires combined? At the very least, the demons would outnumber their current force on every level by a few times. And the problem was that they had no reason not to believe it. This intelligence came from Dream, the man who had done nothing but provide 100% accurate data on several occasions. He had predicted this very situation and warned every empire of this happening. And finally, the pieces were beginning to fall into place. They had already lost 12 million citizens, over 20% of their population, simply because they had been caught off guard. This was actually the main reason for the meeting being called. They needed to prepare as quickly as possible for the next attack. And one preparation was to request reinforcements. There was no way they would be able to hold the city if they had to face that force with only what they had. So that day, the Class 4s of different empires returned as fast as they could. They didn't have the time to wait for a messenger and had to go personally. The next preparation they wanted to make was actually to hire Dream again. Dream had proven to be invaluable during the battle. Without him, they would have lost much more than just 12 million. It wouldn't have been surprising if the city fell without him. So knowing this, they knew they needed to request his help. But there was one problem. Dream was nowhere to be found. This made them a bit panicked. But luckily, Riddick was there for them to find. And upon asking him where Dream went, he let them know that he was running an errand. At about the same time that the meeting was being held, Dream was flying through the sky with Luna and Iris by his side. The reason? He was going to check out the approaching demon armies. Dream? Is there a reason we need to look personally? Iris spoke, confused as to why they were doing this. Originally, Dream was planning to check it out by himself, but the girls caught him as he was leaving and glued themselves to him, not letting him go alone. Though they still didn't know why he wanted to go. I just want to. I don't really know why. I just have a bad feeling. Dream spoke with uncertainty. Luna and Iris didn't pry further as they could understand his bad feeling. As the demon armies weren't exactly far from the Empire, it only took them a few minutes to arrive. And once they did, all of them were shocked. Oh my God! As the 3 looked down from up in the sky, all they could see was a sea of monsters. Spanning a few dozen miles were massive legions of demons of all shapes and sizes. All of them were chaotically walking in the direction of the Empire, causing rumbling through the earth and plumes of dust to be kicked up. Even as they were walking, there were hundreds of battles being fought between pairs of demons, they would just casually get mad at each other and fight, trying to eat the other, and upon eating the other, they would gain strength. It was like an internal leveling system for the demons. But Dream didn't really care about that. He just cared about the utterly massive size of these armies. He had never seen anything of this amount in one place in his entire life. It was unbelievable, but real. As the three looked at the armies, they could also feel an oppressive aura radiating away for miles around. The aura was filled with disorder, chaos, death, and destruction. It rejected all life, all sense of civility, and it sparked fear within the souls of those who looked at them. Even Dream and the girls couldn't help but be afraid. How can there be so many demons in one place? Luna, Dream, are you sure we're safe up here? Iris, we're safe, but the Empire isn't. Luna, they aren't going to be able to fight this army no matter what they do. They'll just be overrun and slaughtered. Unless, of course, they have you. Iris. Iris looked to Dream, who was just silently staring at the demon hordes. She titled her head, though, when he didn't respond. Dream, what are you thinking? We can't destroy them without those weapons. What weapons? I think I need to go somewhere. Then we'll go with you. All right, hop in. When he said that, a plane descended in front of them from the sky. The three boarded the plane and locked in, taking off a few seconds after. The plane flew through the atmosphere along a very specific path. At first, Luna and Iris thought he was going to his factory, but after getting into orbit and speeding along for a bit, they were eventually able to reach a certain satellite. What is that? After getting close to the satellite and flying up to it, the girls looked out from the ship. This satellite looked very different from anything else Dream sent into space. It definitely wasn't his factory, at least. Making them stay in the ship, Dream floated out and up to the satellite. Well, calling it a satellite was inappropriate. This is an orbital weapons platform. Dream looked at the platform that was many times bigger than he was. Inside this platform was nearly 20 missiles of the same type. The girls tilted their heads. A weapons platform? What kind of weapons does it have? Nuclear. Nukes. Those are the ones capable of killing millions and making that big cloud, right? Luna and Iris both remembered the many things Dream told them about, including the weapons of his world. Not only that, but they had full access to all the knowledge of his world, which included detailed descriptions of things just like these nuclear weapons. They had always been interested in those things, so they knew much about it. Yes. So, are you planning on using it? I may have to, although I don't want to. The aftermath of the explosion is unpredictable in this world, especially with bombs as powerful as these. And one isn't enough. I would have to hit targets across the continent. Not only that, but I'm not sure as to how effective they would be, at least against Class 4s, but this is saying that they can reach tens of millions of Kelvin in the fireball, which can reach sizes of 8 miles wide. I'm pretty sure a Class 4 wouldn't be able to survive that, especially unprepared. Iris spoke while looking at the information in her vision. Luna had also looked it up with the suit. I guess it depends on their skills. I myself can control things like heat, but they aren't you who has ridiculous skills like that, but they have lots of mana. The biggest problem with these nukes is that they have no mana. That means that their explosion would be fighting the inherent strength of the target as well as the mana it uses to defend itself. Only if it can break past that with just sheer physical heat and pressure could the nuke do damage. So just enchant it. The problem with that is that these nukes are built in a very specific and precise way. Any alterations due to mana can disrupt the reaction process and render it useless. If I wanted mana-enhanced nukes, then I would need to make them myself, which wouldn't be too difficult. But again, I'm worried about the fallout. I can see why. Upon looking at information regarding the fallout, Luna and Iris could understand. Nukes were capable of affecting the globe. Should he use several, the results would be even greater. And according to what they were seeing, the fallout could cause disastrous effects to people, plants, and the atmosphere. However, things like cancer, radiation poisoning, and mutations may not occur as easily here due to mana. Even ordinary people are enhanced rather significantly. Plants hold mana as well, giving them resistances. And I would probably be able to build something that can handle a nuclear winter of any kind. Or, I can build a hypothetical weapon. Hypothetical? Something that hasn't been made yet. Something with no fallout. Like a fusion weapon. Or even a kinetic weapon. What's a kinetic weapon? a way of delivering devastation through pure kinetic energy. Though, something like that wouldn't be able to kill most demons, only the weaker ones since it only destroys the ground. So fusion weapons. It's totally possible. A pure fusion weapon. Sophia suddenly spoke while bringing up schematics for an on-the-spot design. Dream looked at it while taking in the data. All nuclear weapons are either fission-based or have a fission-fusion combination. The famous hydrogen bomb is one that uses a fission explosion to ignite the rest of the bomb and cause a fusion reaction. But a pure fusion bomb wouldn't need fissionable materials like uranium, instead only using fusion materials like hydrogen. This would give the power of a nuclear bomb without the radioactive fallout. Using some principles behind the fusion reactor, creating a pure fusion bomb is very possible. We could use a system of reactors that are forced to suddenly fuse a large amount of nuclei in a confined space. Though every fusion bomb we make would have a generally lower yield, they would have much more explosive power than conventional bombs, and we could use much more of them. How hard would it be to make them? Not too hard, but it wouldn't be easy, and it would need us to personally build it. The materials also don't need to be too strong. Alright, though for the sake of slowing the demons down some right now, I think we should launch one or two of these rods. I already have targets that would lose the most from an attack. We would just need to wait so the platform reaches a specific point in the orbit. Alright, while we wait, let's head down to the target. I want to see the explosion. Saying that, Dream went back to the ship. When it closed, it headed back down through the atmosphere. Luna and Iris didn't question it since they had heard the conversation. In fact, they were a little excited to see such a powerful weapon be used. As they flew, the platform was armed and prepared for launch. The systems blared digital alarms for no one. The nukes launched by that platform have a yield of about 113 megatons. It will be detonated several miles above the ground to cause as much destruction to the demons as possible. I will place you three about 120 miles away for optimal viewing experience. Is watching this any dangerous? You three will need your suits equipped, but otherwise it'll be fine. Okay, approaching destination. Moments later, the ship came to a stop about 40,000 feet in the air. The three floated out of the hatch and looked into the distance. About 120 miles away was a castle. An utterly massive castle, and all around it was a devastated environment, demons, and breeding grounds. The estimated demon population in this expanse of land was about 130 million. The rest of the population was spread out across the rest of the continent in other kingdoms similar to the one in front of them. That, or they were invading the other continents. And I thought the army of 20 million was a lot. Iris spoke dumbly as she overlooked the castle. All around this castle was demon-infested lands, and no other life to be seen. It looked like the apocalypse had descended. Go get Riddick and Celine too. I'm sure they wouldn't mind seeing this. Okay. Suddenly, the ship behind them closed up and left for the Empire. At the same time, Riddick and Celine were alerted on their suits as to what was going on. Only 10 minutes later, they had arrived. Both of them stepped out. Boy, what's this about you launching a nuke? You remember when I put another star in the sky? Old man? Yes. Well, I'm about to crack open another can of liquid sunshine. Equip your suit. Why? Because things are about to get a little toasty. Attention. 40 seconds to nuclear launch. Please equip your suits. You're insane, Riddick muttered as he looked at the simulated weapons platform in space and received the data on it. Celine also saw what it was and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Dream smiled as the countdown ticked.